Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Becomes Prison King? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya walked through the crowded hallways of UA High School, his mind filled with plans for the day. He was focused on improving his control over One for All, determined to live up to the legacy that All Might had entrusted him with. However, something felt off. A sense of unease settled over him as he approached his classroom. When he opened the door, he was met not by his classmates but by two familiar figures standing in the middle of the empty room: Aizawa and All Might. Both wore serious expressions, their postures tense. Aizawa stated that they needed to talk, his voice lacking its usual gruffness. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were sharp and seemed to carry a hint of sadness. Midoriya's heart sank as he realized this wasn't a normal conversation. He asked if something was wrong, his voice faltering slightly as he stepped into the room. The door clicked shut behind him, and he felt an invisible weight settle over him. All Might stepped forward, his face solemn. He acknowledged how much Midoriya had given to carry One for All but explained that, after much deliberation, they had made a decision. Midoriya's heart raced as he struggled to find his voice, asking what the decision was about. In an instant, Aizawa's capture weapon flicked out, wrapping around Midoriya's arms and binding him tightly. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock. Aizawa's gaze remained fixed as he expressed his regret, stating that this was necessary. All Might's face was filled with sorrow as he approached Midoriya, his hand glowing faintly with the power of One for All. He explained that, for the safety of everyone, One for All must be returned. Midoriya's heart shattered as he struggled against Aizawa's hold, pleading with All Might that he had worked so hard and done everything he could. But his pleas were met with silence. All Might placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, his expression heavy with regret, and told him that sometimes hard choices had to be made. With that, All Might took a hair from Midoriya, transferring One for All and drawing the quirk out from his body. Midoriya felt a surge of energy leaving him, a deep emptiness settling within him as the power he had worked so hard to master slipped away. The process was swift, yet it left him feeling hollow and powerless. As All Might stepped back, Midoriya slumped forward, held up only by Aizawa's binding. He whispered why this was happening, tears streaming down his face, asking why they would take it away. All Might's voice was barely a whisper as he expressed his sorrow and hoped that one day Midoriya would understand. Aizawa released him, and Midoriya collapsed to the ground, his body weak and his spirit broken. Aizawa and All Might exchanged a somber glance before they left the room, leaving Midoriya alone with the silence and the weight of their decision. As Midoriya lay on the cold floor of the empty classroom, struggling to process the devastating loss of One for All, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. He looked up, his vision blurred by tears, only to see Nizu standing at the doorway, flanked by police officers. The small principal's expression was unusually serious, devoid of his typical cheerful demeanor. Nizu began, calmly but firmly, that the decision extended beyond just removing One for All from him. Midoriya's eyes widened, dread pooling in his stomach as he asked what Nizu meant. Nizu stepped forward, his small figure casting a large shadow in the doorway. He explained that, given recent events and for the safety of the public, it was necessary for Midoriya to be placed in custody. The police officers behind Nizu stepped forward, and Midoriya could feel their intent, a chill running down his spine. He instinctively tried to back away, feeling powerless without One for All. He stammered, filled with desperation, asking Nizu what he had done wrong and why this was happening to him. Nizu's face softened briefly as he explained that this was not easy for any of them, but they believed this was the best course of action to ensure the safety of everyone, including himself. Tartarus had the resources to monitor and help him. The words hit Midoriya like a punch to the gut. The reality of what was happening sank in as the officers approached him, placing H&D CFFS around his wrists. The cold metal against his skin felt surreal, each click echoing in his mind. He cried out, struggling weakly against their hold, insisting that he only wanted to be a hero and help people. The officers ignored his pleas, lifting him to his feet. Izawa and All Might stood in the background, their faces a mix of regret and sorrow, but neither spoke. Midoriya's heart broke as he looked at his former mentor, who now wouldn't even meet his gaze. The walk out of the school was quiet and filled with a heavy atmosphere. Midoriya could feel the stares of other students peering from the windows, their faces a mixture of confusion and fear. Whispers began as they watched their classmate, the once hopeful hero, being escorted by the police. As they reached the school's gates, a prison transport vehicle waited, its dark metal surface cold and unwelcoming. The officers guided Midoriya inside, locking him in the heavily secured cell meant to transport criminals to Tartarus prison. Sitting alone in the back of the vehicle, Midoriya's mind raced with a torrent of emotions: confusion, fear, betrayal, and heartbreak. He had lost everything in the span of a few short moments. One for all, his dreams of being a hero, and the trust of those he had looked up to. As the vehicle began to move, Midoriya could only sit in silence, staring at the metal walls around him. He felt hollow, as though a part of him had been ripped away, leaving nothing but an emptiness that he wasn't sure he could ever fill. The gates of Tartarus loomed ahead, a dark fortress that now stood as his prison. His journey as a hero had come to an end, replaced by a nightmare he could never have imagined. Weeks later, Midoriya was taken to court, malnourished and barely able to walk. The courtroom was tense, packed with reporters, heroes, and onlookers who had once celebrated Izuku Midoriya as the symbol of the next generation. Now they stared at him in chains, eyes filled with contempt. The boy who once bore the weight of the world's hope now looked broken, a ghost of his former self. His green eyes, once so full of determination, were hollow, and his hands were shackled, ensuring no sudden movements. His mother, Izuku Midoriya, sat in the front row, clutching a crumpled handkerchief, tears streaming down her face. She appeared small and defeated, her body trembling as she watched her son, the boy she had raised to be a hero, confront the relentless judgment of a harsh system. The prosecutor, a stern man with sharp eyes and a cruel twist to his lips, paced in front of the jury. In his hands he held Izuku's journal, waving it as if it were a weapon. He sneered, declaring that this was not just a journal but a detailed analysis of every hero and quirk at UA High, complete with weaknesses, strategies, and combat notes. He accused Izuku of being a traitor rather than a hero in training. A murmur of shock rippled through the room, and Izuku winced under the weight of every accusing gaze. He attempted to speak, but his voice barely rose above a whisper, expressing that he had only wanted to understand and be prepared. The prosecutor scoffed, dripping with disdain, questioning what Izuku was preparing for betrayal or handing over valuable information to villains. He emphasized that no true hero would need to know how to bring down their friends. Izuku's fists clenched, anger bubbling beneath his despair. He insisted that his intentions were to protect them, but no one listened. The crowd seemed deaf to his words, and his former classmates observed in cold silence. One by one, they took the stand, delivering their testimonies like final nails in his coffin. Bakugo, his former friend and rival, shook his head, sadness in his eyes, expressing that he no longer recognized Izuku. He stated that Izuku had fooled them all. Todoroki followed, his gaze as icy as ever, flatly stating that they had trusted Izuku, who had betrayed that trust. Uraraka, with tears pooling in her eyes, spoke with a cracked voice, revealing that she thought she knew him but felt like he had become a stranger after seeing the journal. Each friend's words pierced Izuku's heart, deeper than any physical wound could. He glanced at his mother, who was barely holding herself together. She looked at him with a pained expression, mouthing her belief in him, but her support offered little comfort against the tidal wave of condemnation. Finally, the judge called for silence as the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission took the stage. Her expression was unreadable as she held a document in her hands, the official paperwork that would strip Izuku of his hero status. She announced that, in light of the evidence and under her authority, she was revoking his status as a hero. From that day forward, he would no longer be recognized as part of the hero system. The courtroom fell into stunned silence, the finality of her words hanging in the air. Izuku's face was expressionless, yet his mind reeled. Stripped of one for all, abandoned by his friends, and now declared a villain, it felt as if every part of him was being erased. The president's gaze hardened as she continued, stating that he was sentenced to life in Tartarus prison for the security of society. At that moment, Inko stood up, her voice breaking as she cried out, pleading that her son was not a villain and had only tried to help and understand. She pushed forward, attempting to reach him, but the guards held her back as she fought against them. Her cries fell on deaf ears. Izuku was already being led away, his head hung low. The courtroom's voices grew distant as his mother's sobs echoed, marking the final sound of his old life slipping away. As he walked down the hallway, shackled and powerless, a dark realization dawned upon him. They had taken everything from him: his power, his dreams, and even his mother's love was powerless to save him now. He felt like a shell, a hollow version of the boy who had once believed in justice and heroes. In that void, a spark of something darker ignited within him. If they wanted to see him as a villain, if they wanted to cage him as a monster, he would show them just how wrong they were. They would regret the day they cast him aside. Izuku was pulled out of the courtroom in HNDCFFS, flanked by officers on either side. His head was lowered, but his eyes burned with anger, simmering beneath a surface of quiet resentment. Outside, a sea of reporters awaited, cameras flashing and microphones moved forward, capturing every humiliating moment as he was paraded past them. Behind him, UA teachers and staff watched with cold, stoic faces, their backs turned on the boy they had once praised. The reporters swarmed, shouting questions and commentary. One of them sneered that UA students were true heroes for exposing this traitor, while another praised Bakugo and the others for making everyone feel a little safer that night. Izuku's fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms. His heart pounded with furious rhythm, his body trembling with barely contained rage. They were thanking his classmates, praising them for turning on him, for labeling him a villain without ever listening to his side. His mother, Inko, was being held back by security as she tried to reach him, her desperate voice drowned out by the crowd. Some reporters turned on her, muttering harsh comments that felt like knives slicing through her. One jeered that being a villain must run in the family, while another smirked, suggesting she must be ashamed of him. Izuku could feel his blood boiling, his vision narrowing as the anger roared in his ears. Suddenly, in a surge of adrenaline, he twisted against the officers holding him, pulling free. Before anyone could react, he charged toward Bakugo, the one who had condemned him without hesitation. Izuku's head connected with Bakugo's face in a swift motion, the impact echoing through the chaotic crowd. Bakugo stumbled back, cursing, just as Izuku's knee came up, channeling his fury into a strike that left Bakugo reeling. He expressed his anger at Bakugo for betraying him, his voice filled with venom. The officers were on him in seconds, restraining him with more force, pulling him back. But he wasn't finished. His gaze locked onto Uraraka, who had watched it all unfold with wide eyes, her face pale. He accused her of abandoning him, calling her a worthless fraud and a fake hero no better than the rest of them. Uraraka's face crumpled with shock, hurt flashing in her eyes. But Izuku no longer cared. The bitterness and anger had consumed him, transforming his once kind heart into a hardened core of resentment. As he was led back toward the police van, the crowd around him jeered and condemned him, whispering terrible things about him and his mother. The hatred and betrayal coiled tighter. Within him, feeding the dark flame ignited inside. He glanced back one last time, meeting his mother's tearful gaze, and a bitter resolve settled in his heart. They had destroyed him, everything he had believed in, everything he had fought for. And now they would all pay. Inko's heart shattered as she watched her son being taken away, his face twisted in anger and betrayal. Breaking free from the security holding her back, she ran after him, her voice trembling as she called out desperately. She pleaded for Izuku, insisting he was not a villain but her precious boy who deserved a chance to explain. The crowd watched, some with pity, others with judgment in their eyes. Whispers floated through the air, their hurtful words piercing her like daggers. Inko's knees nearly buckled under the weight of their comments, but she forced herself to stay upright, her love for her son giving her strength. She reached the police van just as the door was about to close and caught one last glimpse of Izuku's face through the bars. His eyes softened for a moment, revealing a flicker of sorrow and regret. Inko pressed her hand against the cold metal of the van's door, vowing to fight for him. She would not let them take him away like this. Izuku's eyes locked onto hers, the anger melting away for a brief second, replaced by something vulnerable that reminded her of the little boy who used to cling to her leg, wide-eyed and hopeful. But then, the door slammed shut, cutting off her view, and the van roared to life, pulling away. Inko collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she watched her son disappear down the road, taken from her by a world that had turned against him. Her sobs filled the air, raw and heart-wrenching, a mother's love laid bare for everyone to see. She whispered her apologies, clutching her chest as if trying to hold together the pieces of her broken heart. She promised herself that she would find a way to get him back, no matter what. As the crowd dispersed, casting harsh glances her way, Inko realized that her battle was only beginning. The world had branded her son a villain, and now she would have to stand alone against everyone to prove his innocence even if no one believed in him but her. Izuku Midoriya's heart throbbed with grief and fury as she marched toward the UA faculty members gathered outside the courtroom. Her normally gentle face was contorted with rage, her eyes burning with an intensity that caught everyone's attention. Nizu, Aizawa, and All Might stood before her, trying to appear resolute, but they could not mask the unease they felt under her seething glare. She stopped in front of All Might first, her hands trembling with emotion. Without warning, her hand shot up, and she struck him across the face, the sound echoing around them. The shock was evident in All Might's eyes, but he did not retaliate. He stood there, speechless, as Inko's voice rose, full of hurt and anger. She demanded to know how he could allow her son to be taken away like a criminal after all he had promised to protect him. All Might's face fell, guilt overtaking him as he struggled to find words, but Inko did not give him a chance. She turned to Aizawa, her fury unwavering, questioning how he could disregard everything Izuku had done for his classmates, for him, for the school. Her voice dripped with contempt as she accused them of calling him a hero until it was easier to cast him aside. Aizawa looked down, unable to meet her piercing gaze, shame evident in his silence. Just then, Mitsuki Bakugo approached, worry etched on her face. She reached out as if to comfort Inko, but Inko recoiled, her expression darkening further. She warned Mitsuki not to consider her a friend anymore, blaming her son for Izuku's predicament. Her hands clenched, and her quirk began to flicker, a manifestation of her overwhelming emotions. Before anyone could react, she extended her hand toward Katsuki, who stood nearby, watching the scene with a mix of annoyance and confusion. In a sudden surge of her quirk, she targeted the nerves in Katsuki's arm, tugging sharply. Katsuki gasped, his face contorting in discomfort as his arm jerked involuntarily. He gritted his teeth, clutching his wrist as he felt the effects of her influence. Mitsuki cried out, horrified as her son stumbled backward, wincing. The police moved quickly, restraining Inko before her quirk could escalate further, but her fury remained. Despite the officers holding her back, she managed to cast one last, withering glare at Mitsuki, expressing that the pain her son felt was just a fraction of what she felt now. Mitsuki, shaken and heartbroken, pleaded with the police to drop the charges, explaining that Inko was a mother in pain and that she could not blame her for lashing out. The officers exchanged glances, reluctantly easing their grip on Inko but informing her that she would be put under house arrest due to the incident. Inko did not resist, she simply slumped, her rage fading into a sorrow so deep it threatened to consume her. Back at home, Inko sat alone, confined but lost in her anguish. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she clutched a photograph of her son, the boy who had once been her joy and pride. She whispered to the empty room, her voice barely a breath, expressing her sorrow and determination to fight for him. Inko felt a profound sense of sorrow as she sat alone in her dimly lit living room, tears streaming down her face. The grief weighed heavily in her chest, making it difficult to breathe. With trembling fingers, she picked up her phone and scrolled through her contacts until she found her husband's name. Once a source of strength, he was now a distant voice she desperately hoped would answer her call. The dial tone rang, but there was no answer. As the line switched to the message recorder, Inko's heart sank, yet she refused to give up. Taking a shaky breath, she spoke into the silence, her voice breaking. She expressed her need for him, for his support, especially for their son, Izuku. She paused, overwhelmed by fresh waves of sobs, as she shared the heartbreaking news. Izuku had been taken from them, branded as a villain and a traitor by those they once trusted. Inko's voice trembled as she conveyed her helplessness, pleading for her husband to return and help save their son. Her words faded into quiet sobs as she pressed the phone to her forehead, wishing he could somehow feel her pain. She felt lost without him and without Izuku, clutching the phone to her chest as if it could bridge the distance between. After leaving the message, she sat in silence, drowning in her sorrow, her heart feeling hollow. She took another sip of sake, the bitterness amplifying her emptiness. Inko stared blankly at the wall, wondering if her plea would reach her husband or if she would have to face this nightmare alone. Memories of happier times with her husband flashed through her mind, but the uncertainty of his response loomed heavily over her. Later, Inko found herself at the kitchen table, trembling as she took another sip from the half-empty bottle in front of her. The bitter taste did little to numb the ache in her heart, a pain that felt unbearable. She reflected on how quickly everything had unraveled, her husband called away for work, and now her precious Izuku taken from her by those she had trusted. Her phone buzzed, and she glanced down to see a flood of notifications, hateful messages directed at her and Izuku from strangers who knew nothing of his true character. Each cruel word cut deeper, tearing open her wounds as tears streamed down her face. Desperate for connection, she dialed a familiar number, hoping to hear a voice that cared. But the call went to voicemail. With a shuddering breath, she left a message, pleading for help and expressing her fear of losing Izuku. After hanging up, her heart shattered further as she gripped the bottle tightly, tears continuing to flow, reflecting the bitterness and grief within her. Izuku stumbled forward, shackled at the wrists and ankles, the weight of his chains pressing against his bruised skin. Guards flanked him, their faces grim and devoid of compassion. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, refusing to meet their eyes as they led him through the imposing gates of Tartarus. The prison loomed over him, its high walls shrouded in cold steel. He felt the sting of a needle as a technician took his blood, cataloging his DNA. The retinal scanner blinked harshly in front of him, stripping away the remnants of his old life. The guards wasted no time, pushing him forward until he staggered into his cell. The metal door clanged shut behind him, echoing through the cold walls. Inside the dim cell, Izuku took in his surroundings, a stark concrete box with minimal light filtering through a small barred window. The faint hum of machinery and distant voices faded into an oppressive silence that weighed heavily on him. Clenching his fists, the reality of his situation settled in. They had discarded him, but beneath his calm exterior, anger simmered. Lowering himself to the cold floor, he began to formulate plans in his mind. They thought they could silence him by locking him away, but he was determined to prove them wrong. This was just the beginning. As he glanced around the dim cell, he noticed two figures already present, infamous villains he had heard whispers about. They eyed him with contempt and amusement, their twisted grins reflecting their satisfaction at seeing a former hero in turn brought low. Little Deku, the aspiring hero, was the target of mockery from one of the villains, a towering figure marked by scars from past battles. His companion, a wiry man with a cruel smile, laughed as he assessed Izuku like prey. They taunted him, belittling his dreams of heroism and mocking his current predicament, reducing him to just another trapped soul. Izuku felt the weight of their words, his fists clenching tightly. Before he could react, the larger villain lunged, delivering a punch that knocked the wind out of him, sending him stumbling backward. He bit down hard, refusing to show any sign of pain, knowing that revealing weakness would only encourage them further. The wiry villain moved in next, grabbing a handful of Izuku's hair and forcing him to meet his gaze. He slammed Izuku's head against the wall, each impact resonating painfully. The villain continued to taunt him, questioning the whereabouts of his classmates and friends, suggesting they were laughing at his misfortune. Despite the blurred vision and the pain coursing through him, Izuku steadied himself, determined not to let the tormentors see him falter. Each blow felt like an assault not just on his body but on his pride. This was his new reality, a hell where his past identity was weaponized against him, and the villains thrived on his suffering. The assault continued, with the two villains taking turns, relishing each blow and each twisted word aimed to break him down. As he slumped to the floor, bruised and battered, Izuku's resolve only grew stronger, like iron forged in fire. Each strike and mocking word fueled a growing hatred within him. This was not merely a beating, it was the spark of a new purpose, one that burned deeper and darker than anything he had known before. The torment, he realized, was just beginning. In the following weeks, Tartarus became a relentless cycle of hardship for Izuku. No corner of the prison offered safety, no respite existed from the constant onslaught. In the cafeteria, villains would swipe his food, laughing cruelly as they dumped trays over his head, staining his face with cold, uneaten meals. Hunger gnawed at him, but each attempt to eat led to more ridicule and pain. The washroom was a new level of humiliation. The moment he entered, waiting predators would corner him, forcing him onto the grimy floor. They would sneer, shoving his face toward the toilets, forcing him to scrape his knuckles against the filthy tiles. His pride was trampled, yet he endured, his silent resolve like an unbreakable wall within. The courtyard offered no reprieve. Here, in broad daylight, where guards turned a blind eye, his tormentors treated him like a human punching bag. Izuku felt the bruises multiply, his muscles aching with every fresh kick and every strike that hit bone. Villains would circle him, taking turns, laughing as he struggled to stand upright each time he fell. He lost track of the bruises, the cuts, and the pain. After one particularly brutal day, his limp body was dragged to the prison infirmary, barely conscious and covered in fresh injuries. Lying on the cot, every inch of him ached, and every breath felt like swallowing glass. But beneath the agony, a seething hatred simmered. His body was battered, but his spirit remained unbroken. Each bruise and injury felt like fuel to a silent vow echoing in his mind: revenge. In Tartarus, pain became Izuku's constant companion, yet so did survival. Each day, the villains would break his bones and batter him until he lay barely conscious. Each night, the prison doctor would arrive with cold precision, mending his shattered form with relentless efficiency. Izuku's body was forced to recover, his bones fusing stronger, his endurance growing beneath layers of bruises and scars. The guards were no less brutal. They had their own twisted games, denying him rest and startling him awake every time he managed to slip into brief, exhausted sleep. Shackles dug into his wrists and ankles, ensuring he was never comfortable. Each new healing cycle only hardened his muscles, calloused his skin, and strengthened the very bones they sought to break. Over weeks, Izuku's body became a weapon forged in agony. His pain tolerance was pushed far beyond the human threshold, his bones resilient, and his will sharpened like a blade. Every bruise was a badge, every scar a reminder that he was still standing. The torture was meant to break him, but instead, it was creating something altogether unbreakable. With each passing day, he grew more immune to their cruelty, and an unquenchable rage simmered within him, waiting for the day he would finally be free to repay them for the hell they had inflicted upon him. In his dimly lit cell, all for one sat, his usual calm replaced with simmering fury as he replayed the voice message from his wife. Her desperate pleas trembled through the audio, filled with a pain he had never wanted her to know. She had begged him to bring their son back, her voice barely holding together as she poured out her anguish. Every word fueled a smoldering fire within him. He had promised her once, on the day they parted, that he would never bring his darkness into their lives again, that he would stay in the shadows for her sake and for the sake of their son. But this was different. The very world she had entrusted with their son's safety had betrayed them, branding Izuku a traitor and throwing him into Tartarus. His own flesh and blood, now buried in the darkest depths of society's prison. Izuku sat chained to a chair, his head bowed, his body bruised and beaten from the relentless torment he endured daily in Tartarus. His wrists and ankles throbbed where the shackles dug into his skin. He tried to numb himself, to block out the world, to ignore the taunts and sneers of the guards around him, who took sick pleasure in breaking the spirit of the once aspiring hero. One guard entered the room, sneering as he held up a small screen. He taunted Izuku, announcing that he had a little farewell message from his mother. Izuku's head snapped up, his green eyes wide with fear and confusion. The guard shoved the screen in front of his face and pressed play. The video started, revealing his mother tired and broken, tears emerging her cheeks as she stared into the camera. Her voice, filled with grief and anger, spoke of the betrayal and agony inflicted upon their family. Izuku's heart shattered as he watched her pain and sorrow spill out. Each word felt like a knife, slicing through him as she confessed her despair, her disdain for society, and the twisted reality that had brought their family to ruin. He could barely breathe as she continued, her voice tinged with a dark resolve he had never seen in her before. She expressed that he deserved better, and in a moment of vulnerability, she urged him to take action against the society that toyed with lives and discarded people when they were no longer useful. She implored him to avenge what had been done to them. Izuku felt his heart crack as he listened, tears filling his eyes. He shook his head, desperately wanting to reach through the screen and pull her back from this brink. The guard smirked, his tone mocking, revealing that her message had been broadcasted all over Japan. It seemed his mother wanted to give the world something to talk about. Izuku trembled, disbelief mingling with dread. The guard's words delivered a crushing blow as he revealed that Izuku's mother had taken her own life right after recording the message, unable to bear the shame of being associated with the traitor she had raised. Izuku's world crumbled. His heart felt as if it had been ripped from his chest, her last words echoing in his mind. His body felt numb, but within him, something was shifting, a darkness taking root where hope once resided. The guard continued, his words dripping with malice, claiming that everyone was now calling her the traitor's mother. Izuku's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white as rage began to swell within him. His sorrow twisted into a relentless fury. All his dreams and ideals had been shattered, and now he had nothing left to lose. For the first time, he felt the embers of vengeance stir in his heart. Meanwhile, All Might watched the video in stunned silence, his face pale as he processed what he had just seen and heard. Izuku Midoriya's confession and her connection to his former foe was a devastating revelation, but it was her final words that shook him to his core. He whispered in disbelief that Nana had a daughter. All this time, he had thought he knew his mentor's legacy, believing he had carried on her will without a trace of family to speak of. Now, he realized there was a hidden story, a child his mentor had left behind, a son she had never known about. Not only that, but Inko's husband had been all for one. The realization struck him like a hammer, the weight of it almost too much to bear. The enemy he had fought for years, the embodiment of his greatest battles, had entwined himself with his mentor's family, leaving a child who had once idolized heroes, now condemned and twisted by the system All Might had once believed in. Horror crept over him as he watched Izuku's reaction on screen, the pain, the betrayal, and the flicker of something dark taking root in the young boy's eyes. This was no longer the bright-eyed, hopeful student he had met at UA. This was a boy with nothing left, broken and hollowed by his own world. All Might's voice trembled as he questioned what they had done. He had believed in Izuku, chosen him as a successor, and now that very trust felt like a mistake he couldn't undo. He saw the sorrowful, defeated image of the boy he had promised to protect, a boy who had always believed in him only to be discarded. The screen went blank, and the silence that followed felt deafening. All Might's hands shook slightly as he clenched them, filled with indescribable grief and guilt. He could almost feel Nana's spirit beside him, a questioning, heart-wrenching presence. He had failed her legacy, and worst of all, failed the boy who had tried so desperately to follow in his footsteps. He murmured that they had created this, wondering if there was any path left to right these wrongs, if Izuku would even want redemption. Or had the cruelty he endured already sealed his heart in darkness? In the depths of Tartarus, All for One sat in his cell, an aura of power muted by the quirk-suppressing restraints that held him. He was accustomed to silence and waiting, But the voice that had filled his cell moments before was one he could never have prepared for. The video of Inko's confession played in his mind over and over, each word a knife twisting in his heart. He could see her as she was then his beloved wife, her tears staining her cheeks as she recounted the life they had shared and the fate dealt to their son. Her anguish, her hatred for the heroes and the society that had shattered their family, and her final plea left him numb, yet beneath that numbness, a storm of rage began to rise. His fingers clenched into fists as he replayed her words, her broken voice confessing their secrets to the world. He had always known her strength, loyalty, and fierce love for Izuku. Yet to see her pushed so far, forced to carry the burden of shame and heartbreak alone, was too much. His restraint wavered as fury simmered, the containment cuffs crackling with the effort to keep his power in check. He whispered their names, filled with grief he had long thought himself beyond. For all his ambitions and power, he had failed to protect them, the two people who mattered most in his life. His enemies, the so-called heroes, had ripped his family apart, branded his son a traitor, and driven his wife to despair. And he could do nothing. Here, in this cold, silent cell, he was powerless, forced to watch from afar as the world took everything from him. Anger boiled within him, a dark, seething rage threatening to burst through every barrier around him. The heroes had dared to condemn his son, to torture him in Tartarus, to turn his gentle-hearted, bright-eyed boy into a vessel of hate and vengeance. They would pay for it. Every one of them, from the leaders who wielded their power carelessly to the students who turned against Izuku. He muttered a promise of retribution, sensing a shift in the air as the guards outside his cell cast wary glances at one another, feeling the faint hum of his containment devices flicker. All for one's hands flexed as he calculated his next move, his years of planning and patience merging with a new, fierce motivation. He would escape, one way or another, and when he did, he would not rest until his version of justice had been served. The memory of Inko's last words lingered in his mind, her final request echoing. To destroy everything for her, to dismantle the society that had broken her spirit and taken their son. The heroes, Yue, and everything they cherished would crumble beneath him. For his wife and son, he would make them pay. That night, in the dimly lit cell, Izuku sat motionless, his bruised and battered form a testament to the relentless torment he had endured. But tonight, something within him had finally snapped. The rage and despair simmered until they transformed into a cold, focused resolve. Every injury, every scar, every fractured bone had forged him into something stronger, hardening him both physically and mentally. Slowly, he rose to his feet, the shackles straining against his renewed force. With a single, powerful flex, the chains shattered, metal fragments clinking to the floor. His once kind, determined eyes were now vacant and hollow, devoid of hope or compassion. He looked around at his cellmates, who had taken pleasure in his suffering, and they saw something in him that froze them in place, an unyielding fury that chilled them to the bone. Without hesitation, Izuku moved through them like a storm, every punch and strike landing with unrestrained power. They screamed as he delivered injuries they would never forget, tearing through them with ruthless precision. He held nothing back, his movements relentless and efficient. As he stood amidst the fallen, his expression remained disturbingly blank, his gaze fixed on some distant point. His mind held only one thought, a vow of vengeance. The boy who had once dreamed of saving others was gone. Now, only a hollow shell remained, a being forged from hatred and betrayal, seeking to unleash a reckoning on those who had stripped him of everything. Izuku lay down on the cold, hard floor of his cell, trying to find a semblance of peace amidst the rage that still simmered within him. But his attempt to rest was cut short when a group of guards stormed into his cell, sneering and taunting him. This time, however, they found no fear in his eyes, only an unyielding, empty darkness. Without warning, Izuku sprang to his feet, his movements swift and lethal. The guard's smirks faded, replaced with panic as he grabbed one by the arm, twisting until a sharp crack echoed through the cell. One by one, they tried to subdue him, but he met each attempt with terrifying ferocity. Limbs were wrenched and bones shattered beneath his hands as he moved like a vengeful spirit, his expression cold and merciless. Shouts and screams filled the corridor as the guards outside witnessed the unfolding chaos, only to be drawn in themselves. They rushed to restrain him, but Izuku was unstoppable. He fought with the strength and fury of a demon, each blow leaving lasting, unforgiving damage. The once quiet prison hallways now echoed with chaos, the guards lying broken and defeated in his wake. As the dust settled, Izuku stood alone, his cell littered with the remnants of those who had dared to break him. His breathing slowed and he returned to the cold floor, his hollow gaze drifting upwards. They had tried to reduce him to nothing, but he would be the one to destroy everything they held dear. The next morning, the atmosphere in Tartarus grew colder as All Might entered the cell block where All for One was contained. The two men locked eyes, and despite his restraints, All for One's presence was chilling, an aura of pure malice contained only by the quirk-suppressing cuffs that bound him. For the first time in his life, All Might felt a twinge of hesitation as he looked into the face of his old enemy, a man stripped of his power but consumed with rage. As All Might approached, All for One's gaze narrowed, his voice dripping with venom as he spoke, expressing that if it weren't for the cuffs, All Might and every so-called hero would be dead by now. His words were low, a quiet promise laced with hatred that made the air feel heavier. He demanded to know if All Might realized what he had done, claiming that because of their selfish actions, his wife was dead. His tone rose, every word aimed at All Might's conscience. All Might stood his ground but struggled to maintain his composure. He began to explain that he hadn't known, but All for One cut him off with a bitter, humorless laugh. He accused the heroes of thinking they were noble and righteous, but in their arrogance, they had destroyed the lives of the very people they claimed to protect. He lamented how they had paraded his son as a traitor and driven his wife to despair, his voice shaking with raw, unfiltered grief and anger. All Might felt guilt mix with anger as he struggled to find the words. He began to explain Inko's revelations about her past and the pain she endured, trailing off as he felt the weight of his role in the events that had unfolded. All for One bitterly acknowledged the truth, realizing that while he suffered, the heroes had celebrated. All Might's jaw clenched, feeling the weight of All for One's words. He attempted to defend himself, but All for One spat, his eyes blazing with hatred. He warned that if his son became the monster they all feared, it would be on the heroes. He declared that the society they upheld was built on the broken lives of people they didn't care about. Leaning forward, his restrained hands trembling with barely contained rage, he vowed that when he broke out of there, he would not rest until he had destroyed every piece of it, in her name. All Might felt a shiver run down his spine, knowing that, despite All for One's defeated state, his resolve had only grown more dangerous. All for One's eyes glinted with cold, calculating fury as he leaned closer, declaring that the heroes had planted the seed of vengeance in his son. Izuku might have had a chance, but now he had been pushed too far. What held him back was his mother's kindness, her gentle heart. But after witnessing what had been done to her, he resolved to no longer remain silent. All Might listened, feeling the weight of those words pressing down on him like stones. He struggled to find a response, but before he could speak, All for One continued, his voice filled with dark certainty. "You and your society have pushed him over the edge," he hissed. "Remember this, Toshinori, he is my son. The blood of destruction flows through him. He could become everything you feared. I would be a symbol of pure evil and devastation, a force that will tear down every one of your so-called pillars of peace. He will take my place. And do you know his quirk, Toshinori?" All Might remained silent, his expression grim. "He is an elementalist, able to command every element to his will. I blocked it when he was young, weakened it to keep him safe because his body couldn't handle its power. But tomorrow..." All for One's gaze intensified. "Tomorrow is his birthday, the day he reaches the age where his full potential will awaken. And when he does, I'll be waiting, ready to pass on my power to him." All Might's fists clenched, the reality of All for One's words settling heavily in his mind. "Tell your master, All Might," All for One sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Tell her she has failed yet another grandchild. First Tenko, now Izuku. Her daughter, her son, and now her grandson all turned away from her so-called heroism, lost to her noble ideals. They both despised her, Inko and Izuku alike. They hated what she stood for, the way she abandoned family for society's expectations. They are lost because of her and you. He paused, the hatred in his eyes simmering. Izuku will destroy you, and he will shatter everything you hold dear. This is a promise, All Might, a promise from a father and a husband who will see vengeance delivered, no matter the cost. All Might felt a coldness settle within him, realizing that the man before him wasn't just a villain, he was a father, vowing to leave behind a legacy of hatred that would consume the very heart of the hero world. Inside the realm of One for All, the vestiges of the past wielders stood in stunned silence, watching the chilling scene unfold. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing, the heartbreaking video of Inko Shimura, a woman they had known only in fragments, now pouring her heart out in raw agony. The air was heavy as her voice filled the space, her words striking each of them with relentless force. Nana Shimura watched in horror as her daughter's image played on the screen, her once vibrant and hopeful child now a shadow, a woman broken by years of loneliness, betrayal, and grief. Nana's hands trembled as Inko recounted her abandonment, the scars left by her mother's choice to leave her and Kotaro behind. Each word was a painful reminder of the sacrifices Nana had made, choices she had believed were right for the greater good, but now realized had left a deep, irrevocable wound. As Inko revealed the truth about Hisashi, Nana's heart sank further. She had never known that her own grandson, Izuku, bore the legacy of All for One. The weight of her decisions, the generations of suffering they had caused, crashed down on her with unbearable clarity. All Might, too, watched in silent devastation. He had always carried the weight of his mentor's legacy with pride, but now he felt only guilt, seeing the consequences that had rippled through Nana's family. As Inko's final words echoed, "Destroy them, Izuku. Destroy this society that thinks it can toy with lives and discard people when they're no longer useful," the spirits of One for All were left reeling. This was a woman who had lost everything to a world that glorified heroes, only to abandon those it had deemed unworthy of salvation. Inko's plea hung heavy in the air, a haunting curse that resonated deep within each of them. Nana collapsed to her knees, her face buried in her hands as she wept, the full weight of her actions finally breaking her. She whispered, "Inko, my dear, sweet Inko. I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this." Her regret echoed, reaching the ears of each One for All user, a reminder that heroism often came at a price one they had always thought worth paying until now. Yagi, his face filled with grief, rested a hand on Nana's shoulder. "I never knew. I never imagined this would be the cost of our mission," he murmured, his voice choked with sorrow. The others were silent, each lost in thought, burdened by the realization of what their legacy had done to the family they had sworn to protect. Inko's final image faded, her message lingering in there. "Mine's a testament to the brokenness that lay beneath society's expectations, a challenge to the ideals they had fought so long to uphold." They could no longer ignore the pain their choices had caused, nor the cost that had been paid by those left behind. The spirit of One for All was left with a scar, a reminder that heroism, for all its glory, had a darker side, one that could destroy lives just as easily as it saved them. Nana's spirit shattered further upon hearing Inko's last, tragic decision. The weight of her daughter's final act hit her like a tidal wave, sinking her into a pit of grief and despair. Her body shook, her cries echoing through the empty, timeless space of One for All, and every past user watched, unable to offer solace for the pain she bore. Each revelation had already torn through Nana, the abandonment of her children, the path Kotaro had taken, the suffering her grandson had endured. But Inko's final act of desperation was a pain beyond anything she could bear. Her mind replayed the image of her daughter in that dark, lonely room, the hopelessness in her eyes as she recorded her last words. It was a heartbreak she would never recover from, a wound carved so deep that it reverberated through the very core of One for All. But why did it have to be like this? Nana choked out, her voice quivering, her hands gripping her chest as if trying to stop her heart from breaking completely. All Might placed a hand on her shoulder, But no words could comfort her, no heroism could erase the reality that her choices had left a legacy of pain, grief, and brokenness for her family. As Nana sat in her despair, the other users shared her guilt, feeling the weight of the tragic history they had all contributed to. In the silent space of One for All, they stood together, mourning not just Inko, but all the lives and dreams lost to the ideals they had fought so tirelessly to uphold. All Might emerged from his mindscape, leaving without a word, but the warning from All for One echoed ominously behind him. All for One laughed maniacally as he proclaimed that All Might's son would seek revenge, vowing to destroy society and all heroes until he fulfilled Inko's last wish. All Might was left to ponder whether they had truly done the right thing or if they had created a monster destined to wreak havoc until satisfied. The next day, an unsettling silence blanketed the cafeteria as Izuku entered. His figure cast an imposing shadow, his expression hardened, and his eyes devoid of any trace of innocence or fear. The other inmates, sensing something different, whispered among themselves, while a few dared to taunt him, sneering as they attempted to provoke him once more. Izuku remained unfazed. Instead, he stepped forward, his eyes darkening as he focused on those who approached him with hostility. In an instant, he struck, his movements precise and powerful. Each punch and kick landed with tremendous force, and soon, chaos erupted in the cafeteria as inmates scrambled to defend themselves or flee. Behind him, a haunting silhouette seemed to loom, amplifying the menace Izuku radiated. The sight chilled everyone to the core, and the bravest inmates who had once taken pride in tormenting him now trembled. One by one, Izuku overwhelmed them, his expression unchanging. The force of his strikes left them incapacitated, their cries echoing throughout the prison walls. Some attempted to crawl away, but Izuku showed no mercy, ensuring each one felt the weight of every blow he had endured at their hands. The guards watched, paralyzed, as Izuku dismantled the cafeteria single-handedly. To them, he resembled a true force of nature, his rage manifesting into something unstoppable and terrifying. This was no longer the boy they had ridiculed. He was now a relentless force, hardened by the unforgiving treatment he had suffered. As the last of his aggressors lay defeated before him, Izuku straightened, casting an emotionless gaze over the silent, fearful room. His mind was clear, and one thought remained: vengeance. Izuku approached the counter, his presence making the cafeteria worker hesitate. The server, who had once delighted in withholding food or mocking him, now stared back, hands trembling. Izuku demanded food, his voice low and cold, insisting on better than the scraps given to others. The server, glancing nervously at the guards who now averted their eyes, quickly scooped a proper portion onto Izuku's tray. Without a word of thanks, Izuku took his tray and found an empty table. The inmates around him fell silent, casting wary glances as he sat. No one dared approach or whisper. The terror in the air was palpable. For the first time, they realized that the boy they had mocked was now someone far beyond their reach, someone they feared. After finishing his meal, Izuku stood and let his gaze sweep over the silent cafeteria. His voice cut through the tense air, calm but laced with a promise of retribution. He stated that he wanted a better bed and improved conditions in his cell, ensuring every guard, inmate, and staff member heard him. He warned that if his demands were not met, there would be consequences. As he made his way toward the gym, those nearby instinctively parted to let him pass. Upon reaching the training area, he turned back to the guards lingering by the door, declaring that he was there to train and that anyone who dared to interrupt would face the wrath of the Oni they all feared. The guards shifted uncomfortably, sharing uneasy glances but remaining rooted in place, uncertain and wary. Izuku's reputation was spreading quickly. His presence now loomed over the prison, a vengeful force none dared to challenge. Izuku lifted the barbell, its weight feeling effortless in his grip. He sensed a few prisoners creeping up behind him, whispering and snickering, clearly underestimating his resolve. In one swift motion, he swung the barbell backward, connecting with a satisfying thud as the first inmate stumbled back, shocked. The others quickly tried to retreat, but Izuku's eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward, the barbell moving like an extension of his fury. One by one, each prisoner fell under his relentless strikes. The sounds of pain filled the gym, yet he continued, leaving no one standing. By the time he stopped, the once pristine barbell was stained, and he stood over the defeated bodies around him. The others in the gym could only watch, frozen, as he let the barbell drop with a chilling clang. Without a word, he turned his back on the scene and walked away, leaving behind the bruised and battered prisoners. His expression remained calm, but his eyes held a dark, unspoken promise for anyone else foolish enough to test him. Gran Torino noticed a notification of a viral video one quiet night in his modest, dimly lit home. Curiosity and concern tugged at him as he clicked on a video involving Izuku Midoriya, the mother of Izuku, the boy Toshinori had spoken about with pride. The video began with a shaky image of Izuku, her eyes red and hollow, her face pale, as if all hope had drained from her. She looked exhausted and broken, a stark contrast to the cheerful young mother he had once met. Her voice, raw and vulnerable, filled with bitterness, shook him. She introduced herself as Izuku Midoriya, the so-called traitor's mother, and revealed secrets she could no longer carry. Clutching a bottle of wine for support, she disclosed her true identity as Izuku Shimura, the daughter of Nana Shimura, the former symbol of peace. Gran Torino felt the weight of her words hit him like a freight train. He found himself frozen, memories of Nana flooding his mind. The proud, resilient woman he had fought alongside had a daughter he had never known, and that daughter was now unveiling a painful truth. Izuku revealed that she was also the sister of Kotaro Shimura, inheriting her mother's quirk against her will. She spoke of her father, who had been killed in the line of duty, and how her mother, in her pursuit of justice, had abandoned her and her brother in an orphanage. Her brother had harbored hatred for their mother, and Izuku admitted that part of her felt the same. The bitterness in Izuku's words resonated deeply with Gran Torino. He had always known Nana's choices were difficult, but he had never realized the toll they took on her children. As he listened, the weight of Nana's legacy felt heavier than ever. Izuku took a shaky breath and began to speak of her husband, Hisashi. She recalled her love for him, how she had believed he was a kind and humble man. But after their marriage, he revealed a shocking truth: he was all for one, the very man that all might despised. He had made that choice to protect their family from a world that would judge their son for being the child of both a hero and a villain. Gran Torino's heart twisted painfully as Izuku poured out her soul. The revelation struck him hard. This boy he had once met was both all for one's son and Nana's grandson. Now, Toshinori and the Hero Society had imprisoned him. Izuku's voice grew weaker, tears streaming down her face as she spoke of her son, who had been sentenced for crimes she believed he did not commit. Her body trembled as she took another sip from the bottle, struggling to contain her sobs. She expressed her hatred for the heroes, blaming them for the destruction of her family. Because of their judgment, her husband was gone, her son was suffering, and she felt she could no longer endure the pain. Her final words pierced Gran Torino's heart. She urged her son, if he could hear her, to destroy the society that had torn their lives apart. With a shuddering breath, she set the camera down, her sobs echoing before the screen faded to black. Gran Torino sat in stunned silence, staring at the screen. Anger ignited within him. Toshinori's name appeared in interviews alongside others from UA. His fists clenched, betrayal searing through him. He had trained Toshinori to uphold justice and honor Nana's legacy, yet Toshinori had allowed her grandson to be branded a traitor and suffer in a prison cell. Gran Torino stood abruptly, grabbing his coat with determination. He resolved to confront Toshinori, unwilling to let him escape the consequences of his actions. Minutes later, he arrived at Toshinori's door and pounded on it with force. When Toshinori opened the door, his confident demeanor faded upon seeing Gran Torino's stormy expression. Before Toshinori could speak, Gran Torino seized him by the collar, pulling him close. He spoke in a low, seething tone, expressing his anger at Toshinori's choices that had left a family in ruins, a family Nana had fought her entire life to protect. Gran Torino accused Toshinori of betraying everything she stood for. The dimly lit cell in Tartarus felt oppressive, a cage for the most dangerous beings. The silence was broken only by the sound of chains as Stain moved, his scarred face twisted into an amused smirk. Across from him, Izuku Midoriya stood still, his emerald eyes devoid of emotion, his posture unnervingly calm for someone in such a grim place. Stain's voice broke the silence, low and gravelly, filled with intrigue and menace. He acknowledged Izuku's courage but warned him that guts alone would not save him. Outside the cell, heroes, villains, and monsters all sought power and control, ready to tear apart anyone who showed weakness. To survive and destroy them, Izuku needed more than brute strength. He needed to become a predator who could use anything as a weapon. Izuku remained silent, his stillness reflecting cold, calculating patience. Stain's smirk widened, pleased with the boy's demeanor. He crouched down and scratched a rough circle onto the concrete floor with a broken shard of metal, introducing the Killer Peter SS rank method. Stain explained that this method was about absolute efficiency, teaching that a true killer relies on intent and the environment rather than tools. He tossed a piece of chalk at Izuku's feet, mocking its perceived uselessness. But in the hands of a killer, even something as simple as chalk could end a life. The first step in the SS rank method was understanding that intent transforms the mundane into the deadly. Without warning, Stain lunged at Izuku, chains clinking as he closed the distance. Izuku instinctively stepped back, raising the chalk defensively. Stain struck the chalk from his hand, emphasizing that a killer does not defend, they act. Izuku retrieved the chalk, his expression unchanged, ready to learn. He stood still for a moment, processing Stain's words. Then, with a sudden burst of movement, he lunged forward, aiming the chalk at Stain's throat. The hero killer sidestepped easily, his chains catching Izuku's arm and twisting it behind his back. Stain acknowledged the improvement, releasing him and noting that Izuku was still thinking like a hero. He warned that hesitation would be his downfall. Izuku rose to his feet, his emerald eyes glinting with newfound understanding. He nodded silently. The next night, Stain expanded the lesson. He scattered various objects across the cell: rusty nails, shards of broken concrete, and a single shoelace. He explained that a killer doesn't carry an arsenal, they are the arsenal. Everything around them can be a weapon if used correctly. Izuku picked up the shoelace, his gaze thoughtful. Stain chuckled darkly, explaining that a shoelace could be used to trip someone, bind their limbs, or even act as a sling for a heavier object. The true weapon was not the shoelace but the person wielding it. Izuku tightened his grip on the shoelace as Stain demonstrated how to use each item in the room. He showed Izuku how to sharpen a nail against the concrete to create a makeshift dagger, how to use the weight of a shard to break bones, and how to turn a corner of the cell into a trap. Stain emphasized that adaptation is key. A true killer sees opportunity in chaos. By the third week, Stain introduced the most critical part of the method: understanding the opponent. He explained that a predator observes, calculates, and then strikes. The way an opponent breathes, stands, and moves reveals their intentions. Izuku needed to read them before they saw him. To test this, Stain attacked without warning. Each strike was swift, but his movements carried subtle patterns. Izuku had to rely on observation rather than instinct. Over time, he began to notice the signs: the tightening of Stain's muscles before a lunge, the twitch of his fingers before a feint. By the end of the lesson, Izuku had not only dodged several attacks but had countered one, grazing Stain's arm with a shard of concrete. Stain grinned, blood dripping from the shallow wound, acknowledging Izuku's progress. The next day, in the dimly lit halls of Tartarus, Midoriya sat atop a crude throne of metal and chains, flanked by guards who seemed more nervous than protective. The echoes of footsteps reached him, and he turned his gaze toward the approaching figure. The guards stiffened as All for One emerged, his ominous presence filling the room. A strange silence enveloped them as he looked upon Midoriya, his eyes gleaming with hidden intent. All for One's voice was smooth, almost cordial, as he acknowledged Midoriya's rise to power. Midoriya narrowed his eyes, sensing that All for One was not there merely to acknowledge his strength or position. There was something deeper, a familiarity in his tone that hinted at more than mere curiosity. Midoriya demanded to know the reason for All for One's visit, refusing to indulge in his games. A faint smile crossed All for One's lips, one that never reached his eyes. He claimed he wanted to see the young man Midoriya had become, mentioning a connection that stirred something within Midoriya. Midoriya's expression remained unreadable, but there was an intensity behind his eyes. He felt shaken by the implications of All for One's words. All for One insisted that the truth had been withheld to give Midoriya the life of a hero away from him, but destiny had brought them together. Midoriya's mind raced as he tried to reconcile this claim with everything he knew. He rejected the notion that calling him son would sway him. All for One chuckled, an eerie sound that sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. He acknowledged that he did not expect Midoriya to be swayed but wanted him to know that his legacy flowed within him, even if he did not want to acknowledge it. Midoriya clenched his fists, every instinct rejecting the idea of sharing any legacy with All for One. He declared that All for One's legacy meant nothing to him and that he was a monster. All for One nodded as if he had anticipated the response, pointing out that Midoriya was rising to power, commanding fear and respect, and was more like him than he realized. Midoriya's glare was icy, and he firmly stated that he would never become what All for One was. All for One's expression shifted, a strange mix of pride and amusement, as he remarked that they would see if Midoriya's path remained his own or if he would be drawn to All for One's. With that, All for One turned, his dark silhouette blending into the shadows, leaving Midoriya to process his words alone. As he faded into the darkness, he paused and looked back, his voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper. He mentioned Midoriya's mother, Inko, and questioned whether he planned to ignore her final wish. Midoriya's heart skipped a beat, gripping the armrests of his throne as memories of his mother's face and her last words cut through him. All for One's tone softened, almost feigning sympathy, as he spoke of her last wish being simple yet powerful. He reminded Midoriya that she wanted him to tear the world down and make them all pay, letting the words hang in the air as he studied Midoriya's expression. Midoriya's eyes darkened, memories flooding his thoughts. He recalled the agony his mother endured, the world that turned its back on her, and the quiet anger she hid behind gentle smiles. Her last words were born not of malice but of grief, betrayal, and helplessness. That grief and desperation were now rooted deep in his heart. All for One continued to push, his voice a mix of mockery and venom, questioning whether they had sent her ashes and if the so-called heroes had shown any respect. Midoriya felt something snap within him. His jaw tightened as he forced himself to breathe slowly, suppressing the surge of anger rising in his chest. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady but simmering with rage, revealing that they had discarded her as if she meant nothing. All for One's smile twisted with satisfaction, indicating that Midoriya understood the world his mother despised and the people who wronged her. They deserved nothing less than what she had asked of him. Her wish was still waiting to be fulfilled. Midoriya's gaze hardened, an intense resolve settling within him. The weight of his mother's words, her last wish, became an oath etched into his heart: destroy everything. With one final glance, All for One stepped back into the shadows, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts and a choice: to honor his mother's final wish, no matter the cost. Izuku's eyes narrowed, suspicion dripping from his demeanor as he questioned why All for One had called him there. All for One let out a quiet chuckle, though his gaze remained serious, revealing that he believed it was time for Izuku to inherit his quirk All for One. Midoriya stiffened at the thought of wielding the very quirk that made this man a living nightmare, a legend of power and control. It was a gift with more darkness than he had ever considered. All for One continued, his eyes gleaming as he held Midoriya's gaze, revealing that there was more. His true quirk, the one he should have had from the beginning, Elementalist. He had blocked it, knowing Izuku's young body was too fragile to handle its power back then. But now, he was more than ready. The realization hit Izuku like a shockwave. A quirk he had never known he possessed, locked away this entire time. The name Elementalist radiated strength, the kind of power he had always dreamed of unleashing without constraint. All for One observed as the realization dawned on him, acknowledging that Izuku was angry and wanted to change society, to tear down everything that had wronged him and his mother. He could do it with All for One, but to truly fulfill her last wish, he would need more than rage. He would need to wield both his elementalist abilities and All for One's power. Izuku's gaze was intense, his mind racing as he questioned why All for One wanted him to inherit the very thing that had given him power. All for One leaned forward, his voice a dark murmur, explaining that the world had lost sight of true strength and that he saw in Izuku the will to reshape it. The world had betrayed him, stripped him of everything. Wasn't it time he made them remember what real power was? Izuku's expression hardened, the weight of his mother's final wish echoing in his mind. To honor her and create change, perhaps he did need to wield more than his own strength. The path was brutal, but the promise of that power was almost impossible to resist. He asked what he had to do, his voice steady but charged with fierce resolve. All for One smiled, satisfied, seeing the spark of ambition and vengeance in his eyes. All for One continued, surprisingly calm, explaining that the blocking of his quirk wasn't solely his decision. His mother, Inko, had been terrified for him. She knew All for One's true identity and understood the weight of power, even if she hated him for it. She worried about what that quirk could do to him at such a young age. Izuku's eyes flickered with conflicting emotions as he struggled to imagine his mother knowing any of this, trusting All for One enough to let him block his quirk. She had been scared that power would consume him, that he would hurt himself in ways he couldn't understand. All for One's tone softened slightly as he revealed that Inko loved him more than anything, willing to let her son grow up without ever knowing his true power if it meant keeping him safe. Izuku clenched his fists, his anger somewhat tempered by the thought of his mother's worry. He could feel her fear and love through All for One's words, leaving him with an unsettling mix of resentment and sadness. She had been protecting him in ways he had never known. He murmured that All for One had no right to make those decisions. All for One conceded, acknowledging the pain he had caused. But now, Izuku had that power, and her fears were no longer his burden to bear. He was ready to use it in a way she wouldn't have imagined, for the change she would have wanted for him and perhaps for more. Izuku's anger didn't fade entirely, but it was now focused and sharpened by understanding. His mother had tried to protect him, even if it meant aligning with someone she detested. All for One's words struck Izuku like a hammer, heavy and unrelenting. He continued, sincerely explaining that Inko had sacrificed her career, her ambitions, everything she had worked so hard to build, just to raise him. She was brilliant, one of the best. If she had wanted, she could have been one of the country's most revered judges or a renowned lawyer. But she chose him every time. Izuku's mind flashed back to the framed degree in their modest apartment, recalling the way his mother sometimes looked at it with a small, wistful smile. She had never complained or hinted at regret, she had simply poured everything into raising him. All for One's voice softened as he continued, revealing that if there was a part of Izuku that truly wanted to honor her and avenge the pain and injustice she suffered, he should listen. Not as a villain or as the man the world called a monster, but as his mother's husband, the man who once held her trust. For her sake, he should give All for One a chance to guide him. Izuku's fists trembled, his heart a storm of emotions, rage, grief, and something harder to define. All for One had been everything he despised, everything his mother had once shielded him from. But now, as he stood there, looking into the eyes of the man who had loved her in his own twisted way, Izuku felt a pull, a deep, unyielding weight in his chest. His voice was low, almost a whisper as he asked what he should do for her. All for One met his gaze, unwavering, urging him to rise to the heights she had dreamed of for him. He spoke of taking the power to change the world, to root out the decay and bring forth a new order, emphasizing that society was broken and Izuku could be the one to rebuild it for her, for everything she had sacrificed. Izuku took a slow, deep breath, feeling the weight of his mother's legacy settle on his shoulders. This was no longer just about revenge, it was about carrying on the strength, love, and fierce protection she had shown him throughout his life. If that meant listening to All for One even just this once, then perhaps he owed her that much. His voice, cold and steely, cut through the silence as he expressed a desire to give the world the pain they had inflicted on her, 100 times worse than what they had done to him. All for One's eyes gleamed with dark satisfaction, sensing Izuku's unyielding resolve. He affirmed Izuku's intentions, noting that they had taken everything from her and from them. Now it was time for them to understand what true suffering felt like. Izuku's fists clenched, a storm of emotion threatening to break free as he recalled how they had wanted him to be powerless, how they thought they could silence her and cast her aside. He vowed to make them regret every second of that. All for One nodded approvingly, his voice soft but laced with venom as he assured Izuku that they would know the consequences of underestimating her son. He stepped closer, declaring that together they would dismantle a society that bred hypocrisy and cruelty. Izuku's jaw tightened as the image of his mother's gentle smile flashed in his mind. She had sacrificed so much for him, sheltered him from darkness, even as it seeped into her own life. Now, he would return that devotion in the only way he knew how, by giving them all a taste of the fear, helplessness, and agony she had endured. For her, he whispered that they would pay every single one of them. The flickering lights of Tartarus cast long, uneven shadows on the damp walls. Izuku Midoriya sat cross-legged on the cold floor of his cell, his mind sharpened by the brutal training Stain had subjected him to. Yet, the next lesson would take him beyond instinct and precision. It would demand something deeper, the complete acceptance of his own darkness. Stain, the embodiment of conviction, stood before Izuku, his presence an oppressive weight. His scarred face was twisted into a grim mask, but there was no malice in his gaze, only cold understanding. He began by stating that Izuku had learned to kill, mastering the tools, instincts, and execution. However, that was only half of the transformation. A true killer does not just act, they become. The darkness is not something to wield, it is something to embody. Izuku's emerald eyes, now devoid of their former light, met Stain's unflinchingly. He acknowledged his understanding, but Stain insisted he did not yet grasp the full meaning. The first step was comprehension. Stain led Izuku into a deeper part of the prison, where the echoes of anguish served as a constant reminder of the cost of weakness. He gestured to the cells lining the walls, filled with killers, betrayers, and monsters, and asked Izuku what separated them from him. Izuku glanced at the shadowy figures behind the bars, their eyes glinting with malice. Stain explained that fear was the difference. They feared their own darkness and acted out of that fear. But Izuku needed to embrace it, accept it fully, for only then would he be truly free. The lesson was not taught through words alone. Stain forced Izuku to confront the prisoners, each one a reflection of what he could become if he failed. There were men who had killed for greed, vengeance, and sport, their eyes burning with madness and desperation. Stain reassured Izuku that he was not like them, that his darkness was not a weakness but a strength. He urged him to embrace it, promising that no one would be able to stop him. The next step was internal. Stain presented Izuku with a cracked mirror, its jagged edges reflecting a distorted image of the boy. He ordered Izuku to look at himself and ask what he saw. Izuku stared into the glass, his expression unreadable, and replied that he saw emptiness. Stain encouraged him to fill that emptiness, explaining that darkness was not just about what he had lost but about what he would become. Every scar and shadow was part of him, and he needed to accept and own it. To force the confrontation, Stain whispered doubts and fears into Izuku's ear, making him relive moments that had broken him: Bakugo's bullying, his mother's tears, the crushing weight of powerlessness. At first, the memories threatened to overwhelm him, but slowly, Izuku began to reshape them. The pain became fuel, the fear a weapon. Each memory transformed from a source of weakness into a foundation for his transformation. To teach Izuku how to live within the darkness, Stain devised a series of exercises that blurred the line between reality and illusion. He explained that Izuku must learn to move unseen, to exist in the spaces between light and shadow. The darkness would hide him, but only if he embraced it fully. Izuku was tasked with navigating Tartarus unnoticed, slipping past guards who patrolled the halls with flashlights cutting through the gloom. Initially he struggled, but with each attempt, he grew more adept, learning to anticipate their patterns and blend into the darkness as if he were a part of it. By the end of the exercise, he could move through the prison like a ghost, his presence undetectable even to the most vigilant guard. The final lesson was the most challenging. Stain brought in a prisoner known for his cruelty and violence, presenting him as Izuku's test. He handed Izuku a knife and commanded him to kill the man. The prisoner sneered, confident as he sized up the young boy, but Izuku did not hesitate. He stepped forward, his movements calm and deliberate. The confrontation was brief. Izuku's training had made him efficient, and the prisoner stood no chance. When it was over, Izuku stood over the man's lifeless body, the knife in his hand, his expression cold and emotionless. Stain nodded in approval, acknowledging that Izuku had not hesitated. You didn't falter. You embraced the darkness, Midoriya. You were ready. The transformation complete. By the end of the training, Izuku was no longer the boy who had entered Tartarus. He had become something else entirely, a weapon forged in shadows, tempered by pain and sharpened by resolve. As he stood in the dim light of the prison, his green hair casting eerie reflections on the walls, Izuku's voice broke the silence. He understood now, the darkness wasn't his enemy. It was his ally. He would use it to create a world where the weak no longer suffered. Stain watched him with a mixture of pride and unease. He reminded Izuku that the darkness was a double-edged sword and that he must wield it wisely, or it would consume him. Izuku's eyes, devoid of warmth, met Stain's. He declared that it wouldn't consume him, he was the darkness. With that, the boy who once dreamed of being a hero stepped fully into the shadows, his transformation complete. The final trial. Months of relentless training had honed Izuku Midoriya into something entirely unrecognizable. His once hopeful emerald eyes were now cold, calculating, and emotionless. Every muscle in his body, every thought in his mind, had been sculpted for one purpose: to move with purpose and to live in the shadows. Stain observed him with a mix of pride and somber understanding. This was the last day, the culmination of all the lessons, the trials, and the pain. Stain would now test Izuku to see if he had truly become what he needed to survive in the world. Stain's final words. The training room, a hollowed-out section of Tartarus untouched by light, had become their arena. Stain stood on one side, armed with his blood-red blades, while Izuku stood on the other, empty-handed. Stain informed Izuku that this was his final trial. He had learned everything Stain could teach him: how to move unseen and think like a predator. Now, he must prove that he could surpass Stain. Today, he was not Stain's student, he was his enemy. Gun leaned against a beam in the expansive underground training hall, his piercing eyes never leaving Midoriya. The air was heavy with the sound of fists striking metal, solid, relentless, and unyielding. A battered old refrigerator, its surface marred with deep dents and scratches, stood as Midoriya's opponent for the day. His bloodied knuckles struck with unwavering rhythm, each impact reverberating through the hall. Gun remarked that pain was the best teacher. It either broke a person or made them unshakable. He needed to know what kind of man Midoriya was. Midoriya didn't respond. His focus was razor-sharp. His breathing was labored, and his muscles screamed for rest, but his mind refused to waver. With almost mechanical precision, he raised his fist again and drove it into the twisted metal. Gu, sitting casually on a stack of mats nearby, twirled a wooden sword in his hands as he watched. He commented that at this rate, the refrigerator might hold up better than Midoriya. Gun glanced at Gu with a faint chuckle, stating that if Midoriya fell apart, he wasn't worth the effort. But if he kept going, he would become a masterpiece. The first few weeks were nothing short of hell. Gun's training philosophy was brutal: shatter the limits of the body and mind to forge something unbreakable. He told Midoriya that strength wasn't given, it was earned, and the price was everything he thought he had. Morning sessions began with grueling endurance exercises. Midoriya was made to carry heavy chains wrapped around his torso, dragging massive tires across uneven terrain. Gun insisted on uphill sprints, each run punctuated by Midoriya collapsing from exhaustion, only for Gun to bark orders for him to get back up. Gun explained that the body was a tool, and tools were useless if they broke under pressure. Midoriya gritted his teeth, hauling himself to his feet despite the weight pulling him down. His cold, focused expression didn't falter. By the third week, Gun introduced wall climbs with nothing but bare hands, punishing Midoriya for every slip or hesitation. His palms were raw and bleeding, but he didn't stop. Gu often watched from the sidelines, occasionally tossing in snide remarks. He questioned whether Gun was sure Midoriya wouldn't break. Gun didn't respond, his attention fixed on Midoriya. He believed Midoriya was not the type to break, he would adapt or die trying. When Gun deemed Midoriya's physical foundation strong enough, the focus shifted to technique. Each day brought the introduction of a new martial art, and each night was spent drilling it into perfection. Gun explained that Kyokushin karate was all about brute force, and every strike must be a knockout. Midoriya imitated the move, his kick slamming into the dummy with impressive force. The dummy quivered but didn't topple. Gun acknowledged Midoriya's effort but noted that his balance was off. He instructed him to try again. For hours, Midoriya practiced under Gun's scrutinizing eye. The faintest mistake was met with immediate correction. When the sun rose the next day, they moved on to the next art: Shotokan karate, judo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and more, all drilled into Midoriya with relentless precision. Gu remarked that most people spent years mastering just one of these arts, but Midoriya was different. It was as if he was downloading them into his brain. Gun's gaze remained locked on Midoriya, his expression unreadable. He quietly noted that Midoriya was not just learning, he was evolving. But martial arts alone weren't enough. Gun designed a regimen of extreme strength and endurance training to push Midoriya beyond human limits. One day, he ordered Midoriya to punch through a reinforced steel slab set up in the training hall. Midoriya's knuckles were already raw, but he didn't hesitate. He struck the steel with all his might, the impact sending a painful shock up his arm. Gun commanded him to try again. The first cracks appeared after the 10th punch. By the 20th, the steel began to bend. Gun smirked slightly, stating that pain was temporary, but power was forever. Each task was more punishing than the last. One day, Midoriya was made to lift boulders. The next, he was tasked with running laps around the hall while dragging a sled loaded with weights. And always, Gun's voice pushed him further. He reminded Midoriya that everything in life fights back. If one wanted to win, they had to hit harder, move faster, and endure longer. There were no shortcuts. Midoriya's body ached for rest, but his mind remained a fortress, cold and focused. On the final day of training, Gun and Gu stood at the center of the hall, their postures relaxed but their eyes sharp. Gun's tone was heavy with anticipation as he declared that it was time for Midoriya to demonstrate everything he had learned and endured. Midoriya stepped forward, his expression unreadable. Without warning, he launched himself at Gun with explosive speed. Gun blocked the first strike, but the force of it pushed him back a step. Midoriya's movements were a terrifying blend of every style he had learned: brutal, precise, and relentless. Gun noted that Midoriya was holding back and urged him to stop treating him like he was fragile. Midoriya's next attack was faster, his strikes flowing seamlessly from one technique to another. A feint with his left hand followed by a spinning kick caught Gun off guard, sending him stumbling. Before Gun could recover, Midoriya delivered a perfectly timed sweep that knocked him to the ground. Gun lay there for a moment, breathing heavily, before he laughed a deep, satisfied laugh that echoed through the hall. He acknowledged Midoriya's achievement, stating that he was no longer just his student but his greatest work, his masterpiece. Midoriya stood silently, his cold eyes locked on Gun. Gu smirked from the sidelines, teasing Gun about being out of a job. Gun's grin widened, insisting there was always more to learn. He stepped closer to Midoriya, clapping a hand on his shoulder and affirming that he was ready for whatever came next. Midoriya's lips curled into the faintest smirk, his icy demeanor unshaken. He felt prepared for anything. That day, he walked out of the training hall a different man, hardened, unyielding, and armed with skills that would make him a force of nature. Behind him, Gun and Gu watched with a mixture of pride and awe, wondering what they had unleashed. Later, Midoriya stood in front of the mirror, his reflection almost unrecognizable. The face staring back at him was sharp and intimidating. His jet-black hair had an untamed yet refined look, and his piercing eyes held a depth that was both commanding and eerie. His physique embodied discipline and strength, honed from the rigorous training Gun had put him through. As he flexed his fingers, the scars from his past life were barely visible on his skin. The voice that escaped his lips was no longer timid. It was deep, calm, and calculated. Gun stood beside him, arms crossed, a satisfied smirk on his lips. He reminded Midoriya that the old him needed to die, and what stood before him now was his masterpiece. Midoriya was no longer a symbol of weakness. He was the predator in a world of prey. Midoriya turned his gaze toward Gun, acknowledging that this transformation was not just about appearance. Gun confirmed that he had ensured Midoriya would embrace what came next. With a new face, a new voice, and the strength to match, no one would recognize him, not even those who thought they knew him best. More importantly, no one would dare stand against him. Midoriya nodded slowly, his expression cold and unreadable. He inquired about the doctor who had helped him. Gun chuckled, noting that the doctor did an excellent job and preferred to disappear after making his miracles. Midoriya smiled faintly, stating he had no need for gratitude. This was merely a means to an end. Gun clapped a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, the force of it almost knocking the air out of the room. He expressed his approval of Midoriya's mindset, declaring that he was no longer Izuku Midoriya, the boy who couldn't fight back. From that day forward, he was the king of predators, a man forged in destiny. As Midoriya stepped outside the training compound for the first time since his transformation, the air felt different, colder. The eyes of everyone around him lingered on his new form, their awe and fear evident. Gun leaned against the doorway, watching as Midoriya began to adapt to his surroundings. As Midoriya strode forward, a group of recruits training nearby froze, their gazes following his every move. One of them whispered about whether he was the one Gun had been working on, noting that he didn't even look human anymore. Gun overheard and grinned, stating that Midoriya was beyond that now. Midoriya's voice broke through the murmurs, silencing everyone instantly. He warned them that whispers wouldn't help them survive and urged them to focus on themselves or risk crumbling under mediocrity. The recruits quickly returned to their training, their faces pale. Gun laughed softly, muttering to himself about how Midoriya was going to be something else. Later that evening, Midoriya stood alone in the shadows of the compound. His reflection in a broken window stared back at him, the moonlight accentuating every sharp angle of his new visage. His deep, commanding voice echoed in the silence as he contemplated his transformation. He recognized that his new face, voice, and strength were all tools for what was to come. The weak would be reminded of their place, and he would be the one to do it. From the shadows, Gun's voice interrupted his thoughts, asking what Midoriya would do with his power. Midoriya didn't turn to face him, stating that he would become the nightmare they feared and the shadow they couldn't escape. Gun chuckled, pleased with this response, welcoming Midoriya to his new self. In a tight security room, All for One's trembling hand hovered over Midoriya, the atmosphere heavy with energy. Midoriya's sharp, determined gaze pierced through the dimly lit chamber. His eyes, once vibrant green, had transformed, reflecting the darkness he had embraced. The sclera of his eyes had turned an inky black, while his pupils shone a stark, almost ethereal white, radiating an unsettling aura of power. The tendrils of All for One's power coiled like serpents, reaching into Midoriya's core. His body trembled as the quirks poured into him, an overwhelming torrent of strength, memories, and raw potential. Pain rippled through him, but amidst the chaos, his expression remained eerily calm, a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Midoriya's voice, deeper and colder than ever, echoed in the chamber as he acknowledged the culmination of All for One's power, legacy, and ambition now becoming his own. All for One chuckled weakly, visibly drained from the process. Feel it. The power to reshape the world, to dominate and create as you see fit. How does it feel, my heir? Izuku raised a hand, flexing his fingers as dark, crackling energy surrounded him. His black sclera and glowing white pupils seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the room. It felt liberating, he thought, carrying an edge of restrained fury and dark excitement. For the first time, he was not bound by anyone's expectations, neither by heroes, nor by society, nor even by All for One. All for One smirked faintly, pleased with the transformation. That was the mindset of a ruler. Midoriya's grin widened, devoid of warmth, only the cold confidence of someone who had finally grasped the destiny he believed he was meant for. He turned away from the weakened figure of All for One, his steps echoing as he walked toward the exit. As he pushed the heavy doors open, the cool night air greeted him. He paused, gazing up at the sky with his unsettling new eyes, reflecting the moonlight, their eerie glow a testament to the transformation he had undergone. This power wasn't just for destruction, it was for creation, for reshaping this broken world into one where strength and ambition reigned supreme. Memories of his past flashed through his mind, the ridicule, the rejection, the countless nights spent yearning for recognition. Those memories no longer hurt, they fueled him, forming the foundation of his resolve. No more weakness, he thought, clenching his fists. No more hypocrisy. The heroes and their flawed ideals would all fall. He would show them what true power looked like. His mind raced with plans. He thought of the quirks now residing within him, each one a piece of the arsenal he would use to dismantle the old world. First, he would master them, pushing each one to its limits and making them his own. Then he would tear apart their symbols of hope, starting with UA High. The age of false peace was over. He smirked, the black scara of his eyes making the glow of his white pupils all the more striking in the shadows. They would see him coming, but they would not be able to stop him. Not the heroes, not the villains, not anyone. For a moment, the streets were silent, save for the sound of his steady footsteps. The city slept, unaware of the storm that had just been unleashed. Izuku Midoriya, reborn as a harbinger of change, disappeared into the darkness, his plans etched clearly in his mind. The world would kneel, he murmured to himself, his voice dripping with quiet menace. Not because they feared him, but because they would have no choice. As the surge of power settled within him, Izuku stood alone in the vast training room All for One had prepared for him. The air was thick with the residue of energy from the quirk transfer, and his body pulsed with raw, unrefined power. He exhaled slowly, his breath visible in the cool air, as his glowing white pupils scanned the room, his black scara making them appear even more haunting. Time to see what he had inherited, he thought, rolling his shoulders as he stretched his arms, feeling the latent energy simmering beneath his skin. A single wave of his hand created a faint distortion in the air, a testament to the power coursing through him. He closed his eyes briefly, focusing on the vast ocean of quirks within him, categorizing them, analyzing their potential, and feeling their essence. Opening his eyes, a sinister grin spread across his face. So many tools, so much potential. Let's organize this chaos. He conjured a notebook from nearby, a habit he hadn't yet abandoned, and began listing the quirks, testing them briefly to understand their capabilities. Each entry was accompanied by a sharp whisper, his voice carrying equal parts amazement and intent. Midoriya's list of All for One's quirks included Decay, the ability to disintegrate anything he touched, Super Regeneration, allowing rapid healing from almost any injury, Air Cannon, releasing devastating blasts of compressed air, Warp Gate, enabling teleportation over vast distances, Hypertrophy, temporarily enlarging his muscles for enhanced strength, Search, locating and analyzing up to 100 people at once, Infrared Vision, seeing in the dark and through obstacles, Impact Recoil, returning the force of any attack to its origin, Blade Arms, transforming his arms into sharp, deadly blades, Barrier, creating near-impenetrable shields of energy, Enhancer, boosting physical strength and agility exponentially, Shockwave Emission, generating seismic energy capable of creating devastating shockwaves, Black Tendrils, for mid to long-range combat, Energy Manipulation, turning ambient energy into powerful attacks, Quirk Nullification, temporarily nullifying the quirks of others, Voice Amplification, creating sonic attacks, Telekinesis, controlling objects with his mind, Fire Generation, producing and controlling flames, Ice Manipulation, creating structures or immobilizing opponents, Electric Discharge, releasing electricity in devastating bursts, Density Control, making objects heavier or lighter, Mind Reading, reading the surface thoughts of others, Fear Inducement, projecting intense fear, and Gravity Manipulation, Controlling gravitational forces. Izuku paused, surveying the notebook and his annotations. His breathing had steadied, and his mind was clearer than it had ever been. The sheer number of quirks at his disposal was not just overwhelming, it was exhilarating. Each one was a key to unlocking his ultimate plans. He chuckled softly, his voice cold and commanding. With this arsenal, he would reshape the world. Heroes, villains, even society itself would witness the dawn of a new era. None of them are ready for him. Closing the notebook, he stared at his reflection in the darkened glass of the training room, his black scara and white pupils glowing faintly in the dim light. This was no longer the boy who once idolized heroes. This was someone else entirely, a harbinger of change and power beyond comprehension. It wasn't just about strength, it was about control. And he would control everything. The cold, oppressive silence of the maximum security prison was only broken by the sound of deliberate footsteps echoing through the dimly lit hallway. The guards stationed nearby barely spared a glance as the tall figure passed them, their faces pale and fearful. Izuku Midoriya, clad in a dark coat that billowed behind him, moved forward with an air of absolute authority. As he reached the end of the hallway, he stopped in front of a thick steel door, its surface scratched and dented, a testament to the occupants' futile attempts at freedom. Chisaki Kai, known as Overhaul, sat hunched inside, his once pristine suit tattered, his hands gone as he stared at the floor. The man who once terrorized so many now looked small and broken. The sound of the lock clicking open made Chisaki look up, his eyes widening in shock. Standing before him was a figure he barely recognized. Izuku's face was unreadable, but his glowing eyes carried an intensity that sent a shiver down Chisaki's spine. Midoriya stepped into the cell, the door slamming shut behind him. He said nothing at first, letting the oppressive silence weigh down on Chisaki. Finally he spoke, his voice cold and detached. He was there to take something from Overhaul, something he didn't deserve to have. Chisaki's confusion quickly turned to anger as he shot to his feet. He believed he could threaten Midoriya, reminding him of who he was and what he had done. Izuku didn't respond with words. Instead, he gripped Chisaki by the throat and slammed him into the wall with enough force to crack the concrete. Chisaki gasped, struggling against Izuku's unyielding grip. Midoriya knew exactly who Chisaki was, the man who destroyed lives without a second thought. He thought he was powerful, but he was nothing compared to Izuku. His grip tightened, and Chisaki's struggles grew weaker. Without warning, Izuku released him, letting him crumple to the floor, gasping for air. Chisaki barely had time to catch his breath before Izuku kicked him hard in the ribs, sending him sprawling. He landed with a groan, clutching his side, but Izuku wasn't done. He grabbed Chisaki by the collar, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. He reminded Chisaki that he had taken away her freedom, turning her life into a nightmare. This was the least he deserved. The ensuing confrontation was brutal and relentless. Izuku didn't hold back, each strike carrying the weight of his fury. By the time he stepped back, Chisaki was barely conscious, slumped against the wall. But Izuku wasn't finished. He knelt beside Chisaki, placing a hand on his chest. A dark, ominous aura began to emanate from him as he activated his newly acquired power. Chisaki's body convulsed as Izuku's hand glowed, forcibly extracting the quirk Overhaul from him. When it was over, Chisaki collapsed to the floor, his body limp and his eyes hollow. Izuku stood, flexing his fingers as he felt the power coursing through him. The quirk was wasted on Chisaki. He would use it for something greater than his twisted ideals. He turned and walked toward the door, pausing only briefly to glance back at Chisaki, who now sat slumped and broken in the corner of his cell, his once imposing presence reduced to nothing. Izuku left him there, devoid of sympathy, believing it was more mercy than Chisaki deserved. The door slammed shut behind him, and as Izuku's footsteps faded down the hall, Chisaki was left alone in the darkness, his body battered, his quirk stolen, and his spirit utterly crushed. In another part of the prison, the clash was inevitable. Muscular had long been a lingering stain on Izuku's memory, their first battle serving as a painful reminder of his limitations. Now, Midoriya returned, a completely different person, stronger, colder, and more calculating. As the door to Muscular's cell opened, the hulking brute grinned, his eyes lighting up with twisted glee. He had been waiting for this moment, eager for round 2. Izuku stepped inside, his gaze calm but icy. This wasn't a round, it was the final act. Muscular lunged, his body already bulging with his quirk's power, but Izuku was faster. Effortlessly sidestepping the attack, he delivered a devastating kick to Muscular's ribs, sending him crashing into the wall. Muscular was still just a brute with no strategy, and Izuku was no longer the same as he had been back then. The battle was over almost as soon as it began. Izuku dismantled Muscular with precision, every punch and kick calculated to inflict maximum damage. The air crackled with dark energy as he activated his quirk-stealing ability, placing his hand over Muscular's chest. The hulking man screamed as his power was ripped away from him, his once mighty frame now limp and powerless. As Muscular lay motionless on the floor, Izuku looked down at him with a mixture of contempt and closure. This was for Koda, he thought, turning and leaving without another word. The next day, the clanging of metal doors echoed through Tartarus as Midoriya entered the dimly lit containment block. His imposing presence was enough to silence even the rowdiest prisoners. Each step he took was deliberate, exuding authority as the self-proclaimed king of Tartarus. In one of the cells sat Tadu Aoi, a former martial artist known for his chaotic disdain for the hero system. Despite the dire atmosphere of the prison, Tadu's expression was casual, almost jovial, as he leaned back against the wall with his legs crossed. When he spotted Midoriya, his grin widened. He acknowledged Izuku, noting his reputation and expressing intrigue. Before getting to anything serious, he asked what kind of girls Izuku liked. Midoriya raised an eyebrow at the unexpected question, momentarily thrown off by the absurdity of it. He had been prepared for a fight, not a personal inquiry. Then his mind flickered back to one of the earlier cells he had visited, where he had dealt with a particularly annoying prisoner. On the floor of that cell, he noticed a picture of a woman. She caught his attention with her tall stature, striking physique, and confident pose in a bikini. It was an unusual detail for him to remember, but Tadu's strange question had brought it back to the forefront of his mind. Midoriya's voice was cold and detached, yet there was a hint of amusement as he described her. He noted her height, confidence, and notable figure. After a brief silence, Tadu erupted in laughter, clapping his hands together. He expressed his delight, declaring Midoriya a man of culture with good taste. Midoriya's expression remained unchanged as he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, asking if they could move on from the small talk. Tadu wiped a tear from his eye, still chuckling, and acknowledged Midoriya's straightforwardness. He found Midoriya intriguing, a man who knew what he wanted and was willing to fight for it. Tadu then launched himself at Midoriya, his massive frame moving with surprising speed. Midoriya anticipated the attack and sidestepped with calculated precision. Tadu spun around, aiming a powerful punch at Midoriya's ribs. The impact echoed through the corridor, but Midoriya barely flinched. Midoriya complimented Tadu's strength, grabbing his arm mid-swing and twisting it. He explained that strength alone wouldn't get him far. Tadu grinned through the pain, excitement sparkling in his eyes, and urged Midoriya to show him what he had. He activated his quirk, Boogie Woogie, and in an instant, their positions swapped, leaving Tadu standing where Midoriya had been just moments before. Midoriya didn't hesitate. He had studied Tadu's ability and predicted the move. He lunged forward, his fist colliding with Tadu's chest before the larger man could react. The force of the blow sent Tadu skidding back, but he remained standing, laughing through gritted teeth. Tadu admitted that Midoriya was no joke and that it had been a while since he faced a real challenge. Midoriya tilted his head, his gaze piercing, and acknowledged Tadu's strength while questioning the purpose behind his fighting. Tadu's laughter faded, replaced by a serious expression as he revealed his disdain for the system. He believed heroes and villains were a sham, indifferent to people like them, but he saw something different in Midoriya. Midoriya nodded, a rare flicker of approval crossing his cold demeanor. He proposed that they fight together instead of against each other, aiming to create a world where strength and conviction prevailed. Tadu smirked, clapping his hands together again, this time not to attack but to accept the challenge. As the dust from their skirmish settled, Deku stood exhilarated yet exhausted, his towering frame glistening with sweat. Midoriya appeared almost untouched, his demeanor as unshaken as ever. He stepped closer to Deku, their gazes locking. Midoriya's voice was deep and commanding, carrying a weight that silenced the corridor. He acknowledged Deku's strength, noting that it meant little without direction. Deku tilted his head, his grin returning as he questioned Midoriya's intentions. Midoriya crossed his arms, exuding authority as he explained his vision. He was building something bigger than heroes and villains, a movement to dismantle the corrupt system they were trapped in. He needed people like Deku, strong individuals with conviction who rejected the lies they had been fed. Intrigued, Deku raised an eyebrow and urged Midoriya to continue. Midoriya expressed his desire for Deku to be his first commander, one of the 10 people he would choose to stand by his side. Together, they would reshape the world into one where true power and vision reigned supreme. Deku considered the offer, searching for any sign of deceit in Midoriya's unwavering determination. Finally, a wide grin spread across his face as he accepted the challenge. He acknowledged Midoriya's guts and made it clear that he would only follow someone strong, insisting that Midoriya would need to prove himself worthy of the title king. Midoriya nodded, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips, assuring Deku that he would find no weakness in him. With Deku Aoi as his first commander, Midoriya's ambitions began to take shape. Deku's loyalty and raw power made him a formidable ally, and together, they laid the groundwork for a new era, one forged in strength, ambition, and the desire to shatter the chains of a broken system. The Tartarus gym was dimly lit, a sanctuary for the restless souls trapped within its walls. The clang of weights and the low hum of machines filled the air as Midoriya stood shirtless, his lean yet muscular physique glistening with sweat. His movements were precise and controlled as he lifted a stack of weights far heavier than anyone in Tartarus dared to attempt. His black scara and glowing white pupils gleamed ominously in the faint light. This was not mere training for Midoriya, it was preparation for the war he intended to wage. The sound of approaching footsteps broke his focus. He lowered the weights with a metallic clang and turned his head slightly. A woman stepped into view, her presence commanding and sharp. She had an air of deadly precision, her eyes cold yet assessing. Recognizing her immediately, Midoriya addressed her flatly, asking what brought her to visit. She crossed her arms and leaned casually against a nearby pillar, revealing that she had been watching him and the chaos he stirred up around Tartarus. Midoriya stood unfazed by her scrutiny, stating that if she was there to challenge him, she should reconsider, as he had no interest in pointless fights. A small smirk played on her lips as she assured him that she was not there to fight but was curious about his intentions. Midoriya had been moving through the facility with relentless determination, acquiring quirks and forming alliances. His ultimate goal was clear. His eyes narrowed as he spoke with a cold, measured tone, expressing his desire to dismantle the existing system and rebuild it according to his vision. He believed the world was broken, and he was the only one capable of fixing it. Nagant observed him with a soft chuckle, acknowledging the weight of his words. She saw a reflection of her younger self in him, someone driven by a fierce resolve. When she stepped closer, her gaze unwavering, she revealed her understanding of the corruption within the hero system. Unlike others who hid behind a facade of righteousness, Midoriya was honest about his intentions, and she respected that. She expressed her desire to join him, emphasizing that she would not follow blindly. Their partnership would be based on mutual goals, and if their visions ever diverged, she would not hesitate to act against him. Midoriya responded with a rare smirk, warning her that if she ever aimed her weapon at him, she would not get the chance to pull the trigger. With Lady Nagant at his side, Midoriya gained not just an ally but a strategist and an assassin who understood the flaws of the hero system from within. Their alliance marked a significant step in his journey to reshape the world, each new recruit solidifying his path toward becoming the king of Tartarus. Later, while in his cell, Midoriya focused on honing his skills with a makeshift training tool. The usual sounds of Tartarus faded into the background as he concentrated. Suddenly, he heard the jingle of a guard's keys, followed by a polite knock on the metal bars, an unusual formality in such a place. The guard informed him that he had a visitor, a lawyer. Intrigued, Midoriya stood and requested to be taken to the meeting. The room was stark, with only a table and 2 chairs. A sharply dressed man sat at the table, his calm yet imposing demeanor evident as he introduced himself as Kazuki Mori, the legal representative of All for One. Midoriya, ignoring the offered handshake, inquired about the purpose of the visit. Kazuki explained that he was there to fulfill the last wishes of Midoriya's father, Shigaraki. He slid a stack of documents across the table, revealing that Shigaraki had arranged for all his remaining assets to be transferred to Midoriya, anticipating his eventual removal from the picture. Midoriya's interest peaked as Kazuki detailed the extent of the inheritance, which included wealth, properties, hidden resources, and networks. Kazuki assured him that there was no catch. Shigaraki believed in Midoriya's potential to carry on his legacy. Midoriya learned that Kazuki would serve as his advisor, offering expertise as long as he led. Kazuki then presented a sealed envelope containing a personal letter from Shigaraki, which Midoriya decided to read later. Kazuki emphasized that Shigaraki wanted Midoriya to surpass him, to become more than just the king of Tartarus but the ruler of a new era. As Midoriya gathered the documents, he commanded Kazuki to provide more details about his inheritance, including the types of people who had worked under his father and the extent of his resources. Kazuki, sensing Midoriya's sharp intellect, began to summarize the vast and multifaceted inheritance. He explained that Midoriya's father had contracts with dangerous individuals, including assassins and mercenaries, who now owed their allegiance to him. Additionally, there were quirk researchers and engineers who had worked on enhancing quirks and developing advanced technology. Finally, Kazuki revealed that Shigaraki had maintained alliances with international criminal organizations, providing strategic planning and quirk-based weaponry. With this newfound knowledge, Midoriya felt a sense of purpose solidifying within him, ready to embrace the legacy left by his father and shape the future according to his vision. They respect power above all else, and they will align with you if you show them your strength. Kazuki explained that Midoriya's father had a network of informants embedded in various government bodies and agencies worldwide. These individuals provided intelligence, cover-ups, and occasionally influenced legislation to benefit his operations. They remained active, waiting for new instructions. Kazuki continued, flipping to another section of the file. He detailed the financial assets, noting several offshore accounts containing billions in various currencies. These funds were clean and untraceable, ready for immediate use. He also mentioned dozens of properties across the globe, including mansions, safe houses, and underground bunkers, each stocked with supplies and weaponry. Kazuki described caches of advanced weaponry and technology, both quirk-based and traditional. Midoriya's father had invested heavily in experimental devices that could amplify or neutralize quirks, stored in secure locations. He also had a sizable supply of quirk-destroying bullets and experimental serums that could either suppress or enhance quirks, originally sourced from the Shai Hasaikai but later produced independently by his researchers. Kazuki pointed out that Midoriya's father maintained influence in nations beyond Japan. In several war-torn regions, he operated as both a supplier and a power broker. These connections could be activated if Midoriya chose to expand his operations globally. Midoriya absorbed the information with unnerving calmness, his mind rapidly piecing together strategies and potential uses for every asset described. He murmured about mercenaries, researchers, syndicates, and informants, leaning back and realizing he had a global empire waiting to be reclaimed. Kazuki nodded, affirming that Midoriya's father believed in power consolidation and adaptability. These resources were tools, and how Midoriya used them was up to him. Midoriya's white pupils narrowed as he inquired if there was anyone among his father's network who doubted his position. Kazuki hesitated before replying that some might require persuasion, but most were loyal to the all-for-one legacy and would fall in line once they saw Midoriya's strength. A faint smirk crossed Midoriya's face as he declared that those who doubted him would be dealt with personally. Before Kazuki could close the briefcase again, Midoriya asked one last question about the scientists and researchers. Kazuki confirmed that most were still active, working in secret facilities under strict orders to remain operational until contacted. Midoriya's tone grew colder as he instructed Kazuki to contact them, needing their expertise for the next phase of his plan. Curiosity piqued, Kazuki asked what that plan entailed. Midoriya's gaze turned distant, his voice low but resolute as he spoke of revolution, a world where the strong dominate without the facade of heroism or laws, a kingdom forged by his hands with no one above him. Kazuki smiled, closing his briefcase and promising to make the arrangements. As Kazuki turned to leave, Midoriya leaned back in his chair, his mind racing with possibilities. The king of Tartarus was no longer bound by the walls of his prison, he was already shaping the world outside it. In the dim light of Midoriya's Tartarus cell, shadows danced across the room. Seated at the center of his domain, he exuded an aura of absolute authority. His black scara and white pupils gleamed ominously as he awaited the arrival of two individuals he deemed essential to his plans, Lady Nagant and Tadou Aoi. Moments later, the heavy door creaked open, and the two figures stepped inside. Lady Nagant, calm yet commanding, leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. Tadou sauntered in casually, his sharp eyes scanning the room before settling on Midoriya. Tadou acknowledged Midoriya's call, while Lady Nagant raised an eyebrow, questioning the urgency of the summons. Midoriya smiled faintly, gesturing for them to sit, explaining that it was indeed significant. His voice carried a weight that demanded attention. Nagant and Tadou exchanged glances before taking their places on the metal stools in front of him. Midoriya leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and announced his plan to escape Tartarus in 2 to 4 days. The words hung in the air, electrifying the atmosphere. Tadou's eyebrows shot up, a grin spreading across his face as he expressed his excitement about the escape. Lady Nagant, however, remained measured, acknowledging the difficulty of breaking out of the most secure prison in existence. Midoriya confirmed that he had been preparing for this moment since the day he arrived, studying every guard, patrol route, and possible weak point. He had also accounted for contingencies, ensuring that the escape was a certainty, not a gamble. Nagant's sharp gaze softened slightly, impressed by his resolve. She asked why he was sharing this information with them. Midoriya straightened, locking his gaze onto her as he explained that he needed both of them. He detailed how Nagant's precision and ability to cover him from a distance would be crucial, while Tadou's strength and teleportation technique would help them outmaneuver anyone who stood in their way. Tadou chuckled, leaning back and accepting his role as Midoriya's ace in the hole. He inquired about Midoriya's confidence in the plan. Midoriya smirked, asserting that failure was not an option. This escape was about more than freedom, it was about taking the first step toward something greater. Nagant narrowed her eyes, wanting to know the endgame. Midoriya's expression grew serious as he outlined the next steps, gathering allies, consolidating power, and dismantling the farce of the hero system. He envisioned a world where strength determined everything, free from lies and hypocrisy. Nagant nodded slowly, acknowledging the plan. She asked if he had already decided who he wanted on his side. Midoriya's smirk returned as he revealed he had 10 positions to fill, with them being the first 2 he wanted on his team. Tadou laughed heartily, enjoying the title of First Commander, and expressed his eagerness to break out of the prison. Midoriya stood, his presence filling the room as he instructed them to act normal and not draw suspicion until the signal was given in 2 days. Nagant pushed herself off the wall, reminding him to ensure his plan lived up to expectations. Tadou clapped a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, assuring him that they would succeed. As the two left the cell, Midoriya sat back down, his mind racing with calculations. His eyes shone with unrelenting determination, ready to take on the world. The king of Tartarus was on the verge of claiming his freedom, and the world would tremble in his wake. The dimly lit halls of Tartarus felt heavier than ever as Midoriya approached Chisaki Kai's cell. The once proud leader of the Shai Hasaikai now sat hunched in a corner, his disheveled hair hanging over his lifeless eyes. Time had stripped him of everything: his limbs, his status, his pride. Yet Midoriya saw an opportunity in his brokenness. Midoriya stood outside the reinforced glass, his black scara and white pupils glowing faintly in the light. He tapped the barrier lightly, the sound echoing through the silent wing. Chisaki stirred, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the figure before him. Chisaki growled, his voice hoarse from disuse, questioning what Midoriya wanted. Midoriya's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile as he offered Chisaki a chance at redemption or revenge, depending on how he saw it. Chisaki scoffed, bitterly dismissing the idea of redemption or revenge, claiming the heroes had taken everything from him: his family, his boss, his limbs. He felt he had nothing left. Midoriya's voice dropped, taking on a chilling, manipulative tone as he suggested that Chisaki might not be as empty as he thought. Confusion flickered in Chisaki's hollow eyes when he asked what Midoriya meant. Leaning closer, Midoriya whispered that Chisaki's old boss had not survived. The heroes had failed to save him and left him to his fate. The words struck Chisaki hard, causing his breath to hitch and his fists to clench tightly despite his missing hands. He denied the claim, but doubt crept into his voice. Midoriya maintained a calm, almost pitying expression as he questioned why he would lie. He urged Chisaki to think about it. If they couldn't save him, why would they bother with his boss? Memories of his boss, frail and bedridden, surfaced in Chisaki's mind. He had risked everything to protect the man, yet now he realized the truth. Chisaki muttered that they had let him die, his voice breaking. Midoriya nodded sympathetically, stating he was not there to gloat but to offer a way to honor his boss's memory. He proposed that they escape together and bring the broken system to its knees. Chisaki stared at him, the fire of hatred rekindling in his eyes, questioning what Midoriya would gain from this. Midoriya smirked, revealing his desire for freedom and the chance to reshape the world. He promised Chisaki the power to destroy those who had taken everything from him. Unbeknownst to Chisaki, Midoriya had already planted a safeguard. During their interaction, he had subtly used one of his newly acquired quirks to place an explosive quirk deep within Chisaki's body. As Midoriya manipulated him further over the coming days, Chisaki grew increasingly loyal, his hatred for the heroes outweighing his doubts. Midoriya played the role of a leader perfectly, feeding Chisaki's need for vengeance while ensuring he remained a pawn in the grander scheme. The plan was set into motion as Midoriya sat silently in his cell, his black scara and white pupils radiating an eerie glow. Lady Nagant and Tadu Aoi stood nearby, their eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and determination. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, signaling a pivotal moment. Midoriya's calm voice cut through the silence, announcing that it was time. Chisaki would be the distraction they needed. He instructed Nagant and Tadu to stay ready. Once the explosion happened, they would move quickly. Tadu chuckled, cracking his knuckles and expressing his approval of Midoriya's cold demeanor. Nagant nodded, her gaze sharp, questioning whether Chisaki would take the bait. Midoriya assured her that he already had, believing he was escaping to avenge his boss while remaining unaware of his role in Midoriya's game. Deep within the labyrinthine halls of Tartarus, Chisaki wandered near the walls of his cell, muttering to himself about revenge and restoration. Midoriya, focusing on the mental connection to the explosive quirk he had planted, commanded it to detonate with a single thought. The explosion ripped through the air, shaking the entire prison. The walls of Chisaki's cell crumbled as smoke and debris filled the corridor. Alarms blared, and guards shouted orders to contain the chaos. Midoriya opened his eyes, a cold satisfaction flickering within them, and declared it was done. With the guards distracted and the prison in disarray, Midoriya wasted no time. Using his telekinesis, he enveloped himself, Nagant, and Tadu in an invisible field, lifting them effortlessly off the ground. He instructed them to hold on, his voice calm but commanding. As they soared through the air, the scene below was chaotic. Guards scrambled to contain the destruction caused by Chisaki's explosion, oblivious to the trio flying just above them. Midoriya focused, extending his invisibility quirk to cloak their presence. Tadu, gripping tightly to the telekinetic field, expressed his admiration for Midoriya's exit strategy. Nagant smirked, acknowledging Midoriya's resourcefulness. He remained stoic, his gaze fixed ahead, declaring that this was just the beginning. They would not stop until they were far beyond their reach. Eventually, They landed in a secluded forest far from Tartarus. The cool night air contrasted sharply with the fiery chaos they had left behind. Midoriya released his telekinetic hold, allowing them to touch down gently. Nagant stretched her arms, letting out a rare laugh, while Tadu leaned against a tree, grinning widely and praising Midoriya's plan. Midoriya's expression remained unchanged as he stated that Chisaki was merely a means to an end. Sacrifices must be made for the greater plan. Intrigued, Nagant asked about the plan. Midoriya turned to face them, his eerie gaze burning with intensity as he revealed his vision to build something stronger than any hero or villain had ever seen. They were just the beginning. They would gather power, resources, and allies, and then reshape the world in their image. The silence that followed was heavy but carried an unspoken agreement. Midoriya's vision was bold, dangerous, and undeniably captivating. Together, they were free, but their journey was only beginning. As the moonlight filtered through the dense canopy of the forest, Midoriya stepped away from Nagant and Tadu, pulling a small device from his pocket. The faint hum of static greeted him as he activated it, holding it close to his face. He spoke with cold precision, announcing that he had made it out and had 2 more with him, instructing them to get to his location. Midoriya stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the sleek black suit he had chosen for the day. It was sharp and commanding, a symbol of his growing influence. He slid on a pair of tinted glasses, the final touch to complete the look. Today's meeting was significant. It was a gathering of his father's most powerful allies, heads of various families, and individuals who controlled underground networks. This was the day he would solidify his presence as a leader. Nagant leaned against the wall behind him, her gaze sharp and appraising. She commented that the suit looked good on him, fitting the image he was trying to project. Tadu smirked, his hands in his pockets, and remarked that Midoriya looked sharp, hoping the meeting would be as interesting as he had promised. Midoriya focused on the cuffs of his shirt before turning to face them, his expression calm yet authoritative. He signaled that it was time to go. With a single step, Midoriya activated the teleportation quirk he had acquired, a swirling mist engulfing him and his 2 allies. The sensation was brief, and in an instant, they were transported to a grand, dimly lit room. The space was expansive, with a large oval table at its center, surrounded by some of the most influential figures in the underworld. Heads turned as the mist dissipated, revealing Midoriya flanked by Nagant and Tadu. His presence commanded immediate attention, the room falling silent as he strode confidently to the head of the table. The suit, coupled with his aura of authority, left no doubt in anyone's mind this was not the boy they might have underestimated. This was someone ready to claim his position. As he took his seat, Midoriya's voice broke the silence, calm yet filled with purpose. He addressed the gathering, stating that he had called them to discuss the future. His father may no longer be in charge, but his legacy would not fade. Midoriya intended to take it further, bringing all of them into an era of strength and prosperity. The room buzzed with murmurs, but no one dared interrupt. Nagant and Tadu stood behind him, their presence reinforcing the weight of his words. Midoriya leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the room. He noted that the world was changing, heroes were faltering, and their system was more fragile than ever. Together, they would reshape it, but first he needed to know who among them was truly loyal to this cause. He gestured subtly, and a holographic map of the world appeared in the center of the table, highlighting key regions under his father's influence. These were the assets they currently controlled, but this was only the beginning. With their cooperation and his leadership, they could expand far beyond these borders. The family heads exchanged glances, some nodding in agreement while others remained skeptical. One man, older and with a scar running down his cheek, challenged Midoriya, questioning what guarantees he could provide that he could handle this responsibility. Midoriya cut him off with a sharp glare, his voice cold and unwavering. He reminded them that his father had trusted them to uphold his vision. If they doubted him, they were free to leave, but those who stood with him would rise, and those who opposed him would fall. The room fell silent once more, the weight of his words sinking in. Nagant smirked subtly, and Tadu chuckled under his breath. Midoriya had made his position clear. And the room now understood that this was no ordinary meeting. This was the beginning of a new era, one that would be shaped by his vision and his will. The atmosphere shifted as the scarred man rose from his seat, his voice cold and challenging. He stated that if Midoriya wanted them to follow him, he would have to prove he was worthy, suggesting they settle this the old way, a fight for the head position. Midoriya's eyes gleamed, his face unreadable. He slowly removed his coat, folding it neatly and handing it to Nagant, accepting the challenge. The man smirked, cracking his knuckles, warning Midoriya not to expect him to go easy. Midoriya stepped into the center of the room, his movements calm and composed. His allies, Nagant and Tadu, watched from the sidelines, both unfazed but curious. The room grew eerily quiet as the two opponents faced each other. The fight began with the man lunging at Midoriya, throwing a powerful punch. Midoriya sidestepped effortlessly, his movements precise and fluid. Before the man could recover, Midoriya struck, landing a blow that sent him reeling. The sound of impact echoed through the room as Midoriya continued his relentless assault, each strike calculated and devastating. The scarred man struggled to defend himself, but Midoriya's speed and strength overwhelmed him. The atmosphere grew tense as the fight unfolded, showcasing Midoriya's skill and determination. When it was over, the man lay defeated on the floor, his pride shattered along with his body. The dimly lit room carried an oppressive atmosphere, heightened by the aftermath of the confrontation. Midoriya stood at the center, his back facing the rest of the crowd, his hands stained with the evidence of the battle. The once proud head of the opposition lay defeated, and around him, his loyal followers were too terrified to move. Midoriya slowly turned his head, revealing his intense gaze. His black scara and glowing white pupils cut through the shadows, an unrelenting presence that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. The room was deathly silent as he addressed the remaining heads, asking if anyone else had a problem like the man who had just fallen. No one dared move or speak. Each breath was held as the fear of drawing his attention gripped the remaining family heads. The oppressive air around Midoriya made it clear challenging him meant more than defeat, it meant utter destruction. His gaze swept over the room, locking eyes with each person for a brief moment, ensuring his message was clear. Satisfied, he adjusted his coat, ignoring the remnants of the confrontation on his hands. The air felt heavier as he moved back to his seat, each step a quiet reminder of his dominance. He murmured that it was time to proceed, his tone calm yet menacing. As the meeting concluded and the room began to empty, Midoriya remained seated, his piercing gaze locked on the retreating figures of the family heads. He glanced at Tadu and Nagant, signaling them to stay behind. The room fell silent once more, leaving only the sound of the faint wind seeping through the cracks in the walls. Midoriya announced his decision regarding the commanders, his voice calm yet commanding. These positions weren't merely for show, they were the backbone of what they were building. Only those worthy of carrying the weight of this family's future would stand by his side. Tadu Aoi nodded, his expression serious, curious about Midoriya's choices. Midoriya turned to him, his black scara eyes narrowing slightly. He named Aoi and Nagant as two of the commanders, acknowledging their strength and loyalty. The third would be someone with the power to crush mountains and the wisdom to guide armies. He already had candidates in mind, assets they could rely on. Nagant tilted her head, intrigued, and asked when they would meet these candidates. Midoriya replied that it wasn't time yet. He stood up and walked toward the open balcony that overlooked the city. When he stepped onto the balcony, the moonlight bathed his figure, and the weight of his authority rippled through the air as he gazed up at the vast night sky. For a moment, there was only silence, broken by his words that resonated like a decree. He spoke of those who knew not the absence of power, urging them to look toward the sky with their shattered egos. The one sky that no one could enter until the king was roused from his slumber. His words hung in the air like a proclamation, carrying the weight of his determination and vision. Behind him, Nagant and Tadu Aoi exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of his message. This was not just a declaration of his authority, it was a promise to the world that Midoriya was ready to claim his rightful place at the top. The night stretched on, but the resolve in Midoriya's eyes was unwavering. The king had indeed awakened, and the world would soon come to know the full extent of his power. As he stood on the balcony, his proclamation hung in the air like an unshakable decree. The weight of his words was not just for the family heads. It reflected his journey, his pain, and his transformation. The king he spoke of was not merely a title or symbol but a testament to the strength forged from his brokenness. Once shattered by the world's cruelty, Midoriya had rebuilt himself into something far greater, something unyielding. He clenched his fists briefly, gazing at his hands. Brokenness, he thought, was not the end, it was the beginning. His voice was low, but Tadou, Aoi and Nagant heard him, their eyes reflecting newfound respect for the man they followed. With a deep breath, Midoriya turned, his expression sharp and composed. He walked back into the room, removing the coat that bore the marks of his past encounters. A nearby subordinate quickly handed him a clean towel, and he wiped his hands meticulously, erasing the last traces of the encounter. When he was done, he donned a fresh black coat that amplified his already intimidating presence. He adjusted the collar and turned toward Tadou, Aoi and Nagant. He commanded them to come, his voice steady but firm. Without hesitation, they followed him. Midoriya raised his hand, activating his teleportation ability, and in a flash, they disappeared from the family estate. In an instant, they reappeared at their base, a fortress of steel and shadows that reflected Midoriya's ironclad resolve. The air was heavy with purpose, filled with the faint hum of machinery and quiet murmurs of loyal allies. Midoriya stepped forward, his boots echoing against the floor, and glanced over his shoulder at Tadou, Aoi and Nagant. He declared that this base was not just a sanctuary, it was a symbol of their strength, a place where they would build the future he envisioned. His gaze sharpened, and his tone became unyielding as he stated that with them by his side, there was nothing they could not accomplish. Tadou, Aoi smirked, nodding in agreement, while Nagant's voice was equally firm, expressing their commitment to follow him. Midoriya's eyes softened for a moment, grateful for their loyalty, but he knew that this path was as dangerous as it was necessary. Turning back to the base, he walked forward, his mind already focused on the challenges ahead. The king had awakened, and now it was time to reshape the world. The scene shifted to a bright morning at UA High School, where Katsuki Bakugo entered Class 2A with his usual scowl. The classroom buzzed with chatter, filled with laughter and discussions about training sessions. Bakugo ignored it all, heading straight to his seat and slamming his bag down with a grunt, muttering about the distractions around him. As the bell rang, Aizawa shuffled into the classroom, his perpetually tired expression unchanged. He instructed the class to settle down, pulling out his lesson plan. The students quieted, ready for the day's lesson. However, just as Aizawa began to speak, a faint pinging sound echoed through the room as everyone's phones vibrated simultaneously. Curious, the students pulled out their devices. Bakugo furrowed his brow, wondering what was happening. Before anyone could say anything, Aizawa's voice cut through the murmurs, commanding them to put their phones away, including Kaminari. He urged them to focus on the lesson, stating that whatever it was could wait. Reluctantly, the students complied, though some kept their phones hidden under their desks. Suddenly, Aizawa's phone vibrated as well. He glanced at the notification, and his normally calm demeanor shifted subtly. Without another word, he shut his phone off and walked toward the door, stating he needed to speak with Principal Nizu and instructing the class to stay focused on their assignments. As soon as he left the room, the students erupted into whispers. They speculated about what could be happening, with Mina leaning over to Kirishima, expressing her concern. Unable to resist the growing tension, several students sneaked glances at their phones. Bakugo scoffed but ultimately pulled out his own device. His eyes widened slightly as he stared at the headline plastered across the screen. Izuku Midoriya escapes high-security prison authorities scramble to contain threat. A wave of shock rippled through the room. Ida whispered in disbelief about Midoriya's escape. Mina covered her mouth, astonished at how he could have broken free from what was supposed to be an unbreakable prison. Todoroki's usually stoic expression faltered as he acknowledged the seriousness of the situation. Bakugo's grip on his phone tightened as he glared at the screen, his mind racing with questions, but one thought dominated: Deku. What was happening? In Principal Nizu's office, Aizawa entered to find Nizu and All Might seated across from one another. The atmosphere was tense. All Might, his face drawn with concern, turned to Aizawa as he stepped in. Aizawa sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The reports seemed to confirm the troubling news. He was out, and no one knew how he managed it. All Might's hands clenched into fists, a mix of guilt and worry clouding his expression. He needed to find him. There was no telling what he might do. Nizu interjected, his calm demeanor betraying the gravity of the situation. Before they acted, they needed to assess the situation carefully. Midoriya's escape raised questions not just about how he managed it, but what his intentions were now. Aizawa nodded, his face grim. They needed to prepare for the worst. If he had gone rogue, they would have to stop him, no matter what. The room fell silent, the weight of their task settling heavily on their shoulders. Outside, the students of Class 1A grappled with the revelation, the image of their once friend and classmate now painted in a chilling new light. In the tense atmosphere of Principal Nizu's office, Aizawa absorbed the troubling news All Might had just shared. The silence was broken by Nizu, who mentioned that there was something else the media hadn't disclosed yet. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, his expression growing darker. What was it? Nizu sighed, folding his hands. Alongside Midoriya's escape, two others had managed to break out, Lady Nagant and a young man by the name of Tadou Aoi. The name seemed to ring a bell for Aizawa. He narrowed his eyes and leaned forward slightly. Tadou Aoi? The boy who was supposedly the protege of Yuki Tsukumo, the so-called hero, who barely lifted a finger to help and spent all her time globetrotting? All Might's eyebrows furrowed, clearly familiar with the controversial reputation of Yuki Tsukumo. Aoi had been detained for his involvement in a classified incident, something even the Hero Commission refused to disclose. Nizu nodded solemnly. Tadou Aoi wasn't just any escapee, he was an incredibly dangerous variable. From what they had gathered, his potential and abilities rivaled even some of the best pro-heroes. Yuki Tsukumo may not have been much for conventional hero work, but her teaching methods seemed to have created someone formidable. Aizawa rubbed his temples, muttering that it was just great. As if Midoriya wasn't enough of a headache already. Had they contacted Tsukumo about this? Nizu shook his head. Not yet. Tsukumo had always been elusive, and tracking her down was proving difficult. But they were prioritizing it. If anyone had insight into Tadou Aoi's plans or mindset, it would be her. Aizawa scoffed, noting her evasiveness. It was typical of her. They might as well prepare for the worst. If Tadou Aoi was involved and aligned himself with Nagant or Midoriya, things were going to spiral out of control fast. All Might clenched his fists. They couldn't let this happen. Midoriya, Nagant, and Aoi together could pose an unprecedented threat not just to the heroes, but to society itself. Nizu, ever calm, nodded. They needed to act swiftly but intelligently. He would reach out to their contacts, including any resources Yuki Tsukumo might have left behind. In the meantime, they had to prepare to brief other heroes and reinforce security around all sensitive locations. Aizawa sighed, his usual exhaustion now mixed with visible frustration. They were juggling way too many problems at once. They could only hope to get a step ahead before things exploded. The weight of the situation hung heavily over the room. As they finalized their plans, the threat posed by Izuku Midoriya, Lady Nagant, and Tadou Aoi loomed large, a storm waiting to break across the hero world. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Class 1A was suffocating. Fear, regret, and unease filled the room as the students stared at their phones, their trembling fingers scrolling through the breaking news about Izuku Midoriya's prison escape. The media speculated wildly, showing images of the broken Tartarus gates and recounting Izuku's past exploits, both heroic and villainous. Kaminari muttered that he couldn't believe it. He really escaped. What was he going to do now? Jairu said quietly that they knew what he was going to do. He was coming for them. For revenge. Mina, usually so cheerful, was pale. They had betrayed him, all of them, even when they knew he was innocent. Katsuki Bakugo sat at his desk, glaring at the screen with clenched fists. He hoped he wouldn't come after them. Deep down, he knew Midoriya had every reason to do so. In a dimly lit hideout, Midoriya sat on a high-end couch, his expression cold and unreadable. The flickering light of a monitor illuminated his sharp features, his black sclera and white pupils giving him an otherworldly, almost haunting appearance. He clenched his fists, the familiar pang of longing tightening in his chest. He needed to get his mom's ashes. His voice was barely above a whisper, but his words hung heavy in the air, carrying with them a determination that felt unshakable. He turned to Lady Nagant and Tadu Aoi, who stood silently nearby. They would stay here. He would handle this alone. His voice carried the weight of someone who was no longer the broken boy they once knew but a king ready to claim what was his. Before they could respond, he disappeared, his form vanishing in a dark haze as he teleported. The living room of the Bakugo household was eerily quiet when Midoriya appeared, his presence sending an immediate chill through the air. Mitsuki Bakugo, who had been sitting on the couch, froze as she saw him. She didn't recognize him at first. The black sclera, the cold, emotionless face, and his jet-black hair made him look like a stranger. But then, something familiar sparked in her mind. "Izuku?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Midoriya gave her a faint smile, one that carried neither warmth nor malice, only a cold indifference. He greeted her calmly, as though he wasn't a wanted fugitive who had escaped prison just days ago. Mitsuki's hands trembled as she got up, her instincts torn between fear and the maternal love she had once felt for the boy who had grown up alongside her son. She stammered that she would make some tea, avoiding his piercing gaze. Midoriya watched her move to the kitchen in silence, his mind calculating every step. He knew she was scared. How could she not be? He wasn't the same Izuku Midoriya she remembered. But she also hadn't called for help. That, at least, he could respect. When she returned with tea, they sat quietly. Mitsuki didn't dare speak, but her eyes flickered with unease as they darted to his inhuman eyes and the ominous air he carried. Midoriya took a sip of the tea, his expression unchanging. He finally thanked her, breaking the silence. Mitsuki blinked, startled by the unexpected gratitude. She hesitated, unsure of how to respond to his words. He explained that he was thankful for her help with his mother's funeral. His voice remained steady, but there was a heaviness in his tone that made her chest tighten. Mitsuki swallowed hard, still processing the situation. Before she could gather her thoughts, Midoriya stood, his presence looming over her. He stated that she would be spared, but her son would not have the same chance. Mitsuki's eyes widened in horror, and before she could react, he moved swiftly, rendering her unconscious with a precise strike. As her body slumped onto the couch, Midoriya crouched down, a faint glow emanating from his hand as he used his quirk to erase her memory of the encounter. He murmured that she didn't need to remember this, his tone almost gentle. With purpose, he moved through the house, collecting items that belonged to his mother, her sweater, her degree, and a few cherished keepsakes. Once finished, he glanced back at Mitsuki, her unconscious form lying peacefully on the couch, and without a word he teleported away. Midoriya reappeared in his old apartment, the air thick with dust and the faint scent of neglect. Each step through the familiar space tightened his chest as memories of his childhood flooded back: his mother's laughter, her unwavering love. He methodically gathered everything she had left behind, ensuring no memory was forgotten. Then, as he opened the fridge, he froze. Inside, preserved as if waiting for him, was a serving of katsudon, his favorite dish. It was old but still intact, a testament to his mother's care and love, even in her final days. Midoriya's breath hitched as he took the bowl out, quietly heating it. The apartment was silent except for the faint hum of the microwave. When the dish was ready, he sat at the small table, his hands trembling slightly as he took his first bite. The familiar taste washed over him, and for the first time in years, tears began to fall silently down his stoic face. The pain in his heart was evident in every tear that escaped. He finished the katsudon in silence, replaying every moment he had shared with his mother. Her voice, her smile, her unyielding love all felt distant yet close. As he set the bowl down, he whispered, his voice cracking for the first time in what felt like an eternity, expressing his sorrow. He stood, collecting the last of her belongings, and teleported back to his base, leaving behind the empty apartment that once held his happiest memories. Midoriya reappeared in his hideout, the soft hum of energy from his teleportation quirk fading into the stillness of the room. Lady Nagant and Tadu Aoi were seated nearby, the faint tension of the base replaced with an uneasy silence as they noticed the change in his demeanor. His usual cold and calculating presence seemed heavier, his movements slower, as if the weight of his actions had finally settled on his shoulders. Nagant glanced up, her sharp eyes narrowing slightly as she took in his appearance. She asked if he had gotten what he needed. Midoriya nodded, placing the items he had taken on a table: a neatly folded sweater, a framed degree, a few personal trinkets, and finally, an urn containing his mother's ashes. His hands lingered on the urn for a moment before he straightened, his face once again a mask of emotionless resolve. He replied that he had gathered everything important, his voice calm but strained. Tadu Aoi observed him from his seat, unwrapping a fresh lollipop as he remarked that Midoriya was quieter than usual and questioned if something had happened. Midoriya didn't respond immediately. He walked over to a basin of water nearby and began to wash his hands, scrubbing away the faint remnants of dust and grime from the apartment. He looked at his reflection in the rippling water, the black sclera and white pupils staring back at him like a stranger. Finally, he admitted that he had eaten his mother's katsudon, his voice barely audible. Nagant and Tadu exchanged a glance, the weight of those words sinking in. It wasn't just about the food, it was about the connection, the memories, the life he had lost. Nagant stepped closer, her expression softening just enough to be noticeable, prompting him gently for more. Midoriya dried his hands on a towel, his movements methodical. He explained that while it tasted the same, everything felt different now. The room fell into a heavy silence, the unspoken pain in his words filling the air. Nagant placed a hand on his shoulder, her grip firm but understanding, reminding him that he didn't have to carry it all alone. Tadu chimed in, his tone casual but sincere, offering his support if Midoriya ever wanted to talk or fight it out. Midoriya gave them both a faint nod, his gaze flickering to the items on the table as he expressed his gratitude, a rare moment of vulnerability. He turned away, his mind already shifting back to the tasks ahead. There was no time for mourning, no space for vulnerability, not yet. He had plans to make, allies to gather, and enemies to confront. But as he moved to the center of the room, preparing to focus on his next steps, he whispered one final thought, almost too soft to hear, about how his mother would have liked them both. Nagant and Tadu froze, momentarily stunned by his words. But before they could respond, Midoriya straightened, his cold, calculating demeanor returning like a mask firmly in place. He declared that they had work to do, commanding them to prepare themselves as they were just getting started. With that, the king who had risen from his slumber resumed his march toward destiny, carrying the weight of his past in silence, even as the fire of his resolve burned brighter than ever. Aizawa rushed to the teacher's office faster than he had ever moved before. His heart raced, his mind plagued with questions. This wasn't just another crisis, it was personal, something that struck deep within him and his colleagues. Upon entering the teacher's office, Aizawa found his colleagues already gathered. Mike, Midnight, Nizu, and even All Might, their faces drawn in concern. The air was heavy with tension, and the weight of the situation pressed down on everyone present. Aizawa took a breath, breaking the strained silence by asking if the rumors were true. Everyone in the room understood he was referring to the explosion at Tartarus. The news was spreading rapidly. 3 inmates had escaped: Izuku Midoriya, Lady Nagant, and Almeida. Each of them was dangerous in their own way, raising countless questions. Nizu nodded solemnly, his tiny paws folded in front of him, confirming that Midoriya, Nagant, and Tadu had all escaped, and as of now, there were no leads on their whereabouts. What about Yuki Tsukumo? And Detective Tsukachi? Why haven't we heard anything from them? Nizu's expression darkened as he responded. Detective Tsukachi remained unavailable, working closely with the commission to assess the situation at Tartarus. As for Yuki Tsukumo, she had gone missing, and while they suspected her involvement, nothing was confirmed. The room fell silent, the weight of Nizu's words heavy on everyone. Months ago, when Izuku Midoriya had first been arrested, Aizawa had believed it was the right decision. The evidence had seemed irrefutable, a notebook filled with detailed information about every hero, including their quirks and weaknesses. Names like Endeavor, Empty Lady, Death Arms, and even Aizawa himself were listed with unsettling precision. Additionally, Bakugo had accused Midoriya, claiming he was the traitor leaking information to the League of Villains. This combination of evidence had led to Midoriya's arrest. Aizawa had pushed for the arrest, convinced it was the logical choice, despite a nagging voice in the back of his mind. Now, with Midoriya's escape, everything was being questioned. Midnight broke the silence, voicing her concerns. She felt the situation was unfair and questioned whether they were absolutely certain Midoriya was the traitor. Her words challenged the narrative they had all accepted, causing Aizawa to clench his fists. Midnight had expressed her doubts from the beginning, and now they resonated with others in the room. Aizawa felt the weight of her words as she pressed him, expressing her frustration. She pointed out that he had always believed Midoriya was guilty but had never considered other possibilities. They had only heard one side of the story, the side presented by that notebook and possibly Bakugo's bias. Midnight bluntly accused Aizawa of favoring Bakugo, suggesting that he had let that bias blind him, leaving Midoriya without a chance. The room fell silent, and Aizawa felt the sting of her words, realizing their truth. He had been harder on Midoriya than any other student, and now he wondered if that bias had led him to make a terrible mistake. Meanwhile, the next day, the remaining members of Class 1A struggled to process the news. Uraraka, Ida, Tsuyu, and Shoto sat in silence, their heads bowed in shock. Kaminari fidgeted nervously, while Kirishima and Siro exchanged worried glances. Katsuki Bakugo, however, sat with his usual brooding expression, his hands clenched into fists. Beneath his rage there was fear. He had been the loudest voice accusing Midoriya, planting the idea that Midoriya was the traitor. Now, with Midoriya free, Bakugo began to realize the consequences of his actions. Flashback, framing Midoriya. Months earlier, the group had casually discussed Midoriya in the dorms. What began as light-hearted banter quickly turned darker. Kirishima had remarked that Midoriya was a bit much, always taking notes and muttering during practice. Uraraka had added that he acted nice, but it felt fake. Bakugo had sneered, claiming Midoriya had always begged for attention since middle school. It didn't take long for Bakugo to propose framing Midoriya as the traitor, suggesting that his notebook could easily be spun as evidence of spying. The others, fueled by frustration and jealousy, had gone along with it. They had watched as Midoriya was taken away, convinced they had rid themselves of a problem. But now, with Midoriya free, guilt began to eat at them. Back in the teacher's office, Aizawa stood by the window, staring out at the training grounds but not really seeing them. Midnight's words echoed in his mind, "You never gave him a chance." Nizu spoke again, his voice soft but firm, stating that they didn't have all the answers yet, but the situation was far more complex than they initially thought. For now, they needed to focus on maintaining order at UA, while the police handled the investigation. Aizawa nodded reluctantly, but deep down he couldn't shake the feeling that they had made a terrible mistake and that Midoriya, Nagant, and Tadu were only the beginning of their problems. As he reflected on Nemuri's words and the depth of his involvement, he recalled a flashback. It should have changed everything months ago. Nemuri's voice had exploded through the room, her usual playful demeanor replaced by unbridled fury. She had marched up to Aizawa, jabbing a finger into his chest. She accused him of knowing it was wrong from the start and letting his bias blind him. Aizawa had stepped back, startled by her outburst. He tried to defend himself, citing the overwhelming evidence against Midoriya, but Nemuri had cut him off, insisting he had favored Bakugo from the start and had never properly looked at Midoriya. "Do you even know what happened after you threw him in Tartarus?" she had continued, her voice shaking with emotion. She revealed that no one had been there for Inko Midoriya's funeral, not Aizawa, not Nizu, not All Might. It had only been her and Mitsuki Bakugo. Aizawa had frozen, pale and speechless as she recounted how civilians had booed at Inko's grave, blaming her for raising a traitor. Nemuri had fought to move the grave to a secret location, stating that she and Mitsuki were the only ones who cared. Midoriya appeared in Garaki's dimly lit lab with a sudden crackle of energy, the air around him shifting ominously. His black scara and white pupils glowed faintly in the sterile environment. Beside him stood Aoi Tadu, towering and scanning the lab like a predator. On the other side, Lady Nagant had her sniper rifle trained on Garaki, ready to act at a moment's notice. Garaki turned abruptly, his expression a mix of fear and irritation as he recognized Midoriya. He greeted him with a trembling voice, adjusting his glasses and questioning what brought him there, clearly not expecting a pleasant reunion. Midoriya interrupted him with a cold, emotionless tone that silenced the doctor immediately. It seemed that Garaki had been making quite a bit of use of Midoriya's father's money. Midoriya walked slowly toward the doctor, each step echoing ominously in the sterile room. Garaki adjusted his glasses, struggling to maintain his composure under Midoriya's piercing gaze. He stammered, claiming that the contributions were essential to his research. Midoriya's tone was sharp as he confronted Garaki, refusing to let him twist his words. He accused the doctor of stealing from his father, funneling his wealth into personal experiments, and pretending it was all for a noble cause. His white pupils narrowed, and the black scara made his gaze appear even more menacing. Tadu stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he added that using someone else's money without permission was a dangerous game. Nagant's voice rang out from above, cold and calculating, warning Garaki to think twice about trying to talk his way out of the situation. She was ready with her rifle, waiting for the word. Garaki's composure crumbled further, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, pleading for understanding and claiming to be a scientist whose work was for the advancement of knowledge. Midoriya interrupted him, his voice chillingly calm as he stated that Garaki had done nothing but build weapons and destruction, squandering his father's legacy on atrocities. He was there to put an end to it. Garaki's usual arrogance vanished as he trembled, asking what Midoriya wanted. He offered information, resources, anything to appease him. Midoriya's tone dropped dangerously low as he demanded that Garaki stop using what didn't belong to him. No more experiments, no more schemes, and no more stealing from his family. The room fell into an oppressive silence, the weight of Midoriya's words suffocating. Garaki nodded shakily, his hands trembling as he muttered his understanding. Midoriya turned without another word, his black hair catching the faint light as he began to leave. Tadu cast a final glance at Garaki, his grin widening, hinting at the doctor's luck in having Midoriya's patience. Nagant lowered her rifle but kept her eyes on the doctor as she followed the others. Midoriya's eyes gleamed with a cold, menacing light as he looked down at Garaki, stating that he wanted one specific thing, the quirk of the Nomu that Garaki had sent to the training camp, the one with the chainsaw. He demanded that Garaki extract it and give it to him. Garaki's face paled, and he stammered that the Nomu's quirks were not easy to handle. Midoriya cut him off, coldly insisting that it was not his problem and that Garaki would figure it out. He also demanded information on someone named Celine, motioning toward an image of the woman with piercing blue eyes and sleek combat attire resting on a nearby table. He wanted everything Garaki had on her. Garaki's hands trembled as he processed the demands, claiming that gathering information on Celine might take time. Midoriya interrupted again, firmly stating that Garaki had 24 hours. If he didn't have the information by then, everything Garaki had worked on would cease to exist, and he would be erased from the world. The finality of Midoriya's words sent a chill down Garaki's spine. Lady Nagant, still above with her sniper aimed, advised Garaki to listen closely, as Midoriya was not one to make empty threats. Tadu smirked, emphasizing that Garaki had two options, comply or face obliteration. Garaki swallowed hard, nodding frantically and assuring Midoriya that he would get it done. He promised to deliver the quirk and the information within 24 hours. Midoriya gave the doctor a lingering, icy stare before turning to leave, reminding him to see that he did. After issuing his final warning, Midoriya paused, narrowing his eyes in thought. He then instructed Garaki to call Kurogyri, wanting to finish something with the League of Villains. Garaki hesitated but reached for a nearby console, agreeing to contact him immediately. Nagant shifted her stance, keeping her sniper trained on Garaki, warning him not to stall. Midoriya nodded, folding his arms as he waited. The faint hum of the machines filled the tense silence of the lab, and soon a swirling portal of black mist appeared, coalescing into the familiar form of Kurogyri. His glowing eyes scanned the room before settling on Midoriya. Kurogyri greeted Midoriya, his voice smooth yet wary, asking what prompted this unexpected summons. Midoriya stepped forward, his tone sharp and commanding, stating that there were loose ends with the League that he needed to tie up and that Kurogyri would take him to them now. Kurogyri tilted his head slightly, the mist around him rippling as he considered the request. He noted that the League's movements were unpredictable and questioned if this was the right time. Midoriya's gaze hardened, and the air around him grew heavier as he insisted that Kurogyri open the portal. Tadu smirked, stepping up beside Midoriya, suggesting that it would be an interesting reunion and urging Kurogyri not to keep them waiting. With a sigh, Kurogyri bowed his head slightly and opened the portal, revealing a dimly lit hideout on the other side. Midoriya glanced at Nagant and Tadu, instructing them to follow as it was time to remind the League who they were dealing with. Without waiting for a response, he stepped through the portal, radiating authority and unrelenting purpose, with Nagant and Todo close behind, ready for whatever awaited them. As Shigaraki's hands twitched, activating his decay quirk, Nagant moved faster than anyone could react. Her sniper fired, landing a perfect shot on Shigaraki's hand, forcing him to recoil in pain. His fingers spasmed, the deadly decay dissipating before it could reach Midoriya. Shigaraki glared at Midoriya with fury, but before he could make another move, Midoriya's expression darkened as he grabbed Shigaraki by the head. The room echoed with a sickening crunch as Midoriya's strength overwhelmed Shigaraki, who collapsed lifelessly at his feet. Silence enveloped the space, with everyone from Kurogyri to the remaining League members frozen in shock. Midoriya stood tall over Shigaraki's body, his presence now utterly commanding and terrifying. He regarded the fallen villain with disdain, noting how he had been nothing more than a broken tool, a product of his father's twisted experiments. Shigaraki had never been fit to lead, only to self-destruct. Midoriya requested a towel and water, cleaning the remnants of their confrontation from his hands. Now possessing the decay quirk his father had given to Shigaraki, he wiped his hands clean. He declared that his father was dead, that All for One was no more, and that the era of manipulation had ended. Midoriya was now the one in control of the League of Villains. Kurogyri straightened slightly, his mist swirling as if absorbing the gravity of the declaration. The remaining members exchanged nervous glances, the weight of Midoriya's proclamation settling in their minds. Midoriya continued, his tone icy, stating he had no patience for disobedience or incompetence. Shigaraki had been a failure, a shattered puppet of his father's will. Now, the League would answer only to him, and under his leadership, they would reshape everything. He turned sharply to Kurogyri, commanding him to call all the members immediately. Those who refused or questioned his authority would face severe consequences. Kurogyri nodded, his loyalty fully aligned with Midoriya, and promised to summon them at once. Midoriya's emerald eyes glinted with determination and cold fury as he crossed his arms, declaring they had work to do. A new order was beginning, and he would not tolerate any weakness. Nagant, standing nearby with her sniper resting on her shoulder, smirked slightly, noting that the League had just gained a real leader, which earned a chuckle from Tadu. Midoriya remained focused on the future, stating that by sunrise, the League would know exactly who he was and what he stood for. This was the beginning of a new reign, one far beyond his father's reach. Suddenly, a grotesque Nomu, equipped with the tool quirk, teleported before him. Its twisted body exuded raw power, and the chainsaw blades protruding from its arms hummed ominously. Midoriya was unfazed, his emerald eyes gleaming with icy determination. He stepped forward as his cursed energy surged, reaching out with a hand glowing with sinister energy. The Nomu's quirk was torn from its body and absorbed seamlessly into Midoriya's own. The creature crumbled lifelessly to the ground as Midoriya's body began to morph. Metallic chainsaws erupted from his arms and head, spinning to life with a deafening roar. His entire form radiated an aura of pure chaos, resembling a figure straight out of a pre-Quirk-era manga. Midoriya examined his new form, flexing his arms as the chainsaws revved menacingly. A smirk tugged at his lips as he recognized the power he now wielded, reminiscent of Chainsaw Man. Nagant raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his transformation. She asked what he planned to do with that form. Midoriya replied that Selene, with her powerful vampire quirk, wouldn't stand a chance against him. The chainsaws would disrupt her regeneration, allowing him to cut through her invincibility effortlessly. He instructed Kurogiri to prepare a training ground where he could test this new power to its limits. Kurogiri nodded without hesitation, opening a swirling portal and confirming that the training ground was ready. Without another word, Midoriya stepped into the portal, the roar of his chainsaws echoing ominously as he disappeared into the void. Behind him, Nagant and Kurogiri exchanged glances, both aware that with this new power, Midoriya was preparing to become an unstoppable force. 24 hours later, Midoriya returned from his training. The eerie silence that accompanied him was unsettling, his demeanor calm yet unnervingly cold. His appearance had reverted to normal, but his aura told a different story. His jet-black hair fell over his forehead, while his eyes black scara with chilling white pupils exuded a terrifying, emotionless intensity. Midoriya stepped into the room where Kurogiri, Nagant, and Amlaitadu were waiting. His voice was steady, leaving no room for argument as he addressed Garaki, the scientist. He demanded Selene's location, stating it was time to recruit her. Garaki, hands trembling slightly as he typed into a console, nodded in compliance. He assured Midoriya that the coordinates would be sent to Kurogiri shortly. Midoriya then turned to Kurogiri, his unsettling gaze locking onto him. He instructed that when the location arrived, he should teleport him there immediately and ensure that Nagant and Tadu were treated well during his absence. Nagant, leaning casually against the wall, smirked slightly, noting his generous mood. Tadu, with his usual boisterous energy, added that he would appreciate some good food while Midoriya was out, laughing lightly. Midoriya did not respond to their comments. Instead, he turned back to Kurogiri, whose portal began to swirl as the location data arrived. Without hesitation, Midoriya stepped forward, his boots echoing ominously against the floor. He stated he wouldn't be long before stepping into the portal. Though his chainsaw-enhanced form was not visible, the memory of it lingered in everyone's mind, a reminder of the terrifying power he now wielded. The portal swirled violently as Midoriya stepped through, arriving at a desolate port under the cover of night. The salty air carried the faint sound of waves crashing against the dock. Before him stood Selene, her piercing blue eyes glowing in the dark, surrounded by her loyal followers. Each radiated an intimidating presence, their stances exuding confidence and power. Selene herself stood with an air of regal dominance, her black leather suit glinting faintly under the moonlight. Midoriya's cold gaze settled on her as he began to make his offer. He was forming a group of 10 commanders with unmatched strength. Together, they would dismantle the broken society and rebuild it. He wanted her to be part of it. Selene raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a smirk as she questioned what would happen if she refused. Midoriya's expression remained unchanged as he coldly replied that he would find other ways to make her work for him. Her answer would determine whether the process would be easy or not. Selene's smirk widened into a cold grin. She didn't take kindly to threats and motioned to her followers, signaling them to advance. They rushed forward, each unleashing their full strength. However, Midoriya remained still, his body taut and unwavering. As they attacked, he moved with calculated precision, dismantling each opponent with remarkable efficiency. His punches landed with such force that they sent opponents sprawling, and his movements were so sharp that even the most seasoned fighters struggled to keep up. He didn't rely on his quirks. His body, honed to perfection, delivered devastation with every strike. The port soon became a scene of chaos, filled with the sounds of those who had fallen. Selene observed, her smirk fading into a more serious expression. She acknowledged his skill with a quiet remark about his training. Midoriya stepped forward, his boots crunching against the debris. He issued a cold ultimatum, urging her to join him or face the consequences. Celine responded with a dark chuckle, her demeanor shifting as she acknowledged his power. To spread her arms, transforming into her vampire form. Her eyes glowed an ominous red, and her presence became overwhelming, radiating strength and speed. Midoriya stood firm, reaching for the tool quirk he had absorbed. His body shifted, transforming into his Chainsaw Man form, the sound of chainsaws roaring through the air. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity, and he exuded raw power. He declared that he wouldn't hold back, and the two figures faced off, their power clashing in the port like a brewing storm. The battle for dominance had begun. The night erupted into chaos as Celine and Midoriya clashed in a battle that shook the very foundations of the port. Celine, in her vampiric form, moved with incredible speed, her claws slicing through the air with deadly precision. She darted around Midoriya like a blur, striking him from every angle, her enhanced strength tearing through concrete and steel as if they were paper. Midoriya, now fully transformed into his Chainsaw Man form, was a storm of destruction. His chainsaws roared, shredding through everything in his path: buildings, cargo containers, even the ground beneath them. Celine launched herself into the air, her claws aimed at Midoriya's chest. He intercepted her mid-air, swinging his chainsaw arm upward with a deafening roar. The clash sent shockwaves rippling through the port, shattering nearby windows and causing weakened structures to tremble. Midoriya acknowledged her strength, growling that she was strong but not unstoppable. Celine hissed, her glowing red eyes narrowing as she landed gracefully on a pile of rubble. She leaped forward again, this time faster, using the darkness to her advantage. Midoriya turned, his chainsaw ripping through the air in a wide arc, barely missing her as she ducked and slashed at his side, sparks flying from his hardened body. The battle raged on, both combatants relentless. Midoriya's chainsaws tore through everything Celine threw at him, while her vampiric agility allowed her to dodge his wild swings and land calculated strikes. Buildings crumbled around them, debris and dust filling the air as their battle escalated into a display of raw power. Finally, Celine made a critical mistake. She lunged at Midoriya in an all-out assault, aiming to overwhelm him. But Midoriya anticipated her move. With a fierce growl, he drove his chainsaw arm upward, slashing across her chest and sending her flying backward into a crumbling wall. Celine crashed to the ground, struggling to stand, her breaths ragged, her once dominant aura now flickering. Midoriya approached her slowly, his chainsaw arms still roaring. His black scara and white pupils burned with cold determination. He declared that it was enough, stating she had lost. While her strength was undeniable, it was not enough to defeat him. Celine coughed, her gaze defiant even in defeat. She questioned whether he thought this made him superior, her voice laced with pain and bitterness. Midoriya knelt before her, the chainsaws on his arms retracting as his form returned to normal. His cold, emotionless expression remained unchanged as he expressed that he did not care about superiority but rather results. He offered her a choice to join him as his commander, suggesting that together they could tear apart the rotten society and create something better. He added, leaning closer, that if she refused he would find someone else who could. Celine stared at him, her pride clashing with the reality of her injuries. After a long moment, she let out a bitter chuckle, admitting that he was as relentless as he was powerful. She agreed to join him but made it clear that she would not bow to him. The lively chatter of the Class 2A girls filled the air as they wandered through the crowded mall. Bags swung from their arms as they joked and laughed, the excitement of their shopping spree lighting up their faces. Few Azui, among them, had a small, relaxed smile as she examined a shop window. Suddenly, her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw her mother's number on the screen. Answering in her usual calm tone, she acknowledged her mother's urgent request for help at home. Tsiu frowned slightly but nodded, agreeing to head back soon. She turned to the group, informing them that she had to go help her mom with something. Her friends waved her off, unaware of the sinister events unfolding behind the scenes. Elsewhere, Midoriya leaned back in his chair, his black scara and white pupils glowing faintly in the dim room. A voice modulator sat on the desk before him, still active. A cold smirk tugged at his lips as he rested his chin on his hand. He noted that the pieces were moving and it was time to see how loyal people really were when their lives were at stake. Behind him, Celine, Tadu, and Nagant stood, waiting for his orders. Midoriya's gaze flicked toward them. He instructed Tadu to handle Tsuyu's father, emphasizing the need for discretion and to blend in. Tadu nodded firmly, preparing to leave. Midoriya then turned to Nagant, assigning her the task of dealing with Tsuyu's mother under the same conditions. Nagant smirked faintly, her instincts kicking in as she acknowledged the order. Finally, Midoriya focused on Celine, giving her the responsibility of targeting Tsuyu's siblings. He expected her to handle them efficiently, blending in and using her charms without raising suspicion. Celine responded with a sly smile, assuring him that it would be done. Midoriya leaned forward, clasping his hands as he reminded them all to make their actions seamless. This was more than just sending a message, it was about control. He instructed them to act like normal people until the moment came, and they nodded in unison, heading out to fulfill their missions. Tadu adjusted his hat, ensuring it shadowed most of his face. His plain clothes and slouched posture gave him the perfect guise of an ordinary man. Holding a crumpled map in his hand, he wandered near Tsuyu Ajui's family home. The air was quiet, save for the occasional chirping of birds. His sharp eyes scanned the area until they landed on Tsuyu's father, who was tending to the garden outside the house. Drawing a deep breath, Tadu put on an embarrassed, friendly smile and approached, asking for help with directions. Tsuyu's father looked up, wiping his hands on his apron, and offered to assist him with the map. Tadu handed it over, watching closely as the man studied it, and they engaged in a conversation about the area, with Tsuyu's father kindly offering to show him the way. "It's not too far from here." Tadu widened his eyes, feigning relief, and expressed his gratitude to the man. The two walked side by side, with Tadu carefully steering the conversation to seem harmless. He glanced at the man and inquired about his residence, noting the peacefulness of the neighborhood. Tsuyu's father nodded, sharing that his family had lived there for years and that it was a good place for children to grow up. Tadu smiled faintly, acknowledging the importance of family. Tsuyu's father spoke proudly about his dedication to providing for his children, which made Tadu tighten his grip on the map slightly while maintaining a warm expression. He complimented the man, who then asked about Tadu's family. Tadu hesitated for a moment before admitting he had been on his own for a while, attributing his poor sense of direction to that. Tsuyu's father reassured him, encouraging him to keep moving forward. Tadu smirked inwardly at the irony of those words. As they neared an alley close to their destination, Tadu slowed his pace, pretending to check the map again. He asked if this was the place, tilting the map for Tsuyu's father to see. The man leaned in, pointing to the spot on the map, but Tadu's movements became sudden and precise. He grabbed Tsuyu's father by the arm, twisting it behind his back in one fluid motion. The older man cried out, but Tadu quickly covered his mouth. He whispered coldly, his earlier nervous demeanor vanishing, that they wouldn't want to cause a scene. Tsuyu's father struggled, but Tadu's strength was overwhelming as he dragged the man deeper into the alley, away from prying eyes. The man gasped, questioning Tadu's actions once he removed his hand. Tadu leaned in close, his eyes sharp and unforgiving, explaining that someone important had plans for him and that he shouldn't take it personally. Tsuyu's father's eyes widened in terror, but before he could scream, Tadu delivered a swift blow to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Tadu straightened, pulling out a small communication device and reporting that the target was secured. Midoriya's calm and cold voice came through, instructing him to bring the man to the rendezvous point while ensuring no one saw him. Tadu nodded to himself, hoisting the unconscious man over his shoulder and making his way to the extraction point, reflecting on how easily the man had trusted him, leading to his downfall. Meanwhile, a television flickered with a grim report, the anchor's voice heavy with the weight of the news. A body had been discovered in a fish storage facility near the port, with signs of brutal torture evident. Authorities were investigating the scene. Class 2A sat in the common room, their faces pale as they watched the broadcast. Uraraka gasped, her hands flying to her mouth, recognizing Tsuyu's clothes. Kirishima clenched his fists, unable to believe what he was seeing. Aizawa entered the room, his expression grim but composed, having already connected the dots. He attempted to reach Tsuyu's parents but was met with silence. Firmly, Aizawa stated that they needed answers and decided to accompany the police to her house, instructing the students to stay alert and not go anywhere alone. The students nodded reluctantly, the atmosphere heavy with fear and sorrow. At Tsuyu's family home, Aizawa and the police found the house eerily quiet, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. After knocking several times with no response, the officers entered cautiously. The house was empty, with no signs of struggle, but the absence of the family was glaring. Aizawa's stomach churned, sensing that something was very wrong. In a dimly lit room, Midoriya leaned back in a chair, his cold eyes fixated on the news report. His unsettling smile never wavered as he murmured with satisfaction. Turning to a nearby monitor, he inquired about the readiness of the nomus he had requested. A distorted voice replied that they were almost ready, needing just a bit more fine-tuning. Midoriya's smile widened, expressing his anticipation for their deployment. He leaned forward, fingers steepled under his chin, watching the chaos unfold with a chilling sense of satisfaction. In a sterile environment heavy with the faint hum of machinery, four massive chambers lined one wall, each filled with a viscous green fluid. Inside, the transformed bodies of Tsuyu's family had been grotesquely altered into nomus. Midoriya observed them with a detached, calculating expression, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of a console. The first nomu, resembling Tsuyu's father, towered nearly 8 feet tall, its bulky frame covered in patches of black, amphibian-like skin. Its elongated arms ended in webbed claws capable of slicing through steel. Its face was a grotesque mimicry of Tsuyu's father, with wide, vacant eyes and a jaw that could unhinge to unleash a devastating sonic screech. Tiny suction cups lined its forearms, allowing it to scale any surface with ease. The second nomu, resembling Tsuyu's mother, had a lean, sinewy build, its body covered in scales that shimmered with an eerie green hue. Long, serpentine limbs twisted unnaturally as it floated within the chamber, its face warped with sharp, protruding teeth and glowing red eyes. A long, whip-like tongue extended from its mouth, tipped with a stinger capable of paralyzing its victims. Venom sting. The tongue's stinger delivers a toxin that can incapacitate targets instantly. Elasticity. Limbs and tongue can stretch to incredible lengths for ranged attacks. Camouflage. Can blend seamlessly into its surroundings, making it nearly invisible. Nomu 3, Tsuyu's sister. This smaller nomu retained the petite frame of Tsuyu's younger sister, but its appearance was far from innocent. Its body was grotesquely emaciated, with sharp, bony protrusions jutting out from its limbs. Its mouth stretched unnaturally wide, filled with razor-sharp teeth, and its frog-like eyes glowed an ominous yellow. Long, clawed fingers twitched menacingly, hinting at its predatory nature. Acid spit generates a highly corrosive liquid that can melt through most materials. Regeneration rapidly heals from injuries, making it difficult to incapacitate. Enhanced agility moves with incredible speed and precision, making it a lethal close-range fighter. Nomu 4, Tsuyu's brother. The youngest of the family had been transformed into a horrifyingly spider-like creature. Multiple limbs sprouted from its back, each ending in sharp, blade-like appendages. Its face was barely recognizable, with hollow eye sockets that glowed faintly blue and a twisted grin that stretched far beyond human limits. Its torso pulsed with an eerie blue light, a sign of the powerful energy it contained. Energy blast fires concentrated energy beams from its chest, capable of piercing through reinforced steel. Web creation produces incredibly strong and sticky webs to trap opponents. Bladed limbs, extra appendages are razor-sharp and capable of slicing through most defenses. Midoriya studied the nomus with a cold smirk, his eyes flickering between each chamber. He thought about how each one would become a weapon to dismantle society. Heroes would be powerless against the horrors they would soon face. As for Tsuyu, he considered this the ultimate punishment. Her family would not rest in peace, they would become instruments of destruction. He turned his gaze to Garaki, who stood hunched over a console, making final adjustments to the machinery. The dim light of the laboratory cast eerie shadows over Garaki's face, highlighting his unnerving grin as he worked. Midoriya's voice cut through the room, sharp and commanding. He asked Garaki if the Nomus were ready, expressing his desire for no delays. Garaki turned slowly, a mixture of pride and madness in his expression. He assured Midoriya that they were more than ready, each one fine-tuned to perfection, their quirks fully integrated, and their bodies optimized for destruction. Just give the word, and they would be unleashed upon the world. Midoriya stepped closer to the chambers, scanning each twisted creation with clinical detachment. He acknowledged that these Nomus would mark the beginning of a new chapter, his chapter. Society would crumble under the weight of its sins, starting with these monsters. Garaki chuckled darkly, praising Midoriya for turning their family into weapons, calling it poetic, a fitting punishment for their betrayal. Midoriya's smirk grew as he placed a hand on the glass of one of the chambers. The Nomu inside twitched slightly, as though responding to his presence. He corrected Garaki, stating that this was not poetry but justice, the kind of justice this broken world deserved. He ordered Garaki to prepare for their release, signaling that the next phase of his plan would begin that night. Garaki nodded, his fingers flying over the keyboard, assuring Midoriya that they would be ready for deployment within the hour. Midoriya turned away, the faint glow of the chambers casting an ominous light on his retreating figure. He instructed Garaki to ensure nothing went wrong, emphasizing that failure was not an option. As he walked away, his voice echoed through the room, cold and final, reminding Garaki to make sure the world knew exactly who was responsible when chaos began. Midoriya stood in the dimly lit laboratory, his gaze fixed on the four Nomus as they emerged from their chambers. The grotesque figures moved with unnerving precision, their monstrous forms a testament to Garaki's twisted genius. Each of them loomed in the shadows, awaiting commands like predators ready to strike. He ordered Garaki to teleport them to the specified locations, eager for the world to witness the beginning of its end. Garaki cackled as he activated the teleportation system, declaring that it was time for the Nomus to become the heralds of Midoriya's new order. Society would not know what hit them. The Nomus were enveloped in shimmering portals, their monstrous forms disappearing one by one. In the heart of the bustling city, the first Nomu materialized, a hulking, armored brute with Tsuyu's father's features grotesquely distorted. Its quirk sent massive tremors through the ground with every step, causing buildings to crumble and cars to flip as chaos erupted. It raised a massive fist, slamming it into the pavement and sending shockwaves through the city. Dust and debris filled the air as terrified citizens fled in every direction. In a lively shopping area, the second Nomu appeared, a sleek, insectoid creature with multiple limbs and sharp claws, twisted remnants of Tsuyu's mother's body. Its quirk allowed it to shoot corrosive webs that melted through steel and concrete. The Nomu crawled along the sides of buildings, spewing its acidic substance, which dripped down and destroyed everything it touched. Shoppers and workers scrambled to escape as entire storefronts dissolved into puddles of corrosive goo. In a quiet suburban neighborhood, the third Nomu, a wiry, grotesque figure resembling Tsuyu's younger sister, emerged. Its quirk unleashed deafening sound waves that shattered windows and ruptured eardrums. The peaceful neighborhood turned into chaos as people ran, clutching their ears, their cries drowned out by the Nomu's piercing wail. Houses collapsed under the force of the sound waves, and the air was filled with the sound of destruction. To say whatever happened at UA High School 2 hours ago was a disaster would be the understatement of the century. Police tape cordoned off the area, 4 patrol cars were parked haphazardly, and 2 ambulances were present, one carrying a body under a tarp. CSI officers meticulously examined the scene, their equipment scattered around a crate near the school's entrance. The media swarmed outside, broadcasting the chaos and undoubtedly preparing lawsuits that would haunt UA for years. Amidst the chaos, a covered body was carefully placed in another ambulance, a chilling discovery that demanded answers. Detective Nao Mesa Tsukachi stood in the school's conference room, reviewing the security footage alongside Principal Nizu and the teaching staff. The mood was grim, the air heavy with shock and anger. Class 1A students, still reeling from the loss of their classmate, were being questioned one by one. Tsukachi's assistant, Officer Sansa, entered the room briskly, holding a sealed brown envelope in his hands. He informed Tsukachi that someone had just delivered it. The detective frowned, asking who the sender was. Izuku Midoriya was a name that didn't resonate with Tsukachi. He took the envelope, noting its unusual weight. Upon opening it, he found a cell phone. Before he could examine it further, the phone buzzed, revealing an incoming call from a blocked number. Without hesitation, Tsukachi answered. A calm yet chilling voice greeted him, asking how America was and if he enjoyed the change of scenery. Tsukachi tightened his grip on the phone, demanding to know who was speaking. The voice responded with a chuckle, revealing itself as Izuku Midoriya and suggesting that Tsukachi rearrange the letters of the name to uncover the truth. Confused yet cautious, Tsukachi grabbed a pen and paper, rearranging the letters in his mind until one name emerged, sending a shiver down his spine. Izuku Midoriya. The atmosphere in the room shifted, with Principal Nizu and Aizawa showing signs of shock. The voice continued, congratulating Tsukachi on his deduction and implying that he had expected nothing less. Tsukachi's voice turned firm as he confronted the voice about the murder of Tsuyu Azui and her family. A brief silence followed before the voice confirmed the accusation, the weight of those words hitting Tsukachi hard. Tsukachi asked why this had happened, to which Izuku replied that Class 1A should be asked that question. He gave Tsukachi 1 hour to uncover the truth about his incarceration, threatening to reveal everything himself if he failed. The call ended abruptly, leaving Tsukachi's mind racing with the implications. Turning to Sansa, Tsukachi instructed him to gather every student from Class 1A in the meeting room immediately. 10 minutes later, Class 1A sat in the meeting room, their faces pale and eyes red from tears. The atmosphere was thick with fear and confusion as Tsukachi stood at the front, flanked by Principal Nizu and Aizawa. He addressed the students, acknowledging their distress but emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He asked them to recount the last time they saw Tsuyu. Achiko Uraraka, her voice shaky, recalled that they had been planning a trip to the mall when Tsuyu received an urgent call from her mother and left in a hurry. Tsukachi nodded and inquired about Izuku Midoriya, noting the tension that filled the room at the mention of his name. Eijiro Kirishima frowned, questioning what Midoriya had to do with the situation. Tsukachi pressed on, asking if the class had accused Midoriya of being the UA traitor 7 months prior. Katsuki Bakugo confirmed the accusation, stating that Midoriya had always seemed suspicious with his mutterings and strange notes. When Tsukachi asked if they had ever looked at the contents of those notebooks, Bakugo admitted they had seen them as children, filled with odd hero analysis. Tsukachi questioned whether Midoriya had a criminal record or any known contact with villains, to which the students replied negatively. He then asked how they had concluded that he was a traitor, leading to a heavy silence as the students avoided eye contact, guilt evident on their faces. Tsukachi revealed that his quirk was a lie detector and that not a single word they had spoken about Midoriya had been truthful. He accused them of lying to their teachers, pro-heroes, and to him, demanding to know why. Bakugo's face turned pale as Tsukachi accused them of framing Midoriya out of jealousy or fear, highlighting the destruction they had caused in his life. The room fell silent as Tsukachi dialed Izuku's number. When Izuku answered, his tone was calm, almost mocking. Tsukachi grimly confirmed that his classmates had framed him. Izuku requested to be put on speaker, and Tsukachi complied. Izuku addressed Bakugo venomously, asking how it felt to know their actions had consequences. Bakugo gritted his teeth but remained silent. Izuku continued, asserting that they were all cowards for destroying him out of their inability to accept his potential. Tsukachi interjected, urging Izuku to return to UA for a fair trial, to which Izuku responded with bitter laughter, doubting the fairness of the system. He offered Tsukachi one chance to fix the situation, warning that their next conversation would not be merely words. Aizawa then stood before his students, his voice low but sharp, expressing his disappointment and frustration. He declared that if it were up to him, he would have expelled them all for their actions, emphasizing that they did not deserve to be called heroes in training. The weight of Aizawa's words hung heavily in the air, and the students could not meet his gaze, shame and guilt washing over them. Aizawa pointed out that they had manipulated the situation, twisted the facts, and convinced themselves their lies were justified, costing not just a classmate's trust but his entire future. Present Mike, standing nearby, echoed Aizawa's sentiments, stating that they were fortunate not to have been expelled already. Uraraka attempted to defend their actions, claiming they thought they were doing the right thing, but Aizawa cut her off, demanding to know what evidence they had based their assumptions on. Kirishima protested, insisting they only wanted to protect everyone, but Aizawa stepped closer, icy in his tone. He accused them of endangering everyone, pushing someone already struggling over the edge, and warned them that if they thought this was anyone's fault but their own, they were deluding themselves. Bakugo, who had remained silent, finally snapped, unable to contain his frustration any longer. Aizawa moved swiftly, delivering a sharp slap to Bakugo's head, causing the room to gasp in unison. The explosion user turned, stunned and holding his head. Aizawa's voice was dangerously low as he addressed the group, stating that they had no right to speak after their actions. He declared that they were not heroes, but rather cowards who had chosen an easy target and caused harm for their convenience. The mention of Tsuyu Ajui's fate hung heavily in the air. Aizawa's voice cracked as he continued, emphasizing the weight of their responsibility for the consequences of their actions. He made it clear that the blood of Tsuyu and her family was now on their hands, and that any harm Midoriya caused in the future would be their burden to bear. Principal Nizu, standing beside Aizawa, cleared his throat to announce the punishment. The students would face 3 months of nightly detention, scrubbing the entire school and dorms. Once that was completed, they would no longer be part of Class 1A and would have to find another instructor or transfer to another school. They had lost the privilege of being taught by Aizawa. Kaminari's shocked expression reflected the disbelief in the room. Nizu explained that the only reason they were not being expelled immediately was that if they left and Midoriya targeted them, the blame would fall on the school. However, once the crisis was resolved, they would no longer be students. As the staff left, the students remained in stunned silence. In the teacher's lounge, Aizawa slumped against the wall, burying his face in his hands. A quiet sob escaped him, the weight of his guilt threatening to overwhelm him. He felt he had failed as a teacher, protector, and believer in his students. He whispered to himself, acknowledging his mistake. The door creaked open, and Namuri entered, arms crossed. She confronted Aizawa, reminding him that he had ignored her warnings and that a student's life was now in ruins because of it. Aizawa admitted his failure, but Namuri insisted that he needed to confront the reality of the situation. In the meeting room, Nizu presented a file to the staff and Detective Tsukachi. The file contained information about Midoriya, including his time at UA and a note that had gone unnoticed until now. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow, prompting Nizu to reveal that Midoriya had attended the same middle school as Bakugo. Upon investigation, it was discovered that his school records had been fabricated, revealing extensive bullying, both physical and emotional. The room fell silent as the gravity of Nizu's words sank in. Aizawa's shoulders sagged as he absorbed the information. Nizu expressed regret for allowing this to happen, acknowledging that they had trusted incomplete records and ignored warning signs. Tsukachi grimly noted that they had let a child fall through the cracks, and now they had to face the consequences. The meeting continued, but the weight of guilt hung heavily over everyone present. Present Mike expressed skepticism about bringing Midoriya back, questioning whether he would even want to return or if he would view them as enemies. Aizawa's jaw tightened as he insisted they could not give up on him yet. Nizu signaled the end of the meeting, urging everyone to reflect on their roles in the situation to avoid repeating past mistakes. Tsukachi received a call from his subordinates and listened intently. The expression on his face shifted to one of dread, prompting concern from the others. After ending the call, he informed them that Midoriya had made enemies while in Tartarus. The revelation that Midoriya had been involved in multiple fights with other inmates, resulting in injuries, shocked the staff. Tsukachi explained that someone had eventually stood up for Midoriya, leading to a shift in his situation. Curiosity piqued, Snipe asked about the identity of this mysterious savior. Tsukachi revealed that they were familiar with the individual, as their cells were adjacent. The name, Kaizome Akaguro, also known as the hero killer Stain, sent a wave of unease through the room. Cementos broke the silence, acknowledging the implications of Midoriya having spent months under Stain's influence. The teacher's discomfort grew as they considered what Stain could have taught him. Nizu mused about Stain's skills and ideology, recognizing that if Midoriya had trained under him, they might be facing a far more dangerous individual than they had anticipated. Midnight expressed her concern about the involvement of the Yamazaki clan, the notorious underground crime syndicate, and the implications of their interest in Midoriya. Tsukachi confirmed that the clan head had taken an interest in Midoriya due to his impressive resilience and fighting spirit, which had not gone unnoticed during his time in Tartarus. They even referred to him as a diamond forged under pressure. Vlad King expressed his frustration as he questioned what the Yamazaki clan wanted with Midoriya. Tsukachi found it difficult to say, but he speculated that given their history, they might view him as an asset, a tool to wield against their enemies or even society itself. Aizawa, rubbing his temples, muttered sarcastically about how they had not only pushed Midoriya into the hands of Stain but potentially into the grasp of one of the most dangerous criminal organizations in the country. Nizu interjected calmly yet firmly, stating that this was more than a failure on their part. They had not only failed Midoriya as educators and heroes, but they had also created a potential threat to society by misjudging and mistreating him. Power Loader, confused, questioned why Midoriya would even consider aligning with the Yamazakis, as he didn't seem like the type to willingly join a criminal syndicate. Namuri softly pointed out that desperation and anger could drive him to such choices. They had taken everything from him: his dreams, his reputation, and his mother. With nothing left to lose, he had become dangerous. Aizawa darkly noted that if Stain had influenced Midoriya's mindset during their time together, he might already be seeing the flaws in hero society through Stain's perspective. Snipe gravely added that Midoriya didn't need a quirk to be a threat. He had already demonstrated his analytical mind, adaptability, and combat skills. If he combined those with Stain's ideology and the resources of the Yamazaki clan, they would be in serious trouble. The room was thick with tension as the gravity of the situation settled over the group. Nizu finally stated that they needed a plan not just to find Midoriya but to understand how to approach him. If they charged in recklessly, they risked pushing him further into darkness. Mike raised a concern about the Yamazakis, questioning if they would protect him. Tsukachi cautioned that if Midoriya was aligning with them, any misstep could solidify his loyalty to them. Vlad King asked if they thought Midoriya had already been fully corrupted by Stain and the Yamazakis. Aizawa firmly replied that Midoriya was not lost yet. He was angry, betrayed, and grieving, but there was still a chance to reach him. They just needed to find the right way to approach him. Namuri voiced the question that lingered in the air: what if they couldn't reach him? Aizawa's eyes darkened as he acknowledged that they would have to face the consequences of their mistakes head-on. The room fell silent again, the weight of Aizawa's words heavy. Everyone understood that finding Izuku and bringing him back would not only require skill and strategy but also the daunting task of undoing years of damage caused by their negligence. Even then, there were no guarantees. Meanwhile, Midoriya stood in a dimly lit warehouse, dressed in a sharp black shirt and tailored pants that exuded authority. Across from him was Ivan, the son of the Russian underworld Don and the fourth commander of the syndicate. Beside Ivan stood his mercenary, a former soldier turned arms dealer. The air was tense yet calm as the mercenary placed a briefcase on the table and opened it, revealing a sniper rifle of exceptional craftsmanship. Ivan leaned slightly forward, smirking as he informed Midoriya that he had what he asked for. Midoriya scanned the weapon and nodded in approval. Without breaking eye contact, he took out his phone and called someone, calmly stating that Nagin's early Christmas present was ready: a one-of-a-kind sniper. The mercenary sneered, surprised that someone like Midoriya knew about guns. Midoriya's piercing gaze shifted to the man, and he warned him to watch his mouth in fluent Russian, causing Ivan's men to freeze, exchanging nervous glances. As the briefcase was passed to Midoriya, he inspected the sniper with precision. Handing it back to Nagant, he introduced Ivan, emphasizing that his name carried weight. Nagant accepted the sniper with a slight smile, appreciating the gift. The mercenary, emboldened by her presence, made an inappropriate comment and reached toward her. Before he could get far, Nagant swiftly twisted his arm and slammed him into the table, coldly warning him not to touch her again. As the mercenary backed off, humiliated, Midoriya sighed and began unbuttoning his shirt, handing it to Nagant to hold. She blushed slightly, her sharp demeanor faltering as her eyes lingered on his physique. Hidden in the shadows, Celine quietly recorded everything on her phone, her admiration for Midoriya growing as she muttered to herself about his perfection and strength. Midoriya approached the mercenary, his steps slow and deliberate. The room fell silent, and Ivan watched with a mix of respect and fear. Midoriya flatly stated that the mercenary had his chance but didn't seem to understand who he was dealing with. The mercenary barely had time to react before Midoriya's fist shot forward with incredible speed. The impact was devastating, and the mercenary fell to the floor, defeated. Nagant stared in shock, clutching the sniper and shirt tighter, murmuring about the power of a single punch. Ivan stepped back, visibly shaken, as Midoriya turned his cold gaze toward him, delivering a lesson about keeping his men in check. Midoriya slipped the shirt back on effortlessly and adjusted his collar, telling Nagant that their business was done. As they exited, Celine, still hidden, whispered to herself about her unwavering devotion to Midoriya. As the heavy silence settled over the room, Ivan reached for his phone with trembling hands. He dialed a number, his fingers shaking slightly as he placed the call. The line connected after a few rings, and a deep, commanding voice came from the other end: his father, the Russian underworld Don. Ivan hesitated before informing his father about the mercenary's fate, his voice low and hesitant, laced with fear. The Don's irritation was palpable as he demanded to know what had happened. Ivan took a deep breath, explaining that it was Midoriya who had dealt the blow, describing the mercenary's fate in a shaky voice. The Don remained silent for a moment, processing the information. With one punch, Ivan's voice was filled with disbelief as he confirmed what he had seen. He had witnessed something extraordinary. Midoriya was more intimidating than all for one himself. He had acted without hesitation, ending a life as if it were nothing. The Don's tone shifted to one of caution as he advised Ivan to avoid provoking Midoriya. He emphasized the importance of keeping their dealings respectful, warning that men like Midoriya were not to be crossed. Ivan nodded in agreement, acknowledging his father's warning and vowing not to underestimate Midoriya again. After the call ended, Ivan lowered the phone, his hands still trembling. He took one last look at the aftermath of Midoriya's display of power, his mind racing with the realization that Midoriya was not just a man but a formidable force. As Ivan stood there, his phone buzzed again. It was a call from one of his trusted men who had witnessed the events unfold. The man expressed concern about the mercenary's actions, which had led to his demise. Ivan felt irritation rise within him as he responded, acknowledging the mercenary's foolishness in trying to confront Midoriya's subordinate. The man on the line hesitated, admitting that they had underestimated Midoriya's response. He described how Midoriya had not just defeated the mercenary but had completely obliterated him with a single blow. Ivan clenched his jaw, frustrated that his men still did not grasp the gravity of the situation. He reminded them that Midoriya was not a small-time thug but a force to be reckoned with. The man on the line noted that Midoriya was even more dangerous than Ivan or his father. Ivan let out a dry laugh, fully aware of Midoriya's reputation. He issued a stern warning to his men, making it clear that anyone who crossed Midoriya would be left to fend for themselves. After ending the call, Ivan took one last look at the scene, muttering to himself about the nightmare that was Midoriya. Meanwhile, Midoriya turned to Nagant, casually asking for his shirt back. She, still flustered by his display of power, handed it to him without meeting his gaze. Midoriya slipped on his shirt and prepared to handle some business. Curiosity sparked in Nagant as she asked where he was going. Midoriya revealed his plan to buy a news company that was in debt to his father. He explained that he wanted to take it off the owner's hands before it completely failed. Nagant was surprised by the ease with which he approached such a significant transaction. Just then, Chad arrived, impeccably dressed as Midoriya's bodyguard. As they discussed the implications of Midoriya's actions, Nagant expressed concern about the visibility of his dealings. Midoriya reassured her that he had taken precautions to remain undetected. As they spoke, a luxurious black car pulled up, and Chad opened the door for Midoriya. He stepped inside, and Chad took the driver's seat. Nagant watched them leave, reflecting on the scale of Midoriya's operations. In another part of the city, Aoi stood before a crowd of individuals who had been overlooked by society. He had been tasked by Midoriya to find those who were quirkless or had quirks deemed useless. Now, these individuals stood before him, uncertain yet hopeful. Tadu's commanding presence demanded their attention as he announced the opportunity for jobs with good pay and decent hours. He instructed his team to bring in hairstylists and makeup artists to prepare the group for their new roles in the media. He emphasized the importance of first impressions and outlined the skills they would need to learn. Many individuals in the room possessed talent, yet they had been overlooked, denied opportunities by society. Tadu conveyed his boss's belief in them, sharing that his boss understood their struggles and had once faced similar challenges. Now, he was offering them a chance to change their lives. Tadu's tone softened as he observed the hopeful expressions around him. He urged them not to squander this opportunity, emphasizing that they had 1 week to prepare for interviews and should utilize the resources available to them. This was a rare chance, and his boss was not one to offer such opportunities lightly. He was a good man who genuinely believed in their potential. The group exchanged determined glances, their initial skepticism replaced by hope. They nodded in agreement, ready to embrace the chance they had been given. Tadu clapped his hands, startling some of the attendees. He encouraged everyone to get to work, instructing the stylists to begin their preparations while the others gathered their documents to study. Interviews were just around the corner, and he expected everyone to be ready. As Tadu watched them disperse, a smirk crossed his face. He admired Midoriya's vision, believing that this news channel would be more than just a business, it would change lives. Inside a sleek luxury car, Midoriya leaned back in his seat, his sharp eyes scanning documents on his tablet. Chad, seated in the passenger seat, occasionally glanced back to ensure everything was secure. The gentle hum of the engine provided a calming backdrop to their journey. Midoriya's phone buzzed, and he answered with a calm demeanor. Tadu's enthusiastic voice came through, reporting that everything was going smoothly. He had gathered a diverse group of individuals, including those without quirks and those whose quirks had been dismissed by society. Tadu had even arranged for hairstylists and makeup artists to help them make a strong first impression. Midoriya chuckled softly, pleased with Tadu's progress. He inquired about the skills training materials, and Tadu confirmed that he had distributed everything and informed the group about the upcoming interviews. Tadu could see the potential in their eyes. They just needed someone to believe in them. Midoriya's expression softened as he reflected on his own experiences. He understood the judgment they faced for circumstances beyond their control. He was determined to provide them with the chance they deserved if they were willing to work hard. Tadu's tone shifted to one of admiration as he acknowledged Midoriya's dedication. He remarked on how few would go to such lengths for people they didn't know. Midoriya gazed out the window, contemplating the cityscape. He emphasized that it wasn't about knowing them but about creating something better. This news channel would serve as a voice for those who had been ignored, and he wanted Tadu to ensure that everyone understood this mission. Tadu's enthusiasm returned as he assured Midoriya that he would make them proud and personally oversee their preparations. Midoriya expressed his gratitude before ending the call. He glanced at Chad, noting that everything was on track. He wanted to make the meeting quick so he could see the progress in person after finalizing the deal for the company. Chad opened the door for Midoriya as they arrived at their destination. Midoriya stepped out, his boots clicking on the pavement as he surveyed the area. The news station stood before him, its name, always all around, prominently displayed. However, the building lacked the vibrant energy it once had, appearing empty and devoid of purpose. A slight smirk appeared on Midoriya's lips as an idea began to form. He knew that revitalizing this place required more than just a fresh start. It needed a vision. He pulled out his phone and called the quirk specialist who had assisted him with previous construction projects. After a few rings, a crisp, professional voice answered. Midoriya outlined his request for 3 spacious, comfortable buildings to serve as high-quality apartments for his employees, offering to double the pay if they could complete the project in 1 week. The specialist expressed excitement at the ambitious timeline and assured Midoriya they could make it work, provided they had full access to the land and necessary materials. Midoriya confirmed that he would grant full authority for the project, emphasizing the importance of luxury and comfort in the apartments. After ending the call, Midoriya's gaze returned to the quiet news station. Soon, it would become a new home for those seeking opportunities, a place where they could rise together. Turning to Chad, who had been observing, Midoriya declared that they would transform the station into something greater. The people deserved not just jobs but homes and a fulfilling life. Chad agreed, recognizing the significance of this endeavor. With determination, Midoriya approached the building, ready to take the first steps toward his vision. The clock was ticking, but he was confident they would succeed. As the call concluded, workers began mobilizing. Trucks arrived with materials, and construction quirks were put to immediate use. The sounds of progress filled the air as the once desolate area began to transform. Satisfied with the rapid developments, Midoriya focused on the station itself. He had grand plans for rebranding it and quickly called the design team. He instructed them to change the name and logo, signaling that this station would no longer be what it once was. It was going to represent something bigger, an empire of truth and opportunity. As he stood amidst the bustling construction site, Midoriya could already envision the finished buildings and the new life they would bring. For him, this wasn't just about business, it was about creating a foundation for people who had been overlooked, much like he once had been. It had been a week since Midoriya took over the news station. The once abandoned, lifeless building had transformed into a vibrant workspace, with the newly constructed apartments nearby ready to house his employees. The name of the station had been changed to Truth Beacon News, reflecting his vision of honest journalism. As he walked into the spacious meeting room, dressed in his sharp black suit, his presence immediately commanded respect. He sat at the head of the table, exuding calm confidence. The room was soon filled with eager candidates, all quirkless or those with obscure quirks, each with hope in their eyes. Aoidedu entered with a stack of files, a satisfied grin on his face. He informed Midoriya that all the candidates were present and ready for their interviews. Midoriya acknowledged Tedu's effort and signaled for them to begin. One by one, the candidates entered the room. Midoriya greeted each of them warmly, taking his time to understand their skills and aspirations. He wasn't just assessing their abilities, he was making them feel seen and valued. A young woman entered nervously, clutching her resume. She expressed her gratitude for the opportunity. Midoriya reassured her, stating he was just a person giving hardworking individuals the chance they deserved, and asked what inspired her. By the end of the interviews, the candidates left the room brimming with gratitude. Many expressed their thanks, unable to believe someone cared enough to give them this chance. One man shook Midoriya's hand firmly, acknowledging the incredible opportunity they had been given. Midoriya's eyes softened as he welcomed them to the team, affirming that everyone deserved a fair chance. Later that day, Midoriya stood in his private office, going over some plans when Nagant entered, carrying a folder filled with instructions. She inquired if he needed her assistance. Midoriya leaned back in his chair and explained that he needed her to handle something discreetly involving the HPSC president. He slid a paper and a phone across the desk, detailing the president's home location and contact information. Nagant raised an eyebrow, asking what exactly he wanted her to do. Midoriya explained that the president kept her phone near the window and instructed her to wait for the right moment to act. He mentioned that his men would arrive afterward to cover the scene, emphasizing that it would be good for business and that justice would be served. Nagant nodded, maintaining her professional demeanor, and asked if there was anything else. Midoriya produced a small drive from his pocket, containing information about the HPSC's corrupt dealings. He instructed her to give it to his reporter once she was finished, wanting the world to know the truth. She accepted the drive, curious about his own plans. Midoriya smirked, revealing he had unfinished business with Aldra Junior High, indicating it was time for some old acquaintances to learn a lesson. As she left the room, Midoriya stared out the window, his mind filled with plans. He wasn't just building a media empire, he was reshaping the world, one move at a time. That night, Nagant stood perched on a rooftop overlooking the HPSC president's lavish building, her sniper rifle in hand. She waited silently, her eyes focused on the target's window, as instructed by Midoriya. The phone number he provided was dialed, and the sound of ringing echoed faintly through her earpiece. Inside, the president approached her phone, which lay near the open window, and answered curtly. Nagant smirked as she whispered her ominous message. Before the president could react, she pulled the trigger. The silenced shot rang out, precise and lethal. The president's body collapsed to the floor. Down below, reporters affiliated with Midoriya's news company were already positioned. As instructed, Nagant tossed a small USB drive containing incriminating evidence of the HPSC's corrupt deeds down to them. The reporters, wearing discreet disguises, quickly began capturing the scene while maintaining their cover. Nagant ensured her face was covered before disappearing into the shadows, leaving no trace of her presence. At Midoriya's company headquarters, he leaned back in his chair, watching the live feed on the large screen in the meeting room. A sly grin spread across his face as he observed the scene unfold. He remarked that the plan went off without a hitch and addressed his team, instructing them to prepare for their first breaking news story. The HPSC president was dead, and they were about to air all the organization's dirty laundry. His employees scrambled to action, preparing the broadcast. Midoriya continued, his voice steady but commanding, instructing them to broadcast immediately and to use the footage from the scene along with everything on the drive. They were not holding back. As the newsroom buzzed with activity, Midoriya adjusted his tie and turned to Chad, his loyal bodyguard. He informed Chad that he would be heading out soon and instructed him to ensure the next steps of the plan were ready, indicating he had personal business to settle with Aldra and the people there. Chad nodded firmly in acknowledgement. Midoriya stepped out of the room, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, ready for the next phase of his grand design. Meanwhile, in a dark room lit only by the faint glow of a single overhead bulb, Izuku stood before a cracked mirror, his reflection barely visible through the scratches on its surface. The air was heavy, filled with the metallic scent of tools and the faint aroma of oil. This was no ordinary room. It was where Izuku prepared himself to become the force justice demanded. On the table before him lay an assortment of items. A pristine white coat, torn and stained as if it had seen countless battles. A black shirt, tailored to cling tightly to his frame, gloves splattered with fake blood, and a mask resembling the twisted visage of his terrifying persona. To the side were files, photos, and documents of his targets, carefully studied to ensure none would escape his judgment. Izuku slid the coat over his shoulders, the fabric heavy yet familiar. He glanced at his reflection, his emerald eyes glinting with cold determination. He reached for the mask, running his fingers along its jagged edges. It was a symbol, something they would remember, something they would fear. He placed the mask over his face, the world shifting as his vision adjusted to the darkened lenses. He pulled on the gloves, the fake blood smearing across his hands, creating the illusion of carnage. Izuku reached for a jar filled with a thick, dark liquid and smeared it along his hairline, transforming his usual wild green locks into a deep, unrecognizable shade. The transformation was almost complete. He thought about embodying what they feared, his voice cold and emotionless as he turned to the mannequin in the corner, draped in an outfit eerily similar to his own. It stood as a reminder of the facade he had created, a visual representation of the terror he would unleash. Izuku stepped back, taking in his reflection once more. The figure staring back at him was no longer Izuku Midoriya. It was something darker, born from the pain and injustice he had endured. He adjusted the collar of his coat and clenched his fists, murmuring to himself about justice and what they deserved. With one final glance, he turned and left the room, his steps purposeful. The tools, the mask, and the persona he had crafted would ensure his enemies saw not the boy they once tormented, but the reckoning they could never escape. Later, in Aldra, the room was dark, save for the faint glow of a single, swinging light bulb that cast eerie shadows on the walls. The former students and staff of Aldra Junior High stood huddled together, fear etched into their faces. The air was thick with tension, an unshakable sense of dread creeping into their bones. Izuku Midoriya stepped out of his sleek black car and approached a dimly lit apartment building in the rundown side of the city. The place reeked of despair, the crumbling walls and broken windows telling tales of shattered dreams. Clad in his usual dark attire, Izuku's footsteps echoed in the desolate corridor as he made his way to the room he had been informed about. With a casual knock on the creaky wooden door, he waited. A sharp, irritated voice called from within, inviting him in. Izuku pushed the door open and entered. Inside, he found a woman sitting on a worn-out couch with a bottle of whiskey in her hand. Her sharp feline-like features and the spotted tail behind her gave her away. This was the woman known as Cheetah, once a top graduate from UA High School. Her reputation had been legendary, her speed and instincts unmatched. But now, her surroundings and demeanor painted a tragic picture of a fallen hero. Izuku noted her surprise at seeing someone as serious as him in a place like this, and before he could say more, Cheetah was on him in a flash, her claws pressed lightly against his neck. Her amber eyes glared at him with suspicion, her movements precise and controlled. She warned him to talk fast or he would regret stepping into her territory. Unfazed, Izuku raised his hands in mock surrender, assuring her he wasn't there to cause trouble. In fact, he was there to offer her something that might change her life. Cheetah narrowed her eyes but removed her claws, stepping back cautiously. She slumped onto the couch, grabbed the bottle of whiskey, and took a long swig, giving him 2 minutes to make his pitch. Izuku walked further into the room, his gaze scanning the broken furniture and the peeling wallpaper. He spoke about her past, recalling how she had been the top of her class at UA, a hero destined for greatness. But then, the Hero Commission had turned its back on her. He mentioned her so-called best friend, Mirko, and how she had moved on without even visiting Cheetah when she was cast out. The words hit their mark, and Cheetah's expression darkened as she reflected on her past. Izuku took a step closer, his emerald eyes glinting with confidence as he pointed out how her potential had been reduced to running a bar just to survive. He asked her if this was how she wanted her story to end. Cheetah looked away, her pride and pain clashing within her. She felt defeated, believing there was nothing left for her in the hero world. Izuku's voice dropped, smooth and persuasive, as he explained that he was not just a kid but Izuku Midoriya, the one rewriting the rules. He spoke of the corruption in the world, the lies, and the hypocrisy of the hero system, and how he needed someone like her strong, intelligent, and relentless to help him tear down the rotten system and build something better. Her eyes widened at the mention of his name, and she studied him closely, noting the differences in his appearance. He asserted that he was not his father but better, offering her a chance to be part of something bigger than herself. He promised power, respect, and the opportunity to make Mirko and everyone else who wronged her regret their choices. Cheetah hesitated, feeling the conviction in his words tugging at something deep within her. Against her better judgment, she found herself nodding in agreement. She decided to join him, though she made it clear that she did not trust him. A smirk played on Izuku's lips as he extended a hand, suggesting that trust would come later. As their hands clasped, Cheetah felt she had just made a deal with the devil. But for the first time in years, she felt a spark of hope, a chance to reclaim her life and her pride. As Midoriya stepped out of the rundown apartment with Cheetah reluctantly following behind him, he motioned for her to get into the luxury black SUV parked nearby. Chad, his imposing yet silent bodyguard, was already seated in the front, his sharp eyes scanning the area for threats. Izuku opened the back door and gestured impatiently for her to get in. Cheetah hesitated, her pride warring with her curiosity, but eventually climbed into the plush leather seats. She sat stiffly, her claws unconsciously tapping against her thighs as she glanced warily between Midoriya and Chad. As the vehicle pulled away, Midoriya reached into his briefcase and retrieved a small recording device. He held it out to her with a sly smirk. He mentioned that she might want to hear it. Reluctantly, she took the device, her amber eyes narrowing in suspicion. She asked what it was. Midoriya replied casually that it was an interview from her old acquaintance, Mirko, recorded about 6 months ago. Mirko had been on a popular hero podcast discussing her career, partnerships, and even her. Cheetah's claws stopped tapping as she stared at him, demanding to know what Mirko had said. Midoriya suggested she listen for herself, his tone laced with mock innocence. Her hands trembled slightly as she pressed play, and the recording crackled to life, filling the car with Mirko's confident voice. Mirko casually mentioned that she had worked with Cheetah in the past, acknowledging her potential but criticizing her recklessness and emotional nature. She expressed that trust was essential in their line of work and claimed it was a good thing Cheetah was out of the system, stating that heroes needed DSPLN, which Cheetah lacked. When the interviewer brought up a past mission where Cheetah had saved Mirko, Mirko laughed dismissively, asserting that she had everything under control and that Cheetah had merely gotten lucky. She concluded that if Cheetah couldn't handle the pressure, she was never meant to be a hero. As the recording ended, the car fell into an uneasy silence. Cheetah's jaw tightened, her claws leaving faint marks on the device. She seethed with rage, referring to Mirko in a derogatory manner. Midoriya leaned forward, his voice low and calculated, acknowledging the hurt of betrayal from someone she had trusted and risked her life for. Cheetah remained silent, her mind swirling with anger and feelings of betrayal. Midoriya continued, reminding her of how the Hero Commission had turned against her after a mission where she had refused to follow orders to protect innocent lives. He pointed out that they only cared about their image, discarding her when she wouldn't comply. Cheetah's hands clenched into fists as painful memories resurfaced. Midoriya softened his tone slightly, recalling how proud her parents had been of her. However, when the commission blacklisted her, they lost everything they had worked for because she had stood up for what was right. Cheetah whispered for him to stop, her voice barely audible. Yet, Midoriya pressed on, suggesting that those haunting memories would never allow her to move on. He emphasized that the commission had ruined her life and that Mirko had tarnished her name, but he offered a glimmer of hope. She had the power to reclaim her life and make them pay for what they had done. She looked at him, her amber eyes reflecting a mix of pain and determination, asking how she could do that. Midoriya smirked, knowing he had her where he wanted her, and she would do anything as they left for the base where he would introduce her to his other commanders. Later that night, the cold air was thick with tension as Okoye Seishu stood silently in the shadows near the rendezvous point. He had been waiting patiently, his twisted sense of justice sharpening his focus as he prepared to enact what he believed was necessary. Beside him stood Mina Ishido and Minoru Mineta, both visibly shaken and uneasy. They had reluctantly agreed to act as bait to lure Midoriya out, fearing expulsion from UA if they did not comply. Mina whispered nervously to Mineta, expressing her discomfort with the plan, recalling that Midoriya had once been their friend. Mineta, though trembling, reminded her that they had no choice, fearing for their lives if they did not stop him. Okoye was confident in his approach. The trio waited in disguise on a dimly lit street, the tension growing heavier. A frail old man shuffled past them, seemingly oblivious to their presence. He walked with a cane, blending into the quiet atmosphere. No one paid him any mind, he was just an old man passing by. What no one realized was that the old man was not who he seemed. The cane in his hand concealed a small, expertly designed mechanism, housing a bullet coated in a potent substance. The old man paused briefly beside Mineta, subtly adjusting the angle of the cane before pressing a concealed button. Mineta flinched slightly as he felt a tiny sting on his arm, dismissing it as a mosquito bite. He did not notice the faint smirk on the old man's face as he shuffled away into the shadows. Moments later, the old man re-emerged, this time without his disguise. Standing before them was Izuku Midoriya, his piercing, unforgiving eyes locking onto Mineta and Mina. His voice was cold, devoid of the kindness they once knew. Midoriya addressed Mineta with a chilling tone, signaling that it was time for him to face the consequences. Mineta's eyes widened in horror as he stumbled back, struggling to find his voice. Midoriya snapped his fingers, and within seconds, the effects of the poison began to take hold. Mineta gasped, clutching his throat as his body convulsed. His skin turned pale, and he struggled to breathe, the poison designed to be slow and agonizing. Mina screamed for Mineta, turning to Midoriya in desperation, questioning how he could do this to someone he once called a friend. Midoriya's expression remained unyielding, dismissing the notion of friendship and emphasizing their betrayal. Before Mina could react further, Midoriya moved swiftly, injecting her with a syringe. She cried out, stumbling back as the drag took effect. Her quirk spiraled out of control, causing acid to ooze from her skin, burning through her clothes and flesh. She writhed in agony, the acidic substance consuming her. Mina begged for mercy, tears streaming down her face as she struggled against her deteriorating quirk, her cries echoing through the empty street. Midoriya observed her with a cold detachment, remarking that she had chosen to play the hero and would now face the consequences of her own power. Suddenly, Akoya charged forward, his imposing figure determined to confront Midoriya. He declared that Midoriya's twisted actions had sealed his fate and that justice would be served. However, Midoriya was ready. With a swift motion, he released a smoke bomb from his sleeve, obscuring Akoya's vision and vanishing into the shadows, taunting him as he disappeared. Frustrated, Akoya slammed his shield into the ground and turned to Mina, who was still in agony as her quirk spiraled out of control. He realized it was too late to save her. The scene around him was devastating. Mineta lay motionless on the ground, and Mina's cries had ceased, leaving her unrecognizable. Amidst the chaos, Akoya's sense of justice simmered as he vowed that Midoriya would be found, no matter how far he ran. A chilling laugh echoed through the air, freezing both Akoya and Mina momentarily. From a nearby rooftop, a drone descended, its red light blinking ominously, recording everything. Midoriya's voice rang out, amplified through the device, mocking them for their aspirations of heroism. He proclaimed that they would be remembered not for their bravery but for their betrayal and tragic end. The drone's camera focused on the aftermath, streaming the scene to countless viewers. Some were horrified, while others were morbidly fascinated. Akoya shouted for Midoriya to stop, raising his shield and scanning the shadows for his target, but Midoriya had no intention of engaging further. The roar of a motorcycle engine echoed in the distance, and moments later, Midoriya appeared on a sleek black bike, glancing back at the devastation with indifference before revving the engine. He muttered that justice had been served, his words carrying a chilling finality. Akoya, unwilling to let him escape, charged after him, quickly closing the distance. Just as he was about to strike, Midoriya twisted on the bike, delivering a precise punch that connected with Akoya's shield, sending shockwaves through the air. The impact nearly shattered Akoya's arm, causing him to stumble back in pain. Midoriya took advantage of the moment and sped off into the darkness, his bike disappearing down the empty street as the sound of the engine faded. Akoya clutched his arm, frustration fueling his determination as he shouted that Midoriya would not escape justice forever. But Midoriya was already gone, leaving behind only devastation and a live broadcast that had immortalized Mina Ishido and Minoru Mineta as tragic figures in a tale of betrayal and vengeance. As the nation began to process the shocking deaths of Mina and Mineta, Midoriya struck again, this time targeting their families. Through another live broadcast, he revealed the truth behind their facades, exposing the monstrous reality beneath. His cold, detached voice echoed through the stream as he addressed the audience, stating that Mina and Mineta had already paid for their betrayal. He shifted the focus to Mina's family, revealing her father's true nature as a predator who exploited young girls under the guise of being a personal trainer. He detailed how Mina's mother was a manipulative figure who had destroyed her family through deceit and betrayal. Midoriya then turned his attention to Minoru Mineta's parents, revealing their cruel treatment of quirkless workers in their grocery store, portraying them as disposable tools rather than human beings. He declared it was time for them to answer for their crimes. At the Ishido household, Mina's father was hiding in his gym, trying to avoid the fallout from the revelations. But his past caught up with him when a young girl, one of his former victims, confronted him. In her trembling hands, she held a steel pipe, her determination driving her forward. She expressed her anguish over the life he had ruined, and despite his pleas for mercy, she struck him with the pipe, unleashing her pent-up rage. Meanwhile, Mina's mother was confronted by a former lover, now filled with rage and heartbreak. He confronted her in the living room, brandishing a jagged knife. Despite her attempts to manipulate him with lies, he was resolute and delivered fatal blows, leaving her lifeless on the floor. As the night wore on, Midoriya's actions continued to unfold, leaving a trail of devastation and a chilling reminder of the consequences of betrayal. The place was eerily quiet, its aisles stocked with goods that would never again be sold. Mineta's parents, unaware of the danger that awaited them, were in the back room, counting their profits for the day. Midoriya appeared silently, stepping into the room like a shadow. His dark cloak absorbed the faint light from a single flickering bulb. The moment Mineta's father looked up, fear filled his eyes. He stammered, backing away, unsure of what he was facing. Midoriya remained silent, his black scara and white pupils glowing faintly under his hood. Instead, he pulled a syringe from his belt and lunged forward. Mineta's mother gasped as the needle pierced her husband's neck, delivering a potent drag that rendered him immobile in an instant. The halls of UA High School were eerily quiet, save for the faint scrubbing sounds of toothbrushes against the floors. It was punishment time for the students involved in the chaos that led to Izuku Midoriya's departure, and the faculty had decided to ensure they understood the gravity of their actions. Cleaning the hallways with toothbrushes served as a fitting, if grueling, reminder. Kaminari Denki, sweat dripping down his face, paused for a moment, glancing at the small piece of paper in his pocket. It was a pair of tickets to a concert by Jairu Kyoka's favorite band, Earphone Jack Riot. He had been saving them for weeks, waiting for the right moment. Even though the day had been exhausting, tonight felt like the perfect opportunity. As everyone packed up their cleaning supplies, Kaminari mustered up his courage. He spotted Jairu across the hall, brushing a strand of hair out of her face as she wiped her forehead. He thought to himself that he had to make his move. He approached her casually, trying to act cool despite the hammering in his chest. He asked if she had a moment, and she raised an eyebrow, questioning whether he had broken something again. He chuckled nervously and assured her that nothing was wrong. He mentioned that it had been a rough day for everyone and thought he could make it a little better for her. Intrigued, Jairu crossed her arms and asked how he planned to do that. Kaminari pulled out the tickets with a dramatic flourish, holding them out like a prize. He revealed that they were tickets to see Earphone Jack Riot that night, knowing she was a big fan, and suggested they go together as a break from their hard day. Jairu's eyes widened slightly as she looked at the tickets, her usual stoic demeanor cracking for just a moment. She expressed surprise that he had actually managed to get them, as they had been sold out for months. Kaminari grinned sheepishly, explaining that he had connections mostly just camping on the ticket site for hours, but still, he felt proud. Jairu smirked at him, calling him a dork. Kaminari laughed nervously, agreeing but emphasizing that he was a dork with concert tickets. He eagerly asked if she wanted to go. Jairu glanced at the tickets again, then at Kaminari. She hesitated for a moment, but a small smile began to form on her lips as she agreed to go, warning him that if he embarrassed her, she would shock him into next week. Kaminari's face lit up with excitement as he promised to be on his best behavior. As they prepared to leave for the concert, a few of their classmates watched from the sidelines, exchanging knowing smiles. It was a quiet night at UA High School, the moon casting a soft glow over the campus. Kaminari Denki crouched behind a large tree near the school gates, nervously checking his watch. He had successfully snuck out, a feat he was rather proud of, but the hard part wasn't over yet. He was waiting for Jairu Kyoka, who had agreed to meet him for the concert. He muttered to himself, encouraging himself to play it cool and not mess up. The sound of footsteps pulled him from his self-coaching. Jairu appeared, dressed casually yet stylishly, her usual earphone jacks dangling from her earlobes. She gave him a skeptical look and crossed her arms, questioning whether this was a setup to get them caught. Kaminari grinned sheepishly, assuring her it was not and that he thought they could have a little fun after the rough week they had endured. Jairu sighed but couldn't hide the small smile tugging at her lips as she agreed to go before she changed her mind. The two boarded a late-night train, finding a relatively empty car. Kaminari kept fidgeting, occasionally glancing at Jairu, who had her arms crossed, staring out the window. He cleared his throat and asked if she was excited, noting it was her favorite band. Jairu smirked, teasing him about his nervousness, and he laughed awkwardly, admitting he wasn't exactly a pro at breaking rules. They shared a chuckle, and for a moment, the tension eased. When they arrived at the venue, it was packed. Bright lights illuminated the stage as the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Kaminari and Gyre found a spot in the middle of the crowd, close enough to feel the energy of the band but far enough to avoid being crushed. As the band started playing, the crowd erupted into cheers. Gyre's eyes lit up as she got lost in the music, while Kaminari tried his best to keep up with the beat, his dancing awkward but earnest. Gyre laughed at him, calling him out for his 2 left feet, and Kaminari grinned, defending himself by saying he was at least trying. As the performance intensified, the crowd began to push and shove. Kaminari held onto Gyre's hand, trying to keep her close, but a particularly large man bumped into him, sending him stumbling backward. He exclaimed in surprise, but the man didn't even glance back. Before he could recover, he realized Gyre had been pushed further into the crowd. He called out for her, but the music drowned out his voice, and she didn't hear him. After the concert ended, Kaminari frantically searched for Gyre. He wove through the dispersing crowd, calling her name, his heart pounding with worry. He checked every corner of the venue, but there was no sign of her. Just as despair began to set in, his phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. He hesitated before opening it, and his heart sank when he saw the image. It was Gyre in a dark room with a sign that read, "Enjoyed your date?" His hands shook as he stared at the screen, whispering her name in disbelief. He clenched his fists, his mind racing with concern and determination. Whoever had taken her wasn't just targeting her, they were targeting him. Kaminari gritted his teeth, determined to find Kyoka. In the principal's office, Aizawa stood with his arms crossed, glaring down at Bakugo, who sat slouched in his chair. Principal Nizu sat behind his desk, his usual calm demeanor replaced by visible tension. The room felt heavy with unspoken emotions as Aizawa's voice cut through the silence. He reminded Bakugo of the consequences of his actions, emphasizing that because of his arrogance and refusal to act, Gyre was gone, a student and teammate lost. Bakugo leaned back, his expression unbothered, dismissing Gyre's importance. Aizawa's fists clenched as his temper flared. He stepped forward, glaring at Bakugo, insisting that Gyre had fought alongside him, trusted him, and deserved more respect than to be called an extra. Nizu, observing the exchange, raised a paw to signal for calm. His small form seemed composed, but his sharp eyes betrayed his frustration. He addressed Bakugo, expressing concern over his lack of remorse and the implications of failing not just as a hero, but as a person. Before Bakugo could respond, Nizu's computer beeped, drawing his attention. He clicked on the notification, his expression darkening as he read the message. The Hero Public Safety Commission had removed them from the investigation into Midoriya and assigned the case to Okoyo. Aizawa's brows furrowed in disbelief, questioning the commission's decision to hand the case to someone he deemed reckless. Nizu nodded grimly, revealing that Okoyo had devised a plan to use Toru Hagakure as bait to lure Midoriya out. Aizawa slammed his hands on the desk, his determination evident as he insisted they would not allow this plan to proceed. He had already lost one student and would not let another be caught up in this madness. Nizu agreed, acknowledging the need for caution, as the commission would not tolerate interference. As they exchanged determined glances, Bakugo scoffed, smirking as he dismissed their concerns. He believed Midoriya was weak and suggested letting him deal with the extras. Aizawa's gaze snapped to Bakugo, his voice cold as he ordered him to leave before he said something he would regret. Bakugo shrugged and exited the office without a hint of guilt, leaving a tense silence in his wake. Nizu exhaled softly, stating they needed to act quickly, as time was not on their side. Aizawa nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of how to protect his students. Hours passed, and despite their determination, Aizawa and Nizu found themselves at an impasse. No matter how many strategies Nizu devised or how much Aizawa protested, they couldn't override the commission's authority. The pressure mounted, and both men grew increasingly frustrated. Nizu sat at his desk, staring at a complex diagram on his monitor, lamenting the lack of options. Before Aizawa could voice his frustration, the door creaked open. Toru Hagakure stood in the doorway, her usual bubbly demeanor replaced by a calm, determined expression. She volunteered to take action, insisting she would step in to help. Both men froze in shock. Aizawa immediately objected, warning her of the dangers involved. Toru entered the room, her invisible figure faintly outlined by sunlight. She expressed her resolve to protect others and honor Jiru's memory, stating that she would not let her friend's death be in vain. Nizu frowned, questioning her understanding of the risks involved. Toru affirmed her training and readiness to face the consequences of her decision. Aizawa's frustration was evident as he reminded her she was still a student, but Toru insisted she would always be one of his, ready to stand up for what was right. The room fell silent as her words sank in. Aizawa and Nizu exchanged a glance, grappling with the weight of her decision. Nizu finally spoke, solemnly agreeing to support her choice while promising to keep a watchful eye on her safety. Toru smiled faintly, expressing her gratitude and determination to make them proud. As she left the room, Aizawa sighed heavily, rubbing his temples in concern. He expressed his unease about her decision, while Nizu acknowledged her bravery, suggesting she might be stronger than they realized. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, screens flickered with live feeds from various locations, one displaying Principal Nizu's office. Izuku Midoriya sat at the center, hacking into the surveillance feed. His eyes gleamed with an eerie light as he listened to the conversation between Nizu, Aizawa, and Toru. The mention of Okoyo's involvement and Toru's willingness to participate brought a twisted smirk to his face. He paused the feed, rewinding to hear the critical points again. As Nizu spoke of caution and strategy, Midoriya chuckled darkly, reveling in the chaos that was about to unfold. He found amusement in the idea of a hunt against him, his laughter echoing ominously in the room as he leaned forward, his green eyes glowing with a mix of rage and amusement. A hunt, they say, he thought, his voice taking on a cold, sharp edge. Let it be a hunt. But they've got it all wrong. I am no prey. He stood abruptly, pushing the chair back with a sharp screech. His shadow loomed large against the wall, giving him an almost monstrous appearance. I am the predator, he growled, his voice echoing in the empty space. And those ants, they will be my prey. Midoriya walked toward the screen showing Nizu's office, his face illuminated by the flickering light. He believed he could stop him, Okoyo? He thought his plans, his traps, his little spies would save him? Leaning closer to the screen, his grin stretched unnaturally wide. No. They were all just ants waiting to be squashed. The sound of his laughter filled the room once more as he turned away from the screen. Picking up his phone, he dialed a number. Kurogiri, he said, his tone calm but laced with malice. Prepare everything. If it's a game they want, it's a game they'll get. Let's show them what happens when they try to cage a lion. Ending the call, he looked back at the screen, his grin fading into a cold, predatory smirk. Run, little ants. Run as much as you like. But in the end, you'll all fall beneath my claws. In a high-tech facility, Okoyo stood in front of a large display screen, reviewing detailed profiles, maps, and past footage of Izuku Midoriya's recent activities. His sharp eyes scanned every detail, and a smirk played on his lips. The room buzzed with a quiet intensity as the team under his command worked tirelessly, gathering every possible lead. He straightened his posture, adjusting his specialized tactical gear. Every piece of equipment he carried was tailored for this mission, reflecting both his meticulous planning and the gravity of the task ahead. For Okoyo, this wasn't just about capturing a fugitive, it was personal, a chance to prove himself against the boy who had become a symbol of chaos. Midoriya, Okoyo muttered, his smirk widening as he thought about his new position as the one officially in charge of the case. You might think you're untouchable, but everyone makes mistakes. Even you. A member of his team approached, saluting crisply. Sir, all preparations are complete. The surveillance network is up, and our contacts are ready to move on your command. Okoyo nodded, his gaze still fixed on the screen showing Midoriya's most recent taunting live broadcast. Make sure the decoys are set up and the traps are fully operational. If he wants to play predator, let's see how he fares when he realizes the hunter's been watching his every move. The operative hesitated for a moment. Sir, with all due respect, do you think Toru Hagakure's involvement is necessary? I know what you're about to say, Akoyo interrupted, his tone sharp but not unkind. And yes, she's necessary. Midoriya won't expect her to play an active role. She's an advantage we can't ignore. But sir, the operative pressed cautiously, Aizawa-sensei raised some concerns. Aizawa isn't in charge anymore. Akoyo cut him off, his smirk turning into a cold grin. I am. And I'll handle this my way. He turned back to the screen, which now displayed a satellite feed of potential hideouts Midoriya could be using. The thought of facing Midoriya didn't intimidate him, it excited him. This is a game, and Midoriya thinks he's already won, Akoyo said, almost to himself. But he's forgotten one thing. The best hunter doesn't chase. He sets the perfect trap and waits. His smirk deepened as he tightened the gloves on his hands. Midoriya, you've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Midoriya, with a calculating smirk, leaned back on his chair, staring at the image of Toru Hagakure's parents displayed on his screen. Their profiles were laid bare before him. Hontu Hagakure, the self-employed tech-savvy father with his partial transparency quirk, and Mitsu Hagakure, a passionate caregiver who worked at a local daycare. So, Akoyo wants to play hunter, Midoriya murmured to himself, his voice cold and menacing. Let's see how he feels when I make the first move. He turned to Kana Tsutsumi and Todoroki Toya, both standing silently behind him. Nagant, you'll take care of Toru's mother. Toya, you're coming with me for her father. Midoriya then stepped closer. Stay still, this won't take long. Dabi raised a brow, confused. What are you? Before he could finish, Midoriya placed his hand gently on Toya's chest, his other hand glowing faintly with a green hue. What the hell, Midoriya? Toya barked, trying to step back, but Midoriya held him firmly. Relax. I'm fixing the damage you've been living with for years. A warm sensation spread through Toya's body as Midoriya's enhanced healing quirk worked its way into the charred tissues of his skin, mending years of damage from uncontrolled flames. The pain that Toya had long grown numb to began to fade, replaced by an unfamiliar sensation of relief. When Midoriya stepped back, Dabi stared at his hands, the usual tightness in his chest gone. What did you just do? He asked, his voice uncharacteristically soft. Midoriya crossed his arms, his voice cold yet direct. I repaired the damage your quirk caused to your body. And I made adjustments to your quirk factor so you can control your flames better without burning yourself. Toya's usual cocky demeanor faltered for a moment as he processed this. Midoriya's eyes narrowed behind his mask. Because I need you at full strength. And because I won't let you end up as a liability. Your body won't fail you now, but don't think this means I care. You're still just a piece in this game. Understand? Dabi's smirk returned, though it lacked its usual venom. Whatever you say, boss. But as he turned away, there was a flicker of gratitude in his eyes that he refused to voice. Midoriya leaned back against the cold wall, his piercing green eyes locked onto Toya. So, Toya, he said, his voice calm yet laced with menace, you still want to fight Endeavor, don't you? To settle that grudge of yours? Toya smirked, his usual fire burning behind his expression. You know I do. That BSTRD deserves everything coming to him. Midoriya stepped forward, his tone turning sharper. You'll get your chance. But let me make one thing clear, Shoto is mine. Your other family members? Consider them spared for now. Don't cross me on this, Toya. Dabi's smirk faltered briefly, but he quickly recovered, nodding. Fine by me. You can have the little brother. I just want him to watch as I destroy the old man. Perfect, Midoriya said, turning away. His attention shifted to Nagant, who had transformed her appearance. Her new look resembled that of a caring, approachable mother. She stood ready, adjusting her hair and attire to play her part convincingly. Nagant, Midoriya said, his voice calm but commanding, you'll play the mother. Toya, keep your temper in check. We need to do this cleanly. He turned to the ever-reliable Kurogyri. Teleport us to the location where both of Toru's parents are. It's time to execute the plan. Kurogyri bowed slightly, acknowledging Midoriya's command. With a flicker of dark mist, a portal opened, swirling ominously. Midoriya took a moment to glance at Nagant and Toya, reminding them of their mission. He emphasized the importance of avoiding unnecessary casualties, stating that their goal was to send a message, not create chaos. They stepped through the portal. As the dark mist dispersed, Midoriya, under the alias Daniel Park, and Toya found themselves in Hantu Hagekyure's office. Meanwhile, Nagant, transformed into a gentle, concerned mother, headed to the school where Toru's mother, Mitsu Hagekyure, worked as a childcare specialist. In Hantu Hagekyure's office, Midoriya entered confidently, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, exuding professionalism. Toya followed closely, his calm demeanor a silent deterrent to anyone who might challenge them. Hantu looked up from his computer, his casual focus shifting slightly at the sight of the unfamiliar faces. Midoriya introduced himself as Daniel Park, an entrepreneur from South Korea interested in discussing a potential collaboration in software development. Hanta's brow furrowed, but he gestured for them to take a seat, expressing openness to new opportunities. Midoriya maintained a neutral and professional expression as he inquired about Hanta's work on cutting-edge projects involving light refraction technology, suggesting a possible alignment with his ventures. As the first Riot Squad member charged at Midoriya, his eyes gleamed with intensity. The man lunged, aiming to grab Midoriya and twist his arm into SBMson, taunting him about strength. Midoriya's smirk remained unchanged as he acknowledged the weight of strength, ready to demonstrate its true meaning. In a swift motion, he seized the man's wrist and twisted his arm, the sound of a break echoing ominously. The man cried out before Midoriya delivered a precise blow to his temple, rendering him unconscious. Stepping forward, Midoriya's calm movements instilled unease in the remaining Riot Squad members. He muttered a challenge, prompting the next group to charge with fists raised and batons swinging. However, Midoriya moved with unmatched agility and precision, countering each attack with calculated strikes. One attacker swung a baton at his head, but Midoriya ducked effortlessly, deflecting the weapon and countering with a powerful kick that sent the assailant flying. Another charged with a taser, but Midoriya sidestepped and incapacitated him with a swift elbow strike. The battlefield became a chaotic blur, Midoriya's movements a blend of calculated strikes and raw power. Each member of the Riot Squad that dared to approach him found themselves defeated, lying on the ground. Midoriya sneered at the fallen, mocking their inability to stop him and expressing disdain for their lack of challenge. As more bodies fell, the remaining members of the Riot Squad faltered, their confidence crumbling. Midoriya stood amidst the fallen, his pristine white suit now speckled with dust. He adjusted his glasses calmly, addressing the remaining officers who hesitated to charge. He questioned their reputation as Japan's finest, gesturing to the unconscious bodies around him and expressing disappointment in their performance. The remaining officers bristled but remained frozen in fear. Midoriya's cruel smirk widened as he taunted them, challenging them to prove their strength. One officer, angered by the mockery, stepped forward, insisting they were not weak. Midoriya's smile remained as he urged the officer to come at him, eager to see if they could match his prowess. The officer charged, flames erupting from his fists, but Midoriya sidestepped effortlessly, twisting the man's arm and slamming him to the ground with precision. The others watched in horror as Midoriya loomed over their fallen comrade, asserting his dominance and declaring them mere playthings in a game they had already lost. As Midoriya moved through the Riot Squad, a group of officers rushed at him, their quirks lighting up the battlefield. With one swift motion, he shattered their formation, sending them sprawling to the ground. When two officers managed to catch him by the arms, their intent clear, Midoriya continued forward as if their efforts were inconsequential. He yanked free, grabbing one officer by the collar and delivering a powerful punch that echoed in the air. The second officer followed suit, collapsing under the force of Midoriya's strike. A larger group of officers, desperate to subdue him, charged in from all sides. Midoriya grinned, taunting them about their failure to understand the situation. He leapt into the air, unleashing a devastating knee kick that crashed into the group like a wrecking ball, leaving them in disarray. Bodies flew in all directions, landing with loud thuds as a wave of groans filled the air. The sheer force of his kick left a crater where the squad once stood. Midoriya adjusted Sonic Surge's trisectional staff in his grip, feeling its weight and balance. As he walked forward, his emerald eyes gleamed with anticipation, reflecting the chaos unfolding around him. He passed by Mr. Justice, who was still trapped, giving him no more than a passing glance. From a distance, Dagon Dylan Sean sneered, his monstrous form pulsating with raw power. His tentacle-like appendages writhed as he declared that it was time to end the games. With that, his stomach twisted grotesquely, splitting open as an eel-like creature slithered out, lunging at Midoriya at terrifying speed. But Midoriya smirked. Without hesitation, he swung the staff in a single, precise strike, shattering the creature into pieces. The force of his blow not only obliterated the eel, but also cleared the water in the immediate area, leaving a brief vacuum in its wake. Before Dagon could react, Midoriya vanished. An instant later, he reappeared right in front of him, bringing down his staff with a devastating impact. The moment it connected, an explosive shockwave erupted, hurling Dagon backward at incredible speed. Midoriya didn't waste time. He sprinted after the airborne Dagon, spinning his staff like a whirlwind, striking repeatedly as Dagon desperately tried to dodge. But it was futile. Midoriya grabbed him mid-motion, twisting his body before hurling Dagon away again, sending him crashing into the ground with earth-shattering force. Still smirking, Midoriya adjusted his grip, twirling the staff expertly. Dagon coughed, his monstrous form trembling. His mind raced, questioning who this opponent was, noting that he wasn't even using a quirk. With a furious roar, he summoned a swarm of piranha-like creatures, their razor-sharp teeth glistening as they launched themselves at Midoriya. But Midoriya laughed, using the staff like a shield, blocking the fish with precise movements. One managed to slip through, but before it could bite, Midoriya caught it in his mouth. Dagon's eyes widened in disbelief as Midoriya spat the creature out, stepping forward and swinging his staff like a club, sending Dagon flying once more. Dagon barely had time to recover before he summoned another wave of piranhas, their numbers tripling as they surged toward Midoriya like a living tide. But it still didn't matter. Midoriya's movements became a blur, his staff cutting through the creatures with unnatural speed, reducing them to nothing. Desperation flickered in Dagon's monstrous eyes as he tried to summon another eel, but Midoriya had already anticipated it. He struck Dagon's stomach before it could even emerge, causing the creature to twist unnaturally and wrap itself around the staff instead. Dagon grinned maliciously and, with a powerful pull, dragged Midoriya into the depths of his water domain. From above, the other heroes watched as Midoriya disappeared beneath the waves, their expressions tense. A monstrous insect-like sea beast emerged, its massive jaws open wide to devour Midoriya whole. For a moment, everything was silent. Then the water erupted. Midoriya shot out, the remains of the creature falling apart behind him. With one single devastating swing, he knocked the beast unconscious. The battle shifted. Sonic Surge, still recovering, watched in horror and awe, questioning how her staff could endure such power. She realized the truth. The staff adapted to its wielder's level, which meant Midoriya was a force to be reckoned with. Dagon wouldn't survive this. The raging waves hurled Dagon onto a nearby beach, his monstrous body heaving with exhaustion. He tried to rise, but Midoriya was already there. Dagon's eyes widened as he summoned his last defense, forming a wall of water to shield himself. Midoriya didn't hesitate, breaking through it effortlessly. The next thing Dagon felt was pure agony as Midoriya's fists, feet, and staff became an unrelenting storm, tearing through him mercilessly. Dagon screamed, trying one last time to summon his piranha creatures, but Midoriya dodged effortlessly, rolling over Dagon's back before grabbing him mid-motion. With an almost playful smirk, Midoriya delivered a brutal kick to Dagon's face, sending him crashing into the sand. For the first time, Dagon felt true fear as Midoriya stood over him, sharpening the ends of his staff. The screeching noise made the other heroes cover their ears, the unbearable sound rattling their bones. Dagon lay there, shaking, his body refusing to move, desperately thinking about losing to someone who didn't even use a quirk. Before he could even attempt to escape, Mr. Justice appeared above him, expressing his anger for being trapped. He kicked Dagon toward Midoriya, who jumped forward and began striking. The sharp ends of the staff pierced Dagon repeatedly, moving at inhuman speed. Each strike was precise, unrelenting, and merciless. Dagon's vision blurred as his monstrous body convulsed under the sheer brutality of the attack. The last thing he saw was Midoriya's smirking face. Silence fell over the battlefield as the heroes except for Mr. Justice stood frozen. Yuki Tsukumo had already finished her analysis on Midoriya, concluding that he was not just a human, but a black Oni. As for Midoriya, he casually took Dagon's quirk, his emerald eyes glowing with newfound power. With a flick of his wrist, he twirled his blood-stained staff, now sharpened into a deadly spear. The domain collapsed, revealing the battlefield where all the remaining fighters stood. And Midoriya simply smiled, ready for the next challenge. Sonic Surge and Mr. Justice stood side by side, their gazes locked onto Midoriya. The battlefield was still covered in the aftermath of Dagon's defeat, the tension palpable in the air. Midoriya, calm and collected, spun his sharpened trisectional staff in his hands, the metal gleaming under the dim light. Sonic Surge tightened her grip on her sonic gauntlets, taking a deep breath, knowing they had to work together. She glanced at Mr. Justice, who gave a firm nod. Without warning, she activated her Sonic Surge, sending out an explosive shockwave of sound aimed directly at Midoriya. The air vibrated violently, shattering nearby rocks and causing the very ground to tremble under the sheer force of the sound. But before the attack could even reach him, Midoriya's body distorted. A chilling cracking sound echoed through the battlefield as his flesh reformed, his skin shifting like molten clay. His ears vanished, and his hearing was gone. Sonic Surge's eyes widened in horror, realizing he had used Overhaul's quirk on himself. Midoriya smirked, unaffected by the devastating sound waves. Before Sonic Surge could recover from her shock, Midoriya disappeared. An instant later, a blinding strike from his staff slammed into her stomach, sending her crashing into a pile of rubble. Justice reacted instantly, appearing behind Midoriya, his fist glowing with pure energy. He was determined to stop him, swinging with all his might. Midoriya tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding the punch before catching Justice's wrist mid-motion. With incredible strength, he twisted the hero's arm, causing him to grunt in pain before delivering a powerful knee strike to his ribs. A sharp sound echoed in the air. Justice staggered backward, coughing. Sonic Surge attempted to rise, but Midoriya was already in front of her, gripping her throat. She gasped, struggling as he effortlessly lifted her off the ground. Midoriya's cold, emotionless voice sent chills down her spine as he mused about her futile attempts to stop him. Her vision blurred, and before she could counterattack, he swung her like a rag doll, slamming her into Justice, sending them both tumbling across the battlefield. Midoriya casually cracked his neck, his emerald eyes glowing dangerously as he stepped forward. He twirled his staff, the sharp edges glinting ominously. Sonic Surge struggled to push herself up, her body trembling from the force of Midoriya's attacks. Justice wiped blood from his mouth, glaring at Midoriya, realizing they needed a new strategy. But would they survive long enough to implement it? Justice gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with a fierce red hue as he activated his heat vision. Twin beams of searing energy erupted from his eyes, cutting through the battlefield toward Midoriya. However, Midoriya remained unfazed. As the beams approached, his flesh twisted and morphed, reshaping into a surface of pure glass. The heat vision refracted violently, scattering harmlessly into the sky. Justice's mind raced at the sight. Midoriya's smirk never faded as he muttered a disdainful remark. Before Justice could react, Midoriya vanished, reappearing directly in front of Sonic Surge. Her eyes widened in terror as his hand shot out, seizing her by the throat. She gasped and struggled, but it was futile. Midoriya's strength was overwhelming. A sickening sound echoed as he crushed her windpipe, her body twitching helplessly in his grasp. Justice roared in rage, charging toward Midoriya with a blazing punch, but Midoriya simply sidestepped, dragging Sonic Surge along like a lifeless puppet. Midoriya's eyes gleamed as he activated All for One. A dark aura enveloped his free hand as he pressed it against Sonic Surge's chest. Her body convulsed violently, and she let out a silent scream as her quirk was forcefully ripped from her. The sensation was excruciating, and her eyes dulled as the last remnants of her life faded away. Midoriya tightened his grip, and with one swift motion he ended her struggle. Her limp body fell to the ground as he rolled his shoulders, absorbing her quirk. A wave of power surged through him, and he clenched his fist, testing the newfound ability. He mused about the power he had just acquired, a smirk forming on his lips. Justice stood frozen in shock, watching his ally fall lifelessly to the ground. His fists shook with fury as he called Midoriya a monster. Midoriya tilted his head, his smirk growing wider as he taunted Justice about who would be next. Justice's rage boiled over as he charged at Midoriya, his body radiating raw power. He declared that Midoriya would not get away with this, his voice trembling with anger. Midoriya remained eerily calm, feeling the pulsing power of his newly acquired Sonic Screech quirk settle into his core. Then he opened his mouth, unleashing a deafening sonic wave that erupted from his throat. The sheer force of the sound wave tore through the air, shaking the ground and shattering everything in its path. Justice's eyes widened in horror as the wave slammed into him like a freight train, sending him hurtling backward. His body convulsed violently, his enhanced durability crumbling under the magnitude of the sonic destruction. Blood poured from his mouth, nose, and eyes as he was overwhelmed by the force. He didn't have time to scream before his body collapsed, lifeless. Midoriya exhaled slowly, letting the remnants of the sonic energy fade from his throat. He rolled his neck, listening to the crack of his joints, realizing that his voice had become a weapon of mass destruction. The battlefield fell silent as the remaining heroes stood paralyzed in fear. Midoriya grinned as he placed his hand on Justice's lifeless body, dark energy pulsing from his fingertips and seeping into the corpse. He felt the surge of power rushing into his system, the strength, speed, and invulnerability that once made Justice so feared. He flexed his fingers, pleased with the newfound power. Suddenly, a massive force erupted behind him. He turned his head slightly, unfazed as Patriot Breaker stepped forward. The former #1 hero of America stood tall, glowing with immense energy. His aura flared like a supernova, a swirling mass of red, white, and blue energy crackling with power. He declared that he had absorbed enough emotions from everyone present, and this next attack would be the strongest he had ever unleashed. Midoriya tilted his head, unimpressed, and twirled his trisectional staff. Patriot Breaker spread his arms wide, pulling in the raw emotional energy from every soul on the battlefield: fear, rage, despair, hope. The air trembled around him as a deep crater formed beneath his feet, unable to withstand the sheer magnitude of his power. Then he vanished. For a split second, Midoriya felt nothing. Then, a colossal explosion of energy engulfed the battlefield as Patriot Breaker reappeared, fist aimed directly at Midoriya's chest. The force of his star-spangled flash shook the entire region, sending shockwaves that obliterated everything in its path. The other heroes could only watch in awe and terror, wondering if he had landed a direct hit. As the smoke cleared, Patriot Breaker's eyes widened in disbelief. Midoriya stood there, unharmed, a grin spreading across his face. He remarked that the attack was cute before grabbing Patriot Breaker by the throat. The once proud hero struggled, but Midoriya's grip was unyielding. He mused about the emotions Patriot Breaker had absorbed, his cold gaze piercing into the hero's soul. Midoriya stood amidst the chaos, his grip tightening around the lifeless body of Patriot Breaker. The battlefield was silent, the remaining heroes frozen in shock as they began to grasp the reality of their situation. Midoriya was not just strong, he was an unstoppable force. As he placed his hand on Patriot Breaker's body, a familiar surge of dark energy coursed through him. His grin widened as he absorbed the fallen hero's quirk, Star-Spangled Flash. But something felt different. A powerful shockwave erupted around him, causing his body to tremble as raw energy surged through his veins. For the first time, he sensed something new, something unstable. The quirk was not merely transferring power, it was reacting to him, feeding off his negative emotions, rage, hatred, and bloodlust. The energy around him shifted from its once vibrant colors to a swirling mass of dark crimson, resembling a cursed inferno. His grin stretched wider, his eyes glowing a deep crimson as he reveled in the limitless power coursing through him. A deep, unsettling laughter echoed across the battlefield, sending chills down the spines of the remaining heroes. Yuki Tsukumo's eyes widened in horror as she whispered, questioning the transformation of Patriot Breaker's quirk. Mr. Justice lay nearby, his lifeless gaze a stark reminder of the battle's brutality. The battlefield had morphed into something far worse, a slaughterhouse, with Midoriya at its center, exuding an aura of despair. With a slow, deliberate motion, Midoriya raised his hands, crimson energy coiling around his fingers like living flames. He flexed his fingers, his grin widening as he marveled at his newfound power. Then, in an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind the heroes with blinding speed. Midoriya's fist shot forward, a crimson blur slicing through the air. Silicon Phantom barely managed to react, his instincts screaming at him to dodge. But it was too late. Midoriya's fist collided with his chest, sending him crashing through a destroyed car, the metal crumpling under the impact. Silicon Phantom struggled to regain his composure, wiping blood from his lips as he prepared to counterattack. He merged with the wreckage around him, transforming into a living war machine, his body encased in twisted metal and circuitry. He smirked, confident in his ability to outlast Midoriya. Midoriya's grin remained unchanged as Silicon Phantom unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, tearing up the ground in a desperate attempt to overwhelm him. The explosions shook the area, but as the smoke cleared, Midoriya stood unharmed, his crimson energy effortlessly deflecting the attacks. Silicon Phantom's mind raced in disbelief as he realized no one should be able to withstand such an onslaught. But before he could formulate a plan, Midoriya vanished again, reappearing in an instant. A fist tore through Phantom's armor, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. Midoriya's grip tightened around Phantom's metallic skull, lifting him effortlessly into the air. He mocked Phantom's reliance on technology, asserting his dominance. With a swift motion, he severed Phantom's head from his body, the energy within it bursting forth as the lifeless form collapsed. Midoriya crushed the severed head in his hand, the remaining heroes paralyzed by the display of power. They realized the truth: they could not win this fight. With a slow exhale, Midoriya acknowledged the overwhelming power he wielded, deciding to stop using the quirk as if it were beneath him. He extended his palm over the fallen hero's body, activating All for One. A surge of energy flooded into him, his mind processing the intricate abilities of Silicon Phantom's technopathy. The battlefield responded to his command, the shattered technology glowing with potential. Midoriya embraced his new powers, smirking as he turned toward the remaining heroes, who stood frozen in fear. He taunted them, challenging them to make a move or risk being hunted himself. Suddenly, Iron Stampede charged forward, a massive figure of steel and muscle, his eyes blazing with fury. The ground shook beneath his charge, but Midoriya remained unfazed, watching with a bored expression. As Iron Stampede swung his massive fist, Midoriya vanished once more. He reappeared behind the giant, striking his knee with a swift motion. The sound of metal bending echoed as Iron Stampede collapsed, his charge halted. Midoriya spun his staff, his expression cold and unimpressed, ready for whatever came next. Stampede gritted his teeth, snarling in fury. He forced himself up, his injured leg trembling, but Midoriya was already in front of him, a twisted grin on his face as he raised his staff high. Midoriya declared that it was over, and then, with a sudden movement, he slammed the sharpened end of the staff down. Iron Stampede coughed, blood dripping from his lips, yet he refused to fall. Despite the deep wound inflicted, his body of steel stood firm, his breath ragged yet defiant. He roared, challenging Midoriya, claiming he wouldn't go down easily. Midoriya tilted his head, his smirk unwavering, and mused about wanting to play a little longer, suggesting a chemistry lesson. Suddenly, a massive torrent of flames erupted from Midoriya's palm, engulfing the battlefield in an inferno of blinding heat. Iron Stampede, his massive, steel-covered body, stood in front of the surviving heroes, shielding them from the roaring flames. His metallic skin glowed red-hot, smoking from the unbearable heat, yet he remained steadfast. With a laugh, Iron Stampede taunted Midoriya, confident that he wouldn't melt easily. Midoriya, eyes gleaming with a sinister glint, smoothly replied that he was aware of that but posed a question about superheated metal meeting cold water. Before Iron Stampede could react, Midoriya raised his hand, and a massive surge of water crashed down upon him. A hissing sound filled the air as the scorching metal met the cold water. The thermal shock caused Iron Stampede's steel body to contract violently, weakening its structure in mere moments. Cracks formed across his metallic skin, and his eyes widened in horror as his entire body began to shatter. Chunks of hardened steel fell to the ground with sickening thuds. Iron Stampede's face twisted in shock as his once impenetrable form crumbled before his very eyes. Midoriya stepped forward, crouching down to meet his terrified gaze, mockingly whispering that it looked like he had failed chemistry. Then, with a swift motion, he swung his staff one final time, shattering Iron Stampede's skull into fragments. The battlefield fell silent as Midoriya exhaled, standing up and dusting off his hands. He looked around, noticing the remaining heroes frozen in fear. With a smirk, he rolled his shoulders and asked who was next. Midoriya placed a hand over Iron Stampede's broken remains, fingers sinking into the cracked metal. With a deep breath, black tendrils of energy surged from his palm, engulfing the fallen hero's body as he absorbed his quirk. A rush of raw power filled Midoriya's veins, his muscles tensing, skin tingling, and grin widening. He reflected that if Iron Stampede had known how to use his quirk properly, he might have had a chance. Flexing his fingers, he noticed a thin layer of metallic sheen briefly coating them, and he resolved to show how it was done. The battlefield was eerily quiet. The remaining heroes stood frozen in horror, trembling, others gripping their weapons tightly. They had just witnessed Iron Stampede, their strongest shield, fall, and now Midoriya had taken his power. Suddenly, slow, mocking applause echoed through the air. Midoriya turned his head slightly to see a figure emerging from the smoke, a tall, elegant yet eerie presence clad in a twisted jester's outfit. The newcomer wore a long, striped coat and a blood-red smile painted over a pale white mask, a cane spinning between his fingers like a magician's trick. The figure drawled that it was a marvelous performance and praised Midoriya's style. Midoriya's grin faltered for just a moment as he recognized Big Top Reaper, the infamous ringmaster of death. Now standing before him, Big Top Reaper was completely unafraid. Midoriya planted his staff against the ground and questioned who he was supposed to be. Big Top Reaper chuckled, bowing dramatically, and declared he was much more than a clown. He straightened, tilting his head, and proclaimed himself the one who would steal the show, stating that Midoriya was about to be his next act. Midoriya's smirk widened, eager to see if Big Top Reaper was worth the entertainment. The battle was about to begin. The moment Big Top Reaper snapped his fingers, the battlefield shifted. The ruined streets, debris, and lingering flames dissolved into a nightmarish carnival. The sky turned blood-red, and the air thickened with the scent of burnt sugar and decay. The cracked pavement morphed into a distorted funhouse floor, creaking and bending with each step. Neon lights flickered erratically, illuminating twisted attractions, rusting Ferris wheels spinning without riders, broken roller coasters looping into the void, and stalls filled with grinning, lifeless mannequins dressed as carnival workers. The most unsettling aspect was the disembodied, eerie laughter echoing from all directions, surrounding Midoriya like a symphony of madness. Big Top Reaper whispered that they had entered his circus. Midoriya remained unfazed, twirling his trisectional staff lazily, dismissing it as a cute trick and asserting that illusions did not work on him. Big Top Reaper grinned, his mask stretching unnaturally, and insisted that this was not an illusion but his world. Suddenly, the ground cracked beneath Midoriya's feet. A monstrous, contorted clown figure shot up from below, its elongated arms reaching for him. Midoriya reacted instantly, swinging his staff and smashing the grotesque creature into a spray of black mist. But as soon as it disappeared, dozens more emerged, twisting, shifting and giggling as they lunged at him from all directions. Midoriya grinned wildly, eager for the challenge. He vanished, reappearing in midair, and spun his staff like a hurricane, smashing through the grotesque creatures one by one. Each impact sent shockwaves through the warped carnival, tearing through the false structures and sending neon sparks flying. Yet, no matter how many he destroyed, they kept reforming. Big Top Reaper's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere, praising Midoriya's speed and strength while questioning if he could maintain the act when the entire audience was against him. Midoriya felt the pressure shift. The carnival was alive. The roller coasters roared to life, their tracks bending and lunging toward him like metallic serpents. The funhouse mirrors shattered, releasing faceless doppelgangers of himself, each wielding a shadowy version of his staff. The laughter grew louder, enveloping him in chaos. The air thickened with dread, yet Midoriya only laughed. He found the situation exhilarating and charged forward, ready to confront the nightmare itself. Midoriya moved like a storm, his trisectional staff spinning and striking, shattering the grotesque minions that lunged at him from the warped carnival around him. The shadowy doppelgangers tried to overwhelm him, but he broke through them one by one, their forms dissolving into black mist with every strike. Despite his overwhelming strength, they kept reforming endless and regenerating. No matter how many he defeated, the nightmare refused to end. Big Top Reaper's voice rang out, taunting him. He claimed that nothing could be killed in this eternal domain, a show without an intermission. Midoriya paused for a moment, scanning the twisted carnival, and his smirk widened. He realized that if there was no intermission, there had to be a way to stop it. He observed his surroundings, the roller coasters, the mirrors, the distorted funhouse attractions. The entire domain was constantly shifting, alive in its own way, but something was off. Every piece of the carnival reacted instantly to Big Top Reaper's voice. The laughter, the taunts, his voice controlled the world itself. Midoriya's eyes gleamed with realization. He understood that Big Top Reaper was the domain. With a chuckle, the jester-like villain questioned Midoriya's conclusion. Midoriya grinned viciously, declaring that he just had to break him. Without warning, he vanished. Big Top Reaper barely had time to react before Midoriya reappeared directly in front of him, delivering a full-force strike. His trisectional staff crashed into Big Top Reaper's gut, sending him flying backward with tremendous force. As Reaper's body slammed into the ground, the carnival flickered. For a brief moment, the neon lights dimmed, the laughter stuttered, and the creatures froze. Midoriya's grin widened, sensing victory. Big Top Reaper gasped, struggling to get up, calling Midoriya a bastard. Midoriya spun his staff, declaring that the domain was just a puppet, and Reaper was the strings. He rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each blow more devastating than the last. With every hit, the carnival glitched, distorted, and crumbled. The Ferris wheel collapsed, the funhouse imploded, and the monstrous creatures melted into nothingness. Big Top Reaper screamed as his own domain turned against him. Midoriya delivered the final strike, a powerful downward slam to Reaper's chest. The jester villain coughed as the world around them shattered like glass. The domain was gone, and the battlefield returned to reality, a ruined cityscape, the cold night air thick with dust and smoke. Big Top Reaper lay broken on the ground, twitching, his mask cracked. Midoriya towered over him, spinning his staff once before resting it on his shoulder, declaring that the show was over. With a final motion, he reached down and absorbed Big Top Reaper's quirk, feeling the energy surge through him. As the villain's body went limp, Midoriya turned to the remaining heroes and villains, his eyes gleaming with determination. He asked who would be next. In front of him stood Necrosis, draped in his black cloak, with tendrils of darkness swirling around him like living nightmares. He mused about the many Midoriya had defeated, suggesting that deep down, Midoriya was still afraid. Midoriya scoffed, dismissing the notion. Suddenly, the world twisted, and when his eyes refocused, he found himself standing in a dark void and endless emptiness. In front of him stood figures he recognized immediately, Class 1A, his former classmates, their eyes filled with anger, sorrow, and disappointment. All Might, the man he once admired, stared at him with a gaze that burned with regret. His mother, Izuku Midoriya, stood at the center, trembling, tears streaming down her face. They spoke, their voices echoing in his mind, weighing heavily on him. They questioned his choices, expressing their disappointment and sorrow. Midoriya's breathing became heavy as he muttered for them to shut up. Uraraka's voice cracked with emotion, urging him to remember who he was. He shouted for them to silence themselves, his quirks flaring uncontrollably. The illusions did not waver. All Might's deep voice rang out, reminding him of the belief he once had. Midoriya's heart pounded as All Might's stern gaze cut through him, filled with sorrow instead of pride. Then his mother stepped forward, her voice soft and shaking. She pleaded for him to come home. A lump formed in his throat as memories flooded back times when he clung to her after being bullied, her comforting words assuring him everything would be okay, her unwavering support. Midoriya gritted his teeth, insisting they were not real. He clenched his fists, his quirks pulsing violently, declaring that none of this was real. Inko stood at the center, her eyes red from crying, her voice small and broken as she begged him to return home. A sharp pain stabbed through his chest, and for a moment he stood frozen, battling with his emotions. Then he laughed, low at first, then louder, mocking the figures before him. He spread his arms wide, declaring their efforts to break him as pathetic. Suddenly, black tendrils of energy erupted from his body, causing the illusion to crack. Midoriya clenched his fist, questioning why his mother was still there. Inko took a shaky step forward, stating that she came to stop him. He laughed coldly, claiming that no one could stop him anymore. But Inko didn't back down. She stepped closer, pleading with him to reconsider, to not fight anymore. He scoffed, insisting he had already won, but she countered that he had lost himself. Her words pierced through him as she urged him to see what he had become, a person she no longer recognized. Midoriya's fingers trembled, and for the first time, his confidence wavered. She reached for him, begging him to come home. His mind spun with images of his childhood nights spent in her embrace, her unwavering support. But then he crushed those memories, his voice cold and empty as he declared that the son she loved was dead. Her breath hitched, and he turned his back to her, saying goodbye. In an instant, he vanished into the darkness, leaving his mother alone in the ruins. Necrosis stumbled backward, witnessing the aftermath of Midoriya's choice. His breathing was ragged. He muttered to himself that it was impossible no one could break free that quickly. Midoriya cracked his neck and stepped forward, his presence overwhelming as he revealed that he had figured out Necrosis' quirk. He declared that every quirk had a weakness, and for Necrosis, it was the existence of him. Necrosis felt something he hadn't in years' fear. Midoriya grinned darkly and lunged. Necrosis responded with a swift strike of his knife, shadows swirling around him, aiming for Midoriya's neck. But Midoriya was faster. Before Necrosis could react, Midoriya seized his wrist, twisting his arm backward with a sickening crack. Necrosis screamed in pain, but Midoriya was relentless. He struck Necrosis in the gut with his knee once, twice, 3 times. Blood spilled from Necrosis' mouth as he fell to his knees, trembling from the force of the blows. Midoriya tilted his head, smirking at the fallen villain and taunting him about his lost confidence. Desperate, Necrosis made one last attempt. With his uninjured hand, he slashed at Midoriya's side, but Midoriya anticipated the move. Before the blade could make contact, Midoriya's fist collided with Necrosis' face, sending him crashing into a wall. His body slumped, blood dripping from his broken nose, his swollen eyes barely open. He was finished. Midoriya approached him, towering over his defeated form. He crouched down, gripping Necrosis by the hair and revealing that his quirk was now his. As Midoriya ripped the quirk from him, Necrosis' body convulsed violently before falling silent. Midoriya stood up, cracking his knuckles and asking who was next. With Necrosis' lifeless body on the ground, only 2 heroes remained. Suddenly, a sharp crackle of lightning tore through the sky. Blitzwing had arrived, his body crackling with energy, the intensity of his Thunderbird quirk illuminating the ruined battlefield. He hovered in the air, his golden eyes locked onto Midoriya, accusing him of taking too many lives that day. Midoriya chuckled darkly, rolling his shoulders and dismissing Blitzwing's threat. Blitzwing's fists clenched as he declared that he didn't just think he could stop Midoriya, he knew it. In a flash of lightning, Blitzwing vanished, reappearing instantly behind Midoriya and launching a powerful punch aimed at his back. But Midoriya dodged at the last moment, the force of the mist attack shattering the ground beneath them. Blitzwing continued his assault, moving at inhuman speed and throwing a barrage of punches and kicks, but Midoriya evaded each one with uncanny reflexes. He mocked Blitzwing, questioning if speed alone was enough. Suddenly, Blitzwing teleported above Midoriya, gathering an enormous surge of electricity in his hands. He unleashed a massive lightning spear, hurling it down at Midoriya. The moment it struck the ground, a blinding explosion of electricity erupted, engulfing the battlefield in chaos. Dust and smoke filled the air, and Blitzwing hovered above, panting, believing it was over. But a sinister chuckle echoed from the smoke, and as it cleared, Midoriya stood unharmed, covered in a protective layer of absorbed energy. He grinned, taunting Blitzwing. Before Blitzwing could react, Midoriya teleported. Behind him, gripping his throat with an iron-like hold. Blitzwing struggled, electricity crackling around him, but Midoriya's grip was unyielding. He casually remarked that Blitzwing had been fun but was now bored. With a swift motion, he ended Blitzwing's struggle, and the Thunderbird hero fell limp. Midoriya dropped his body carelessly and absorbed the Thunderbird quirk into himself, lightning crackling around his fingers as he reveled in his newfound power. He turned to the last remaining hero, ready for the next challenge. Yuki Tsukumo barely gave Midoriya time to react before launching a powerful punch that connected with his block. The sheer force caused his arms to snap like twigs, and for the first time, Midoriya's grin faltered. Yuki stood tall, rolling her shoulders and declaring that he had underestimated her power. She continued, stating that his biggest mistake was thinking he could take on the entire world alone. Despite the pain, Midoriya smirked and flexed his fingers, using his quirk to repair his broken bones instantly. He teleported above Yuki, but she was faster. With a fierce uppercut, Yuki sent Midoriya flying into the sky. Garuda, her companion, followed up with a powerful smash that buried him into the ground, creating a deep crater. For a moment, silence enveloped the battlefield. Then, laughter erupted as Midoriya rose from the crater, wiping blood from his mouth. He activated his stolen quirks, lightning dancing across his fingers as he prepared for the next clash. His muscles tensed, enhanced with various powers, and he locked eyes with Yuki, inviting her to continue their battle. Yuki smirked, ready for the challenge. They clashed fiercely, each showcasing their overwhelming power. Garuda let out a shriek, unleashing a destructive energy blast that tore through the surroundings. Midoriya activated his teleportation quirk just in time, avoiding the obliteration of the ground beneath him. He reappeared atop a broken skyscraper, his eyes gleaming with determination. The battle was far from over. If one wanted to unleash their full potential, they would need to assess the power within. Dark energy surged around him as quirks activated in unison: Thunderbird, Overhaul, Iron Body, and Warp Step. He clenched his fists, feeling the sheer power coursing through him, and a smirk spread across his lips. It was time to engage in battle. The battle begins. Garuda dove toward him, its massive wings cutting through the wind at incredible speeds. Midoriya teleported away, but Yuki anticipated his move. She appeared right in front of him midair and delivered a powerful punch to his ribs. The impact sent him crashing into another building. He barely had time to react before Garuda followed up, spinning midair and slamming its tail into him like a whip. Midoriya crashed through 3 buildings, rubble collapsing around him. But before the dust settled, a dark hand emerged from the wreckage. Midoriya stepped out, his body already repairing itself with Overhaul. He cracked his neck, feeling invigorated. It was time for him to strike back. Midoriya strikes back. In a flash of dark electricity, Midoriya teleported right behind Garuda's head. Before it could react, he unleashed a point-blank lightning blast, shocking Garuda's entire body with immense voltage. The beast shrieked, its wings spasming as it lost altitude. But Yuki was already moving, leaping toward him with a fist ped back. Midoriya grinned, switching places with her midair. Yuki's eyes widened as she suddenly found herself in the path of her own falling Shikigami. Garuda accidentally collided with her, sending them both crashing to the ground. Midoriya floated in the air, watching with amusement. The dust cleared, revealing Yuki standing back up, completely unscathed, her body radiating even greater power. She smiled, acknowledging his trick, but declared that the fight was far from over. Garuda let out another roar, its wings unfurling as it prepared for another attack. Midoriya smirked, raising his fists, ready for the next round. The battlefield was a wasteland of shattered buildings and scorched earth. Garuda hovered above, its massive wings creating gales of wind, while Midoriya stood below, his body crackling with stolen power. Yuki cracked her knuckles, her star rage quirk glowing around her form, adding virtual mass to every movement she made. Midoriya smirked, acknowledging her strength but confident in his own superiority. Yuki scoffed, challenging him to see if his body could keep up. The ground shattered beneath Yuki's feet as she rushed forward, closing the distance in an instant. Midoriya's eyes widened, she was even faster than before. She swung her fist and he dodged, or so he thought. The sheer force of her punch compressed the air, sending a shockwave that slammed into him. He felt his ribs fracture as he flew backward. Before he could recover, Yuki appeared right behind him, raising both fists for a meteor strike. Midoriya crossed his arms to block, but the impact shattered the street, creating a massive crater as he was slammed into the ground. Smoke and debris filled the air. Yuki stood at the edge of the crater, hands on her hips, taunting him. But a dark aura surged from the rubble as Midoriya snapped his dislocated arm back into place, his overhaul quirk repairing his injuries instantly. His eyes gleamed with excitement as a twisted grin spread across his face. It was time for him to take the offensive. Before Yuki could react, he teleported right behind her, declaring it was his turn. He slammed his palm onto her back, activating his quirk to disassemble her. But a burst of star rage energy erupted from her body, forcing him away before he could fully disassemble her. Yuki landed, panting slightly, acknowledging his attempt but asserting that she was not that easy to take apart. Midoriya cracked his knuckles, expecting nothing less from her. He raised a single hand as lightning crackled and wind swirled around him. The ground shook as multiple quirks activated at once. In less than a second, he reappeared right in front of her, his fist coated in thunderous energy. The punch collided with her gut, sending a massive shockwave through her body. For the first time, Yuki stumbled backward, coughing slightly. Midoriya grinned, relishing the moment. Above them, Garuda let out a deafening screech, its wings spread wide as it dove toward Midoriya, beak glowing with compressed energy. Midoriya snapped his fingers, activating technopathy. Suddenly, all the broken machinery in the area surged toward Garuda, wrapping around its body in an attempt to bind it midair. But Garuda twisted violently, breaking through the bindings. It opened its mouth and unleashed a gigantic energy blast. Midoriya teleported at the last second, but Yuki was already there, delivering a powerful strike that sent him flying through multiple buildings. Smoke filled the air as Midoriya staggered out of the wreckage, wiping blood from his mouth. Yuki landed in front of him, cracking her knuckles and noting that he was still breathing. Garuda hovered above, its wings glowing with energy. Midoriya narrowed his eyes, then smirked, declaring that it was time to end the fight. The city lay in ruins, buildings collapsed, the ground cracked, and the air filled with dust and electricity. Midoriya stood, breathing heavily, his eyes glowing with stolen power. Yuki, despite her injuries, grinned, acknowledging his toughness but asserting that he was not invincible. Garuda hovered above, battered from the intense battle. Midoriya cracked his neck, stating that it was over. Yuki spat out blood, her star rage still glowing, and challenged him to test that theory. With one final explosive burst of speed, Yuki charged forward. Midoriya warped behind her instantly, declaring her too slow. His hand shot forward, activating his quirk. Yuki's entire torso began to split apart, but her eyes widened in shock. Garuda screeched, trying to defend her, but Midoriya snapped his fingers, freezing the Shikigami as he used all for one to steal it along with Yuki's star rage. Yuki fell to her knees, her body failing, acknowledging her defeat. Midoriya stood over her, victorious. Yuki's eyes gleamed with one final trick as she declared her intent to take Midoriya down with her. A powerful explosion erupted as she concentrated all her remaining energy into a singular attack. A small black void began forming inside her chest, rapidly expanding. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock as he realized the danger. The battlefield trembled as buildings were drawn into the singularity, collapsing toward it. Even Garuda, under Midoriya's control, was being pulled toward the void. Midoriya felt the force dragging him in, while Yuki let out a weak laugh, taunting him with her impending demise. The void expanded, warping the space around it, and Midoriya's mind raced with urgency. He activated a stolen quirk, anti-gravity, which allowed him to float above the chaos, escaping the black hole's grasp. Yuki's body was consumed, disappearing into the void, and moments later, the black hole collapsed in on itself, creating a massive shockwave that tore through the city. Midoriya, floating above the destruction, smirked, acknowledging his victory over Yuki. The night sky was ablaze as Midoriya stood on the ruined battlefield, once a thriving city, now reduced to ashes. He took a deep breath, preparing to face his final opponent, Akoya, who loomed before him in his juggernaut form. Akoya's pitch-black armor and cracked shield gave him an imposing presence, while his shark-like grin hinted at the destruction he was capable of. Midoriya wiped the blood from his lips, having narrowly survived Yuki's final attack. The power he had absorbed from Garuda pulsed within him, but there was no time to rest. As Akoya stepped forward, the ground cracked beneath him. Midoriya grinned, taunting Akoya for not fleeing. Akoya's deep, guttural voice resonated as he declared his intent to destroy Midoriya. With a powerful charge, Akoya swung his shield, aiming directly at Midoriya's head. But Midoriya vanished, warping behind Akoya and delivering a powerful kick. However, the juggernaut remained unfazed, grinning as he questioned if that was all Midoriya had. Before Midoriya could react, Akoya unleashed a devastating strike, sending Midoriya crashing through several buildings. Pushing himself up, Midoriya activated his stolen hyper-regeneration, healing his wounds almost instantly. He grinned, ready to unleash his full power. With a combination of quirks, he warped forward, reaching for Akoya's chest, but Akoya was prepared and caught his wrist, crushing it. Yet, Midoriya's hand reassembled itself, surprising Akoya. Midoriya activated multiple quirks simultaneously, warping gravity around him and launching an attack that caused Akoya's armor to shatter. Midoriya attempted to reassemble Akoya's body, but it was too late. Akoya collapsed, broken beyond repair. As Midoriya stepped over him, he raised his foot and stomped down, silencing the battlefield. Alone and victorious, he surveyed the wreckage, his enemies gone and allies absent. He looked up at the sky, laughter echoing through the ruins as he proclaimed his victory. But before he could fully relish his triumph, bullets tore through his body, forcing him to stagger. He glanced down at the wounds before shifting his gaze to Aizawa and Snipe, who stood a short distance away, their determination evident. Aizawa's voice was firm as he demanded Midoriya's surrender. Despite the pain, Midoriya grinned, taunting Aizawa. In a flash, Midoriya flickered and Snipe collapsed, his wounds now transferred to the gunslinger. Midoriya, unscathed, smirked as he revealed his ability, Antithesis. Aizawa's instincts screamed at him to act, but Midoriya's expression darkened as he activated another ability. The world around Aizawa twisted into a familiar alleyway, where a haunting voice echoed, accusing him of failure. Aizawa turned to find Oboro Shirakumo, his childhood friend, standing before him, twisted with pain. The scene shifted, revealing the lifeless bodies of his students, their silent accusations piercing through him. Aizawa gasped, reaching for his capture scarf, only to find it vanish. Suddenly, the nightmare shattered, and Aizawa's mind snapped back to reality. He looked up, only to be confronted with a horrific sight. Toru Hagikure's parents lay dead, blood pooling beneath them. In the center stood Toru, her transparent form trembling with invisible tears. She questioned why this had happened, and Midoriya's smile never wavered as he coldly replied that he could. With a swift motion, he ended Toru's life, absorbing her quirk, leaving Aizawa in shock. The villain flexed his fingers, testing his newfound power. He muttered to himself, rolling his shoulders, feeling the surge of energy coursing through him. Aizawa's scream of rage remained unvoiced as a portal of black mist swirled into existence. Kurogiri's calm voice broke the tension, announcing it was time to go. Midoriya turned to face Aizawa one last time, his expression unreadable, and with a parting remark about their next encounter, he stepped into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Aizawa fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the weight of his failure. Toru was gone, her parents were gone, and Midoriya had escaped. Snipe groaned nearby, barely clinging to consciousness, his breathing ragged. Aizawa forced himself to move, grabbing his communicator with trembling hands, urgently calling for an ambulance. They had lost too many that day. The battlefield fell silent once more, but the echo of Midoriya's laughter lingered in the air. The scene was grim. Heroes lay motionless, their bodies scattered across the devastated terrain. The stench of smoke and destruction filled the air as the police force arrived, their expressions grave as they surveyed the aftermath. Paramedics rushed to Snipe, working to keep him alive as they loaded him into an ambulance. His breathing was weak, his body battered, but he had survived, unlike many others. A high-ranking officer grimly assessed the casualties, his hands shaking as he counted the fallen heroes. The sorrow in his voice was palpable as he turned to his team, delivering the devastating news of 10 heroes lost that day. His gaze fell upon a particular body, Akoya Seishu, once a formidable hero, now lifeless and broken. The remnants of the riot squad and bike gang were in similar states, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. But the greatest loss weighed heavily on everyone. The officer whispered Yuki's name, the realization hitting him hard. Yuki Tsukumo, one of the few heroes capable of stopping Midoriya, had sacrificed herself to prevent her quirk from falling into his hands. Despite her bravery, Midoriya had triumphed. The burden of her death pressed down on the remaining heroes and officers, a weight they could hardly bear. Another officer murmured about their last hope, questioning who could possibly stop Midoriya now. Silence enveloped them, no answers forthcoming. The gravity of their situation sank in deeper. This was not just a loss for Japan. Heroes from other nations had come to aid in the fight, and now they lay among the fallen. The younger officer's voice trembled as he voiced the fear that gripped them all. Other nations would blame Japan for this tragedy. Countries that had sent their best heroes were now mourning their losses, and their governments would demand accountability. Japan had failed. Aizawa sat on a broken slab of concrete, his elbows resting on his knees, head bowed in despair. His capture scarf was torn, and his body ached from both battle and the weight of failure. Midoriya had escaped, and with him, the lives of Toru and Yuki. A presence approached him, and a calm yet firm voice broke the silence. Nizu stood before him, arms crossed, his usually composed demeanor tinged with sadness. He urged Aizawa not to carry the burden alone. Aizawa let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. He felt responsible for what had happened, believing he should have been able to stop Midoriya. Nizu interrupted him, asserting that even Yuki, one of their strongest heroes, had been unable to stop Midoriya. The villain was beyond anything they had anticipated. Aizawa clenched his fists, asking what they should do now. Nizu sighed, his gaze unwavering as he declared they must prepare for war. This was not the end, it was merely the beginning. Inside Toshinori Yagi's home, the atmosphere was eerily still. The once proud symbol of peace was frozen in place, his eyes locked onto the intruder before him, Izuku Midoriya. Dressed in dark clothing, Midoriya exuded an unsettling aura as he lounged in a chair, completely at ease. Toshinori's hands trembled as he clenched them into fists, demanding to know what Midoriya was doing there. Midoriya grinned, responding casually that he was just visiting. Then, without warning, his eyes glowed a haunting red, unleashing his quirk Gravewalker. A wave of terror crashed over Toshinori as his mind was invaded by his deepest fears. He saw Yu, her lifeless eyes staring back at him, her once bright smile twisted in horror. He saw Jiru, her body limp and silent. Then came Toru, now visible, her hands reaching out for help, stained in crimson. Toshinori's breathing grew heavy as the final figure appeared, Nana Shimura. She looked just as she had in her prime, but something was off. Her face twisted into a mocking grin, and then she spoke with Midoriya's voice, taunting Toshinori about the falsehoods of heroism. Toshinori's body refused to move. He had faced formidable foes before, but nothing terrified him more than the boy sitting before him. Midoriya leaned back in the chair, stretching as if he owned the place, reveling in his newfound role as a villain. He lamented how much fun it was, expressing regret that he hadn't embraced this path sooner. Toshinori gritted his teeth, insisting that this wasn't the real Midoriya. Midoriya dismissed his concerns with a smirk, reveling in the idea of surpassing Toshinori as a villain, imagining a world where they ruled together. The chilling prospect sent a shiver down Toshinori's spine as he faced the reality of the boy he once knew. Midoriya felt a surge of determination as he prepared to confront the past. He placed his palm against Toshinori's forehead, channeling dark energy that enveloped them both. In an instant, Toshinori's surroundings shifted, and he found himself within the depths of his own mind. The world around him twisted, memories warping as he was drawn deeper into the essence of One for All. There, before him, stood the previous wielders of One for All, their forms flickering like shadows, observing the intruder in their sacred space. Midoriya stepped forward, his emerald eyes scanning them with a mix of curiosity and amusement. His gaze landed on a familiar face, his uncle, and then, finally, on his grandmother, Shimura Nana. With a wide grin, Midoriya addressed them, acknowledging their presence. The former users of One for All looked on in shock and horror, recognizing that the boy they once saw as a beacon of hope now stood before them, transformed into their greatest nightmare. He stepped closer, his darkened emerald eyes locking onto Nana, a smirk playing on his lips. He began to speak, questioning her past choices. Nana's expression hardened, but she remained silent as Midoriya continued, revealing the painful truth of their family's history. He recounted how she had abandoned her son, believing it was for his own good, but the consequences of her actions had been devastating. The atmosphere grew heavier, and the other predecessors shifted uncomfortably as he detailed the suffering that followed. Midoriya whispered about the trauma that had plagued his family, stepping closer to Nana. He claimed that, out of kindness, he had ended his father's suffering, and Nana's eyes widened in disbelief. He taunted her, suggesting she should be grateful for his actions, as he had cleaned up the mess she had left behind. As the other One for All users attempted to defend Nana, Midoriya snapped his fingers, and a suffocating pressure fell upon them. They froze in place, their voices silenced, their bodies forced to kneel. Midoriya's voice was calm yet sharp as he addressed them, reminding them of their silence when he had needed support. He turned back to Nana and the others, his smile fading as he revealed the pain caused by Toshinori and the so-called heroes. He expressed his anger at their inaction, how they had watched as society crushed his mother, ultimately blaming her for her struggles. Toshinori clenched his fists, denying the accusations, but Midoriya's voice thundered through the vestige world, filled with rage. He questioned the purpose of being a hero, expressing his disillusionment with their ideals. The vestige realm flickered as shadows writhed at his feet, fueled by his hatred. Midoriya's voice dropped to a dark whisper as he recounted how the people of the city had once found him amusing, only to revel in the downfall of heroes. He stepped closer to Toshinori, his gaze piercing. He revealed that none of them had bothered to hear his side of the story, leaving a suffocating silence in the air. Midoriya's grin returned as he mocked the heroes, asking how it felt to be on the other side of their ideals. With a twisted smile, he imitated Nana's encouragement to always smile, questioning if this was the legacy she had intended. The previous users remained silent, and even Toshinori could only clench his fists in response. Midoriya's expression darkened as he addressed Nana directly, vowing that he and his family would never forgive her. He warned her that even if they met again in another life, she should not expect forgiveness. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, and Nana's hesitation spoke volumes. Midoriya smirked at her silence, challenging her to acknowledge the true cost of her choices. As he turned away, his laughter echoed through the vestige realm, leaving behind a sense of devastation. He activated his communicator, calling for Kurogyri to pick him up. A dark mist swirled behind him as the warp gate formed, consuming the dimly lit space. He cast one last glance at Toshinori's limp body, a broken shell of the mentor he once knew, and whispered mockingly before stepping into the portal. Back in the vestige realm, the silence was deafening. Nana Shimura stood trembling, her eyes wide with disbelief as the weight of Midoriya's words crushed her. She had always believed in the path of a hero and the sacrifices it entailed, but now she questioned her choices. Her voice cracked as she whispered to herself, wondering if she had made the right decision. The other vestiges remained silent, their ghostly figures dimmed, unable to comfort her. For the first time since her death, Nana Shimura wept, and she wept alone. As she fell to her knees, her body shook with uncontrollable sobs, the burden of her past overwhelming her. Her hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her pale skin as she screamed, a raw, anguished sound that echoed through the vestige realm. Her voice was filled with pain, regret, and fury as she questioned what society had given them. The other one for all users instinctively reached out to her, trying to calm her down, but she pushed them away with a powerful wave of emotion, demanding they not touch her and questioning their right to comfort her. The once proud hero, the woman who had told Toshinori to always smile, was now breaking apart. Her voice cracked as she expressed her sorrow over her grandson, lamenting how the world had taken everything from them. She spoke of her son, Tenko, whom she had abandoned, and how her student, Toshinori, had failed. Her grandson, Izuku, had lost everything because of the hero society. Tears streamed down her face as she questioned if it was all worth it, wondering if they had truly saved anything or merely created more suffering. None of the other vestiges had an answer. For the first time, Nana Shimura, the once unyielding, noble hero, felt the crushing weight of the consequences of her choices. Toshinori stepped forward hesitantly, his usual strong presence feeling small and insignificant in the face of Nana's overwhelming grief. He opened his mouth, trying to form words, but nothing came out. Before he could finish, Nana turned to him, her eyes bloodshot with sorrow and rage, warning him not to say anything. The venom in her tone made him flinch as she reminded him that he was supposed to be her successor, the one to fix everything. Instead, her grandson had become a villain, and her son had been turned into a monster. She accused him of letting it all happen, and Toshinori's heart ached as he clenched his hands at his sides. He attempted to explain that he had tried, but she interrupted him, stepping closer and accusing him of not listening to Izuku. She claimed he had allowed society to mistreat him and had given up on him just like everyone else. Each word cut deep into Toshinori's soul, and Nana's voice cracked as she whispered that he was supposed to be Izuku's hero too. The silence that followed was heavy and suffocating. Toshinori bowed his head, swallowing the lump in his throat, realizing he had nothing left to say, no excuse, no justification. With slow, heavy steps, he turned away and walked into the void of the vestige world. Nana did not stop him. She simply collapsed to her knees, sobbing into her hands. Toshinori's hands trembled as he held the phone to his ear, his breathing uneven. He spoke Nizu's name quietly, almost disbelievingly, revealing that Midoriya had visited him. Nizu's tone remained calm but heavy with meaning as he acknowledged that Midoriya had come to Toshinori as well. Toshinori's grip on the phone tightened as he pressed for details about what had happened. Nizu explained that Midoriya had attacked heroes that day, with Okoya involved in the case, but the situation had escalated beyond their expectations. Toshinori froze, asking what Nizu meant by escalated. Nizu took a slow breath before revealing the tragic news: they had lost many people that day. Toshinori's heart sank as he inquired how many had died, his voice barely above a whisper. Nizu hesitated before confirming the grim toll: 10 pro-heroes, including Yuki, and one of their students, Toru Hagakure, along with her parents. Toshinori's body went rigid as he struggled to process the weight of those words. Nizu continued, explaining that Toru had tried to avenge her parents but had faced Midoriya. The anguish in Tashinori's voice rose as he shouted for Nizu to stop, overwhelmed by sorrow and rage. He questioned why he had not been informed, why he had not been present, and why Akoya had been involved but not him. His voice echoed through the room, met only with silence. Tashinori's chest rose and fell rapidly, his anger and sorrow threatening to consume him. He finally muttered about the futility of it all, wondering what the point was if they kept losing everything. Nizu let out a deep sigh before responding, urging Tashinori to prepare himself for the aftermath of Midoriya's actions. It was not just heroes who had suffered that day. Midoriya had injured Snipe gravely and had caused Aizawa to experience a complete mental breakdown. Tashinori's breath hitched as he whispered Aizawa's name, almost afraid to ask for details. Nizu confirmed that Midoriya had used one of his stolen quirks on Aizawa, forcing him to relive his greatest fear. Tashinori staggered backward, gripping the edge of a chair for support, his voice barely audible as he processed the horror of it all. Nizu continued, explaining that Midoriya had shattered Aizawa, leaving behind a chilling message for him. Tashinori felt as if the air had been sucked out of the room. He gritted his teeth, his hands shaking as he forced himself to ask about Toru. Nizu confirmed that she had tried to avenge her parents, and Tashinori already knew the answer before Nizu said it. Midoriya had killed her. A long silence followed as Tashinori slowly lowered himself onto a chair, pressing his palm against his forehead. He murmured that this was no longer just about Midoriya. He was beyond stopping now. Nizu's voice was cold and final as he warned that if they did not stop Midoriya soon, there might be nothing left to save. Tashinori took a deep, shaky breath, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His eyes darkened with the weight of his next words as he declared that there was no redemption left. Nizu listened intently, and Tashinori commanded him to prepare Mirio Togata for immediate training, insisting that he master one for all as soon as possible. Nizu acknowledged the request, understanding the urgency behind it. Tashinori instructed that Gran Torino should train Mirio personally, pushing him beyond his limits. Nizu nodded, already anticipating the necessary arrangements. Tashinori closed his eyes for a moment, trying to suppress the storm of emotions raging inside him. He lamented that Midoriya was completely gone, and the boy he once knew was dead. Nizu's expression hardened as he reiterated the importance of stopping whatever Midoriya had become. As Midoriya stepped into the dimly lit base, his boots echoed against the cold floor, and his eyes scanned the room until they landed on Tadu Aoi, who sat alone in the corner, lost in thought. Tadu called out softly, his voice carrying an unusual weight. He looked up, his eyes revealing a storm of emotions beneath a blank facade. Midoriya sighed, acknowledging the pain of loss. He understood the significance of Tadu's master and the bond they shared. Clenching his fist, he expressed that he hadn't wanted to take her life, but circumstances had forced his hand. Silence hung in the air for a moment before Tadu let out a bitter chuckle. He told Midoriya that there was no need for apologies, as the harsh reality was that heroes would forget her, just as they had forgotten others before. There was no point in lamenting over what was lost. Midoriya observed him for a moment before smirking, recognizing that Tadu understood the truth of their world. Tadu nodded, his expression unreadable. Midoriya placed a large bottle of sake on the table beside him and stepped back, allowing a rare moment of understanding to pass between them. He encouraged Tadu to grieve for his master, urging him to stop hiding her photo. Tadu's fingers twitched, caught off guard by the suggestion. Midoriya continued, emphasizing that if Tadu needed to mourn, he should do so properly. He reassured him that he was not a monster who found joy in the deaths of good people. With that, he turned and left Tadu alone with his thoughts, the sake, and the photo of his fallen master. Tadu carefully retrieved the photo he had been concealing and placed it gently in front of him. Memories flooded his mind as he gazed at the image of his master. He poured 2 glasses of sake, one for himself and one for the photo. Setting the second glass down before the picture, he lifted his own glass and spoke softly, hoping she was watching. He took a slow sip, feeling the burn of the sake mix with the ache in his chest. Tonight he would allow himself to grieve. As he sat hunched over the table, tears streamed down his face, the empty sake bottle lying on its side. His hands trembled as he clutched the photo, his vision blurred by grief and alcohol. He muttered in frustration, questioning why things had to be this way. Wiping his face with his sleeve, he struggled to contain his tears. The strong exterior he had built was shattered, revealing a man mourning someone he had loved and respected. Midoriya observed from the shadows, giving Tadu the space he needed. He had witnessed many break down before, but this grief was different. While he had taken many lives without hesitation, Yuki's death had struck Tadu deeply. Midoriya chose to remain silent, allowing his subordinate to mourn. Nagant paused, looking at Tadu's trembling form. She hesitated, wanting to comfort him, but Midoriya gently placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her to let him be. He explained that Tadu deserved to be alone in his grief, as his master had been special to him. Nagant, understanding the weight of grief, nodded and stepped back. Midoriya glanced at Tadu one last time, reminding him to drink and cry as much as he needed tonight, but that they would need to move forward tomorrow. Without another word, he left Tadu alone with his sorrow. Hours passed, and Tadu's voice cracked as he stared at the faded photograph, his fingers trembling around the sake bottle. His master's carefree smirk seemed to mock him, and he let out a bitter laugh. He recalled how she had always teased him about his preferences, leaving him with a bad habit of questioning himself. The weight of everything pressed down on him. He lamented that she could have ignored his requests, just as she had in the past. Why had she chosen to fight now, only to fall? He slammed the sake bottle on the table, spilling its contents, but he was beyond caring. Frustration boiled within him as he demanded answers from the photo, questioning why she hadn't chosen to live. His breath hitched, and for the first time in years, he felt truly abandoned. Midoriya stood in the doorway, watching as Tadu clutched the photograph, the scent of alcohol thick in the air. He calmly told Tadu that he had had enough and that it was time to stop. Tadu's bloodshot eyes shot up, and in a moment of raw emotion, he swatted Midoriya's hand away, demanding he leave him alone. Midoriya remained still, unyielding. Tadu, driven by frustration, threw a punch, but Midoriya didn't flinch. There was no pain in his reaction, only a steady gaze. Tadu gritted his teeth, feeling the tremor in his hand. He attempted to use his ability to disorient Midoriya, but nothing happened. Shock washed over him as he realized Midoriya anticipated his move. Before he could react, Midoriya struck, knocking him unconscious with a single, precise motion. The once proud halls of UA High School had descended into chaos. Class 1A, once a beacon of heroism, was now fractured by infighting and betrayal. The atmosphere in the dorms was thick with tension, walls marred by hateful messages, and friendships lay shattered. In the common room, a group of students gathered around a screen. Tokoyami, usually composed, appeared visibly disturbed as he shared that someone had leaked a video online involving Bakugo and Mina. Confusion spread among the group, prompting Shoto Todoroki to inquire about the video's content. Tokoyami hesitated before pressing play, revealing a grainy recording from a hidden camera. The setting was unmistakable, a love hotel. Bakugo Katsuki stood near the entrance, smirking as he looked at Ishido Mina. He found it amusing that she was still dating Kirishima, questioning her choice with a teasing tone. Mina giggled, dismissing Kirishima's appeal, claiming he was kind of boring. Bakugo laughed briefly before pulling her in for a kiss, causing gasps to echo in the common room. Achiko Uraraka, standing at the back, turned pale, her fingers trembling in disbelief. The scene shifted to another clip, Mina struggling to walk properly, her legs weak and her expression flushed. Bakugo walked beside her, appearing completely unfazed, as if this was just another night for him. Then came a snapping noise. Eijiro Kirishima was in the dorms, drinking his protein shake. He lowered his cup and looked Bakugo in the eyes, demanding the truth about Mina. Bakugo scoffed, dismissing Kirishima's concerns and implying that he wasn't satisfying her anyway. The room fell silent as Kirishima lunged at Bakugo, unleashing his frustration. His fist slammed into Bakugo's jaw, sending him crashing into the table. Bakugo, despite the impact, wiped his lip with a smirk, acknowledging Kirishima's newfound courage. The fight escalated, with Bakugo struggling against Kirishima's raw strength and unyielding fury. Kirishima's punches landed hard, and Bakugo coughed as he was slammed into the ground, the rage evident in Kirishima's every move. Then, suddenly, Kirishima collapsed. Todoroki, who had been watching, rushed forward, kneeling beside him and checking for a pulse, his face twisting in horror as he realized Kirishima's heartbeat had stopped. Everyone froze as Bakugo coughed weakly, confused about what had just happened. Aizawa was called immediately, and Kirishima's body was taken for investigation. Hours later, the results came in. The faculty gathered in the medical wing, holding a grim report. Principal Nizu, Aizawa, and other pro-heroes stood in silence until one of the doctors spoke, revealing that Kirishima had died due to cardiac arrest caused by a dangerously high dose of epinephrine in his protein shake. Eyes turned toward Bakugo, who remained slumped in his seat, his bruised face giving him a menacing appearance. The implication was clear: someone had drugged Kirishima, and the faculty realized that this was a calculated act. The tension in the room was palpable as they processed the betrayal that had occurred within their ranks. Aizawa, standing near the investigation table, clenched his fists, his eyes filled with barely contained rage. He noted that whoever did this had planned it meticulously, knowing Kirishima's routine and how much epinephrine to use. Todoroki then suggested that Midoriya might be involved, and the weight of that name hung heavily in the air. The room filled with grim expressions as they grappled with the possibility that Midoriya Izuku, the boy they had betrayed, was back. Suddenly, an alarm blared inside UA, drawing everyone's attention to the large monitor in the common area. The screen flickered, revealing Midoriya's familiar face. His voice was deeper and colder, layered with something unsettling. Behind him stood Nagant and Oidadu, their expressions unreadable. Midoriya mocked them, pointing out their internal conflict and the chaos that had unfolded. As the screen glitched, a new video loaded, showing a small apartment filled with luxury items. A drawer slid open, revealing a collection of personal items. The camera panned to a profile screen that displayed Achiko Uraraka's name, along with a list of transactions and appointments. The air was thick with tension as Achiko fell to her knees, tears spilling from her eyes as she struggled to comprehend the implications of the footage. Midoriya's voice echoed through the room, taunting them about their past actions and the betrayal they had inflicted upon him. The screen shifted again, showing the footage of Bakugo and Mina, their affair laid bare for all to see. The students watched in horror as the truth unfolded before them, and social media erupted with reactions. Then, the screen displayed Kirishima in the common room, drinking his protein shake, as a shadowy figure approached from behind to switch the bottles. The figure was revealed to be Midoriya, and chaos erupted in the room. Bakugo froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Midoriya's face returned to the screen, his expression devoid of warmth, as he declared that they had taken everything from him. The atmosphere grew heavy as Midoriya's shadow seemed to stretch unnaturally, and he whispered a chilling promise of retribution. The screen cut to black, leaving everyone at UA with a sense of impending doom. The silence that followed was suffocating, filled with disbelief and horror as the reality of their situation sank in. The police arrived at Achiko's apartment, their expressions unreadable yet sharp with suspicion. Despite her desperate protests that the video was fake, the officers remained stoic, forcing the door open to reveal a scene that sent chills through the entire force. The apartment was filled with luxury items, cash, jewelry, and expensive clothing far beyond what a mere UA student could afford. A student could afford. In the back room, they discovered a drawer that slid open with an unsettling creak, revealing exactly what had been shown in Midoriya's video: a collection of personal items, invoices, transaction receipts, and names of supposed clients written in careful handwriting. The evidence was meticulously placed, each piece of it deming, painting the picture of a girl who had secretly been running an illegal business while masquerading as a hero in training. Achiko froze, her eyes locked onto the items in pure, unfiltered horror. She thought this wasn't here before and believed it was a setup. The police said nothing, moving methodically to collect the documents, devices, and receipts. One officer pulled out a cheap, unregistered burner phone, causing Achiko's blood to run cold. An officer dialed a number found in the client list, and a phone rang nearby. They followed the sound to Achiko's bedroom, where a second phone identical to the one in their hands was discovered. The police called several names listed in the logs, people who had allegedly paid for her services. Most denied it immediately, sounding confused, almost offended, claiming they had no idea what the officers were talking about and that it was a mistake. But then, one man hesitated. His voice shook as he revealed that he hadn't called her, she had called him. He explained that she messaged him late at night, saying she needed the money and would make it worth his time. He thought it was a joke until she sent a private photo. Achiko gasped, her knees buckling beneath her as her entire world started spinning. She protested, insisting she never sent anything and that it was all fake. But the messages, transactions, and contacts all traced back to her apartment, her phone, her accounts, her fingerprints. The police finally turned to her, stating her name and that she was under arrest. The H's clicked around her wrists, and her breath hitched, the weight of the cold metal against her skin tightening her chest. Her classmates watched in mute horror, their faces pale and eyes wide as their friend, the girl who had once dreamed of being a hero, was led away like a common criminal. The next day, under the dim glow of the morning sun, Midoriya stood atop a skyscraper, his coat fluttering in the breeze as he gazed down at the city below. Beside him, Nagant adjusted her rifle, scanning the streets, while Aoi Tadu cracked his knuckles, grinning in excitement. This was Daika City, a place infamous for its connection to the Meta Liberation Army. Even after Redestro's fall, the city remained under the control of his followers, powerful individuals who still believed in his ideals. They operated in the shadows, keeping the city under their rule, free from government interference. But today that would change. Midoriya smirked, his eyes glowing with a dark, eerie light. They were taking it. Nagant let out a small breath, adjusting the scope of her rifle, acknowledging the challenge ahead. Midoriya turned his gaze toward her, his expression unreadable, and stated that it wasn't a war, it was a message. Tadu laughed heartily, eager for action, suggesting they burn the place to the ground. Midoriya lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. A series of explosions erupted throughout the city, sending plumes of black smoke into the sky. Sirens blared as people screamed and ran for safety. The underground leaders of Daika City, who had ruled from the shadows, were being dragged into the light. Standing at the edge of the building, Midoriya declared that Redestro built this city for people like them, those told they had no place in society. He wanted to create a world where power dictated freedom. But his mistake was that he was too soft. Nagant tightened her grip on her rifle, having witnessed Midoriya's darkness grow. He wasn't just trying to take control, he was erasing everything that came before him. Tadu, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear, eager to know the plan. Midoriya smirked, his glowing eyes locking onto the chaos below, and said they would let them come to them. The battle for Daika City had begun. Midoriya's smirk widened as he turned slightly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He called for Kurojairi, who stepped forward from the shadows, mist swirling around him. Midoriya instructed him to send in the reanimates and the Nomu who had been turned into reanimates. His tone darkened with cruel amusement as he suggested they see if the soldiers who had given their lives for this city could be used to liberate it again in a new way. Kurojairi bowed slightly before stretching his hands outward, and portals erupted all over Daika City. From the swirling darkness emerged grotesque figures, twisted, monstrous beings clad in remnants of armor, their bodies stitched together with technology and flesh. The reanimates, once soldiers, heroes, and defenders of order, were now something else entirely. Their minds erased, bodies rebuilt with mechanical enhancements, and wills programmed for absolute obedience. The city's remaining defenders, loyal to the old ways of Redestro, stared in horror as the monstrous army flooded the streets. Some tried to fight, drawing their weapons and activating their quirks, but they were no match. The reanimates moved with perfect precision, their mechanical limbs adapting to every attack, absorbing blows that would have shattered normal men. The Nomu reanimates, even more monstrous, tore through buildings, their bodies shifting unnaturally as they overwhelmed any resistance. From his vantage point, Midoriya watched with satisfaction, the flames below reflecting in his glowing eyes. This was what they called liberation? What a joke! Nagant, standing beside him, lowered her rifle slightly, watching the chaos unfold. She had seen war and cruelty, but this was something else. Deku, however, grinned wildly, impressed by Midoriya's resolve. Midoriya finally turned to them, a smirk still lingering on his lips. This city was built on blood, and he welcomed the destruction below. As Daika City burned, Midoriya observed the chaos below with cold satisfaction, knowing that by the end of the night, the city would belong to him. He watched the unfolding turmoil, his eyes sharp and calculating. The city was crumbling, just as he had planned. The reanimates moved through the streets like specters of war, silent and efficient, dismantling any resistance with mechanical precision. Turning to Kurogiri, Midoriya spoke with calm authority, instructing him to ensure the followers were captured alive, as they would be useful. Kurogiri nodded and opened a portal, from which reanimates emerged, their glowing eyes scanning for those still loyal to Redestro's ideology. Midoriya crossed his arms, a smirk forming on his face. He ordered Kurogiri to bring Redestro to him if he was still alive, and if not, he would carry on Redestro's dream further than he ever could. When Nagant raised a question about potential resistance from Redestro's people, Midoriya chuckled, confident that they would not oppose him. He believed that people always followed strength and only needed to be shown who wielded it. Dabi's smirk faltered as Midoriya spoke, his words striking a nerve. Dabi's turquoise eyes darkened as he clenched his fists. Midoriya reminded him of his two targets Shoto Todoroki and Endeavor and questioned whether Dabi truly wanted his siblings and mother safe. He pointed out that Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Rei Todoroki were victims of their father, just like Dabi, while Shoto was trying to become Endeavor Jr. Dabi scoffed, looking away, acknowledging that he was aware of the situation. He expressed his disdain for their father and the feeling of being trapped, just like their mother. Midoriya pressed him on his plan, questioning whether killing Endeavor would be enough and what would happen to Shoto, who he believed was not truly free. Dabi dryly remarked that Shoto had made his choice to become a hero, fighting for the same system that allowed Endeavor's actions to go unpunished. He felt that Shoto was already too far gone. Midoriya considered Dabi's words and urged him to prove it by showing Shoto the consequences of blindly following the system. Dabi met Midoriya's gaze, flames flickering at his fingertips, and assured him that he had plans to do just that. Toga's golden eyes sparkled with excitement as she twirled her knife, a wide grin on her face. She stepped closer to Midoriya, filled with adoration and anticipation. She expressed her delight at the gift he had given her blood manipulation and how powerful it made her feel. Midoriya watched her with an unreadable expression, reminding her not to waste the ability he had bestowed upon her. He emphasized that she was no longer just a knife-wielding psycho. With this quirk, she could fight stronger and become the people she admired. Toga giggled, feeling the power coursing through her. Midoriya warned her to remain focused, urging her to show him that she deserved the power. Her grin widened with unhinged devotion as she promised to prove herself by making their enemies bleed and becoming them. Satisfied, Midoriya instructed her to get to work. As Toga skipped away, Dabi chuckled, commenting on her infatuation with Midoriya. Midoriya then called her back and handed her a vial of blood. Toga's excitement grew as she took the vial, fascinated by the crimson liquid inside. Upon reading the name on the vial Yuga Aoyama, she delighted in the revelation that he was a secret traitor, thrilled by the juicy backstory. Midoriya's expression remained cold and calculating as he explained that this was not just a game. He needed Aoyama's confession to be convincing, as the heroes would cover up any secrets discovered on their own. Toga understood that exposing Aoyama's betrayal dramatically would serve their purpose of destroying the last remnants of faith in heroes. With a mischievous grin, Toga prepared for her performance, transforming into a perfect replica of Yuga Aoyama. She mimicked his dramatic tone flawlessly, confessing her betrayal and the burden of her crimes. Dabi, watching from the side, was impressed by her performance. Midoriya instructed her to record it perfectly, ensuring the right lighting and emotional weight, so there would be no doubt about its authenticity. Toga, still in Aoyama's form, promised a performance of a lifetime. Midoriya stepped back, arms crossed, and declared that they would ruin another hero's life. He turned to his growing army of followers, his emerald eyes glinting with an eerie glow as he commanded them to set up the cameras for a broadcast that would reach every news station, social media platform, and underground forum. The world would see the truth that night. His voice carried an authority that made his subordinates rush into action. Tech specialists among his ranks quickly assembled high-quality recording equipment, ensuring the feed would be clear, untraceable, and impossible to take down. The entire setup was ready within minutes. Toga, still in Aoyama's form, twirled in place, basking in the attention. She expressed her delight at having a big audience and suggested adding a dramatic breakdown to her performance. Midoriya smirked, his tone as cold as steel, instructing her to do what was necessary to make it believable. The heroes must have no choice but to acknowledge this. With everything in place, the red recording light blinked to life, and the live feed began transmitting. Toga, as Aoyama, took a deep breath before launching into her performance. She introduced herself as Yuga Aoyama and began her confession. As the camera continued to roll, Aoyama wiped his tear-streaked face, his body trembling as he continued. He revealed that he was born quirkless, feeling weak and unwanted, and that his parents had made a deal with a powerful figure to ensure he would be special and strong. Toga, playing her role perfectly, clutched her chest as if weighed down by guilt. She confessed that she had received her quirk from All for One, claiming that the heroes and teachers at UA had known everything and had done nothing. They had allowed her to live among her classmates while she fed information to the League. The world watched as Aoyama exposed his betrayal, his voice cracking with emotion and his eyes brimming with tears. He spoke about how he had been secretly passing information to villains and how the heroes at UA had covered it. The performance was flawless, his hands trembled, and when he finally broke down in sobs, it was enough to make even skeptics believe. The broadcast sent shockwaves through the internet. Within seconds, comment sections exploded, and news stations scrambled to fact-check, while pro-heroes, politicians, and civilians alike found themselves questioning everything they thought they knew. Midoriya, watching from the shadows of the room, smirked at the chaos he had unleashed, murmuring that the first domino had fallen. Dabi let out a dark chuckle, remarking on the performance's quality. Toga broke character for a moment, twirling playfully before asking Midoriya if she had made him proud. He responded that she had helped burn the very foundation of hero society to the ground. He then turned back to his followers, his voice cutting through the air with chilling authority, stating that this was only the beginning. They had cracked the facade, and now they would push until it crumbled completely. He turned toward the monitor displaying the live news reactions, knowing that this was just the start. At UA, chaos had already taken root. Students crowded the common area, their eyes glued to the massive TV screen broadcasting the shocking confession. Whispers turned to murmurs, then to outright panic. Aoyama sat frozen, his hands trembling as his phone vibrated on the table. He hesitated, staring at the caller ID mother. His throat tightened, dread pooling in his stomach. With shaky fingers, he answered, and his mother's frantic voice came through, laced with terror. She warned him that the police had come for them. A loud crash echoed through the phone, followed by his father's distressed voice, asking what he had done. The line suddenly cut off, leaving only static. Aoyama's entire body went cold. His parents had been arrested, and his secret had been exposed. Before he could process this, the door to the common room burst open. Izawa stormed in, his expression unreadable but his eyes burning with barely restrained fury. He called for Aoyama to follow him to his office. The entire room went silent, all eyes on the trembling boy. Some looked at him with shock, others with disgust, and a few with pity. Bakugo scoffed, remarking on Aoyama's betrayal, while Ochako's face twisted in disbelief, urging him to deny the accusations. Aoyama couldn't speak or breathe. His legs barely moved as he forced himself to stand, his whole world shattering around him. As he followed Izawa out, he knew his life at UA was over, and somewhere, Midoriya was watching, pulling the strings of his downfall. In the principal's office, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The room was filled with top UA staff Aizawa, All Might, Present Mike, Nizu, and Tsukachi from the police. Across from them sat Aoyama, his head hung low, his fingers clenched into fists on his lap. His face was pale, and his body trembled under the weight of his secret. Nizu, usually calm and composed, looked devastated. He struggled to keep his emotions in check as he asked Aoyama if he understood the gravity of what he was about to confess. Aoyama swallowed hard, his lips trembling, and took a deep breath before admitting that he was the real traitor of Yue. A heavy silence fell over the room. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, demanding an explanation. Tears welled up in Aoyama's eyes, spilling over as he forced himself to continue. He revealed that he had been born quirkless, just like Midoriya, and that his parents had made a deal with All for One to give him his naval laser in exchange for following his orders. All Might's face hardened as he asked about those orders. Aoyama let out a shuddering breath and confessed that he had been feeding information to the villains about Yue's movements and security. He explained that when he overheard Bakugo and the others planning to make Midoriya the traitor, he had informed the League, thinking that if he proved useful, he wouldn't be harmed. Aizawa's expression darkened as he pressed for more details. Aoyama choked back a sob, revealing that when Midoriya escaped, everything changed. Terrified of losing his life, he had continued to feed information to the villains, hoping to keep them satisfied and safe from harm. Midoriya turned against society instead. Aoyama nodded weakly, tears dripping onto his hands. He never thought it would lead to this. He believed he was saving himself, but all he did was push Midoriya further into darkness. All Might let out a slow, heavy breath, questioning Aoyama's betrayal of his classmates, school, and teachers to save himself. Aoyama sobbed openly, admitting his weakness and fear of death. Tsukachi stepped forward, his voice firm yet calm, asking Aoyama if he had any proof of his involvement. Aoyama nodded shakily, revealing his parents' old communication device, which still had messages from All for One's people, and offered to show where he met them. Nizu looked down, trembling, expressing his suspicion of a traitor among them, but never expecting it to be one of their own students. He reflected on the burden of being born without a quirk, a fate Midoriya once faced. Aizawa closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before opening them again, sharper than before. He told Aoyama he was coming with them, and if he was truly willing to confess everything, he would have to answer for his actions. Aoyama did not resist. He simply nodded, defeated. As Tsukachi guided him away in ancient Sisyphus, the weight of his betrayal settled over Yue like a storm cloud. Somewhere far away, in the depths of Daika City, Midoriya watched, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The next day, screens across Japan flickered as every major news station, social media platform, and electronic billboard broadcasted the same live stream. A darkened room came into focus, the only source of light being a large monitor behind a figure seated in a throne-like chair. Midoriya, clad in a black high-collared coat with golden embroidery, sat with one leg over the other, his emerald eyes gleaming with cold amusement. Nagant stood beside him, arms crossed, while Aoi-to-do adjusted his wrist wraps, watching with quiet interest. Midoriya leaned forward, his voice smooth yet filled with unsettling confidence. He addressed the heroes and citizens of Japan, stating that another truth had come to light. He reminded them of his promise to expose the hypocrisy of hero society, and today he delivered once again. The camera feed shifted, showing Aoyama being dragged away in HNDCFFS, his face drenched in tears, his once flamboyant persona reduced to a trembling mess. Midoriya revealed that UA High School harbored not just one traitor, but two. He described Aoyama as a boy who only wanted to fit in, forced to become a pawn in a game he never wished to play, and questioned how many more secrets were hidden within the walls of the school. Midoriya's smirk widened as he announced another guest, someone who had suffered under the so-called symbol of justice. He introduced Rei Todoroki, the wife of Japan's #1 hero. The broadcast shifted again, revealing a chilling sight of a frail woman sitting in a dimly lit room inside a mental hospital, staring blankly outside. Midoriya's voice remained calm, but there was unmistakable venom behind his words as he explained that this woman was a victim of domestic abuse, locked away while her husband basked in glory. He detailed how Endeavor, the #1 hero, had abused his own wife, pushing her to the brink of insanity and treating their children as tools to surpass All Might. He questioned society's indifference, highlighting that as long as Endeavor kept villains at bay, no one cared about the pain behind closed doors. Midoriya leaned back, smirking, challenging civilians and heroes alike to confront the truth. The broadcast sent shockwaves across Japan, leaving people frozen in shock as the truth, long suspected but never confronted, was laid bare. Midoriya's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he declared that this was just the beginning, promising that one truth after another would come to light. He questioned how much more society was willing to ignore before realizing their heroes were nothing but frauds. The screen abruptly cut to black, and panic spread as chaos erupted. The Hero Commission scrambled to do damage control, and in that moment, Midoriya knew he had struck a fatal blow. Leaning forward once more, Midoriya locked his piercing eyes onto the camera, his voice echoing through every screen. He invited anyone who doubted him to visit the mental hospital and speak to Rei Todoroki themselves, challenging them to face the truth. The camera zoomed in on Rei, her frail hands twitching as if trying to reach out to the millions watching. Midoriya's tone turned sharp, mocking those who might ignore the truth once again, reminding them that they could only turn a blind eye for so long before it burned them alive. With that, the screen cut to black, leaving the world in stunned silence. A few hours after Midoriya's broadcast, chaos erupted outside the mental hospital. Reporters from every major news station in Japan swarmed the entrance, their microphones and cameras pushed forward as they attempted to get past the security detail. "Is it true that you locked your wife away to cover up your abusive past?" One reporter shouted. Another demanded to know why the hospital was refusing entry, insisting that if there was nothing to hide, they should be allowed to speak to Rei Todoroki. The hospital's front doors were blocked by men in dark suits, Endeavor's agency enforcers who stood firm, their faces expressionless as they denied access. One of them stated in a cold, rehearsed tone that no unauthorized personnel were allowed beyond that point. This only fueled the media frenzy. "This is a public facility. The people deserve the truth," shouted another voice. The pressure was mounting, and civilians began gathering, whispering among themselves. The broadcast had already gone viral, with clips of Midoriya's speech replaying across every social media platform. Public trust in heroes had been fragile ever since the war against the Paranormal Liberation Front, but now it was cracking. People murmured, anger rising in their voices. They speculated about a cover-up, echoing Midoriya's claims. They questioned whether Endeavor had truly locked his wife away all those years. Heroes were supposed to protect people, not their own dirty secrets. Inside the hospital, the tension was just as suffocating. Endeavor stood in his agency hallway, staring at his phone. His jaw clenched as he watched his agency's PR team frantically trying to control the damage online. It was useless. The floodgates had already burst open. His hand curled into a fist, flames flickering around his palm. He wished he could burn it all away, but no amount of fire could erase the truth now. As the chaos outside the mental hospital escalated, a sudden chill spread through the air. The temperature dropped sharply, frost creeping along the pavement as a thin layer of ice coated the ground. The crowd went silent as the heavy hospital doors creaked open. From within, a frail yet determined figure emerged, Rei Todoroki. Her white hair fluttered in the cold wind, and for the first time in years, her eyes weren't dull with sedation. They were sharp and focused. A woman who had spent too long in the shadows was finally stepping into the light. Rei Todoroki was met with a barrage of questions from reporters, one of whom stepped forward, microphone extended, asking if she had anything to say about her husband's past actions. Before she could respond, several of Endeavor's agency enforcers moved to stop her, reaching out to seize her shoulders. One of them ordered her to return inside, but as his hand got close, a flash of ice shot up his arm, freezing him in place. Gasps rippled through the crowd as frost rapidly spread over the other enforcers, stopping them in their tracks. Rei stood firm, her breath visible in the freezing air. "No more lies," she declared, her voice steady yet filled with the weight of years of pain. "I am ready for an interview. The world deserves the truth." The reporters erupted in questions, their cameras clicking furiously. Inside the Endeavor agency, Endeavor watched the scene unfold through a security feed, his flames flickering violently around his clenched fists. He realized that there was no stopping this now. The past had finally caught up to him. As the cameras focused on Rei Todoroki, the atmosphere grew tense. The frost around her seemed to intensify, reflecting the cold truth she was about to reveal. She took a deep breath, steadying herself before she finally spoke. "I was never free to make my own choices," she began, her voice carrying the weight of decades of suffering. "My life was decided for me before I was even old enough to understand. My parents. They sold me." Gasps rippled through the gathered reporters. Microphones were shoved closer, cameras zoomed in, and the entire country watched as Rei Todoroki exposed the truth behind Japan's #1 hero. "I was part of a quirk marriage," she continued, her hands clenching into fists. "My ice quirk, my lineage, it was all that mattered to them. My parents didn't care about my happiness, my dreams, or my future. All they saw was an opportunity. They handed me over to Enji Todoroki so he could create a child strong enough to surpass All Might." The mention of All Might made the crowd murmur. Endeavor's rivalry with him was well known, but this revelation cast it in a new, horrifying light. Rei's expression darkened as she spoke again, her voice steady despite the raw emotion in her words. "He didn't want a wife. He wanted a breeding tool. And when I didn't give him what he wanted fast enough, I became nothing more than an obstacle." The reporters furiously scribbled notes while news stations scrambled to broadcast her words across the nation. Endeavor's agency staff, still frozen in ice, could do nothing to intervene. "I was forced to bear 4 children, each one subjected to his obsession with creating the perfect successor. He trained them like weapons, pushing them past their limits, breaking them down over and over. And when one of them, my poor son Tuya, couldn't meet his expectations, he discarded him like trash." A hush fell over the crowd. Even those who had defended Endeavor in the past were now struggling to justify what they were hearing. Rei lifted her head, eyes burning with long-restrained fury. "I tried to protect them. I tried to be a mother. But in the end, even I was broken. I was locked away for years while he continued his madness. And now, here I am, finally free to speak. And I will not be silent anymore." The reporters bombarded her with questions, the crowd surging with anger and disgust at Endeavor's actions. Inside his agency, Endeavor stood frozen in front of the screen, his breath ragged. His past had finally caught up with him, and there was no escaping it now. Rei's hands trembled slightly as she took a deep breath, her frost spreading across the ground beneath her. The weight of her past, of the son she lost, made it hard to speak, but she refused to stop now. The world needed to hear the truth. She whispered his name, her voice heavy with sorrow. "My poor sweet boy. He was always so full of fire, so desperate for his father's approval. But to Enji he was never enough." The reporters leaned in, the silence around them deafening. "Tuya was my firstborn," she continued, her eyes unfocused, as if she were seeing the past play out before her. "He was born with a fire that burned hotter than even Enji's, but his body wasn't made to handle it. Every time he trained, every time he pushed himself beyond his limits, he was burning himself alive." Gasps spread through the crowd, some reporters covering their mouths in shock. Rei clenched her fists. "I begged Enji to stop. I pleaded with him to let Tuya live a normal life. But he didn't care. He only cared about power. And when Tuya couldn't meet his expectations, when he realized our son's body couldn't handle his quirk, he abandoned him. Cast him aside like he was nothing." The city of Daika was alive with celebration. Fires burned in the distance, not in destruction but as a symbol of victory. The once heavily patrolled streets were now filled with Midoriya's followers, celebrating and reveling in the chaos they had unleashed. Inside an extravagant nightclub formerly owned by one of Redestro's top men, Midoriya sat in the VIP section, surrounded by darkness and neon lights. Nagant sat beside him, quietly sipping a drink while observing the crowd, while Toga danced wildly on the floor, her excitement momentarily overshadowing her usual bloodlust. Dabi leaned back on a couch, his now healed skin exposed under an unbuttoned jacket, watching everything with a smirk. Then, the doors opened, and Aoi Tadu entered, his large frame making the ground feel heavier with each step. He wasn't alone. Beside him stood Takada-chan, clearly out of place in this den of villains. Midoriya's emerald eyes, colder than ever, locked onto her. His expression softened slightly as he leaned forward, resting his chin on his interlocked fingers. He welcomed her to Daika City. She swallowed, clearly nervous but trying not to show it. She asked what he wanted with her. Tadu clapped a heavy hand on her shoulder, encouraging her to relax, assuring her that Midoriya just wanted to have a little reunion. Midoriya chuckled, confirming the sentiment. He gestured for her to sit. The tension in the air remained, even as music and laughter filled the background. Takada hesitated before sitting down across from him. She wasn't naive. She knew that the boy sitting before her was not the same Izuku Midoriya she once knew, the one who always smiled and tried to be a hero. That Midoriya was gone. The one in front of her was a devil in human skin. Midoriya leaned back in his chair, sipping from his drink before smirking. He asked her what she thought of his new empire. She hesitated before saying that he had changed. He laughed lightly, acknowledging that it was an understatement. He then shifted the topic to the so-called heroes she still believed in, which made her fists clench. Midoriya's smirk widened, knowing he had her exactly where he wanted. He took a slow sip from his drink, his eyes locked onto Takada-chan. The club's lights cast shadows over his face, making his smirk appear even more sinister. He complimented her beauty and fame, noting that Tadu really liked her. He suggested she stay with him that night as his girlfriend. Takada's breath hitched, her body stiffening. Tadu chuckled beside her, assuring her that he wouldn't bite and that it would be fun. His smile was wide, but there was an unmistakable intensity in his gaze. Takada clenched her fists under the table, protesting that they couldn't just treat her like that. Midoriya silenced her, reassuring her that she wouldn't be involved with him at all, just keeping Tadu company. Then, his expression changed. His emerald eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed something in the air. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face before he leaned back and called for Nagant. She immediately straightened up, ready to follow his command. He instructed her to check Takada, suspecting she was wearing a wire. Takada's blood ran cold as Nagant stood up, her sharp eyes locking onto Takada with a predatory gaze. She commanded Takada to stand. Takada hesitated, but before she could react, Nagant grabbed her wrist and yanked her up from her seat. Takada protested, but Nagant's fingers were already tracing along the seams of her dress, searching for anything out of place. Then Nagant found it. With a flick of her wrist, she pulled a tiny, nearly invisible wire from Takada's collar. The room went dead silent. Toga, who had been twirling on the dance floor, stopped mid-spin, her smile widening in excitement. Dabi let out a low whistle, while Twice muttered something under his breath. Tadu's grin faltered slightly, his fingers tightening around his drink. Midoriya exhaled sharply, shaking his head as he looked at the small wire dangling between Nagant's fingers. He expressed disappointment, having thought they were having a nice conversation. Takada's face went pale as Nagant held up the wire, inspecting it before glancing at Midoriya. She confirmed it was active, meaning someone had been listening the whole time. Midoriya's smile faded completely. His playful, relaxed posture vanished as he slowly stood up from his seat. The air in the room became suffocating. He reached out and gently took the wire from Nagant's hand, rolling it between his fingers as if considering something. Then he looked at Takada again, his gaze ice-cold. He asked her who she had been trying to sell him out to. Takada's breath came in short, panicked gasps as she fell to her knees, trembling. The weight of every pair of eyes in the room pressed down on her, making it impossible to think straight. She blurted out that it was the detective who had found her before she came here. She explained that she panicked when she received the invitation and that he told her to wear the wire as her only chance to help stop him and find his location. Her hands clasped together as she looked up at him, fear filling her eyes. She pleaded for him to let her go, admitting she was wrong. But Midoriya didn't react. Not a single muscle in his face moved. He stood there, holding the tiny wire between his fingers, staring at her with eyes that seemed empty and devoid of warmth. The room was silent. Then, in a slow, almost casual voice, he spoke again. He called Tadu's name, making him flinch at the sound. Midoriya asked if he should let her live, acknowledging that she was Tadu's idol and that he liked her, but reminded him that she had tried to sell them out. Tadu swallowed hard, looking at Takada-chan, her tear-streaked face twisted in fear, then back at Midoriya. His hands curled into fists as he pleaded for her release, promising that he would ensure she never spoke of this again. Midoriya remained motionless, his gaze locked onto Tadu like a predator considering its prey. Seconds passed. Then, slowly, Midoriya sighed and let the wire slip from his fingers, watching as it hit the floor. He stated flatly that she would live. Takada-chan let out a choked sob, barely able to believe what she was hearing. However, Midoriya added that if she ever stepped out of line again, if he even heard a whisper that she had been in contact with that detective or anyone else trying to interfere with him, he would not be so generous next time. He took a slow step forward, leaning down just enough so that his face was inches from hers. Takada frantically nodded, her entire body shaking. Midoriya straightened up and turned his back to her. He called for Nagant, who stepped forward immediately. He instructed her to escort Takada out and ensure she understood how fortunate she was today. Nagant smirked and grabbed Takada-chan by the arm, roughly pulling her up. As Takada stumbled to her feet, she risked one last glance at Midoriya, who was no longer looking at her. It was as if she had already ceased to exist in his mind. Nagant dragged her toward the exit, and as the doors slammed shut behind them, the tension in the room finally broke. Tadu let out a shaky breath, rubbing his face with his hands. Midoriya returned to his seat, sat down, and picked up his drink again. The party continued, the music resuming, laughter and celebration filling the space. But Tadu knew one thing for sure: Takada-chan had been spared today. But next time, there would be no mercy. Midoriya took a sip from his drink, letting the cold liquid run down his throat before setting the glass down. The room was still eerily silent, the weight of his last decision hanging in the air. Then, he exhaled sharply and clapped his hands together, asking why the music had stopped. His voice carried through the room, sharp yet laced with amusement, urging everyone to keep the celebration going. Almost instantly, the speakers came back to life, the deep bass vibrating through the floor as the mood in the room shifted back to revelry. The tension melted away, replaced by the sound of laughter, glasses clinking, and the occasional burst of fire from Dabi's fingertips. Midoriya leaned back, scanning the room before his eyes landed on Toga, who was twirling a knife between her fingers, her lips curled into a playful grin. A smirk tugged at his own lips as he stood up and stretched, calling out to Toga. She perked up immediately, her golden eyes gleaming with excitement. He extended a hand toward her, inviting her to dance. Toga let out an excited giggle, tossing her knife to Twice, who fumbled to catch it. She practically skipped to Midoriya, slipping her hand into his. As he led her to the center of the room, the others whistled and teased. Midoriya placed one hand on her waist and took her other hand in his. The music shifted to a slower rhythm, and for a moment, the chaos of the night faded into something else entirely. Toga tilted her head, eyes full of mischief, suggesting that if Midoriya wanted her in his arms, he just had to ask. Midoriya chuckled, his grip tightening slightly as he reminded her not to step on his feet. Toga laughed, spinning as he led her across the floor, playfully stating that she made no promises. Midoriya twirled Toga one last time before pulling her back against his chest, steady and firm. She giggled, her breath warm against his neck, as the song came to an end. With a smirk, he let go and stepped back, adjusting his sleeves and complimenting her for not stepping on his feet after all. He motioned for the bartender to prepare a drink for Toga, specifying a non-alcoholic Bloody Mary. As the bartender nodded and quickly prepared the drink, Midoriya turned his gaze to Nagant, who was standing near the bar, arms crossed, watching the scene with a raised brow. He casually asked what she drank. Nagant, unimpressed, stated that she did not drink. Midoriya's smirk widened as he picked up a glass and extended it toward her, encouraging her to loosen up a little, reminding her that she was part of the celebration too. She scoffed, shaking her head, reiterating that she did not drink. His eyes darkened slightly, and his smirk thinned as he clarified that it was not a request. The air shifted immediately, the light-hearted atmosphere dimming just enough for the others nearby to tense. Toga sipped her drink, watching with interest, while Dabi raised a brow, leaning against the bar but not interfering. Nagant's jaw clenched as she met Midoriya's gaze. A long silence stretched between them before, with a sharp exhale, she took the glass from his hand and downed it in one go. Midoriya chuckled, leaning in slightly, acknowledging that it wasn't so hard. Nagant set the empty glass down with a little too much force, warning him not to make it a habit. Midoriya grinned, assuring her he wouldn't dream of it. Meanwhile, in the HPSC office, Nizu sat at the head of the table, his small frame dwarfed by the massive tension in the room. His usually bright and cheerful demeanor was gone, replaced by an expression of deep contemplation. He held one of Midoriya's old notebooks in his paws, flipping through its pages with a look of grave understanding. Nizu began to explain that while some might think Midoriya was just an emotional fool lashing out at society out of spite, they would be gravely mistaken. The room fell silent as Nizu placed the notebook on the table, its pages filled with detailed notes, strategies, and countermeasures against heroes who were sitting right in that very room. He asserted that Izuku Midoriya was not just some runaway villain, he was a genius. The worst part was that they had trained him to be this way. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, questioning what Nizu was implying. Nizu sighed, pushing the notebook toward them, explaining that for a year, Midoriya had been among them, watching, learning, and memorizing every hero's strengths and weaknesses. The proof was in the pages his deep analysis of every hero's combat style, psychology, and most terrifying of all, how to defeat them instantly. The room collectively stiffened as Nizu flipped to a random page, tapping on a neatly written entry about Bakugo Katsuki, who snapped his head up at the mention of his name. Nizu read aloud that Bakugo's quirk was strong but had two major weaknesses. He relied too much on brute force and aggression, making him predictable, and his quirk, explosion, was fueled by sweat, limiting his ability to sweat would significantly reduce his firepower. Force him into a prolonged fight in a cold, moisture-absorbing environment to weaken him. The room fell silent. Bakugo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, frustrated by the situation. Nizu continued, flipping to another page. Hawks had a weakness. Despite his speed and precision, his feathers had a limit. If forced into a situation where he must constantly regenerate feathers, he would eventually slow down. The best method was a prolonged air-based battle with strategic distractions. Hawks exhaled sharply, leaning back in his chair. Nizu turned to another page. Endeavor had a weakness too, overheating. The longer he fought, the more his body risked shutting down from his own flames. The best method was to bait him into using his full power early, then prolong the fight until he reached his limit. Endeavor's hands tightened into fists as he absorbed this information. Nizu's expression darkened. He pointed out that this was not the work of an unstable child lashing out. It was the work of a tactician who had studied each of them to the point of knowing exactly how to take them down. The weight of his words sank in. Midoriya had spent years idolizing heroes, analyzing, admiring, and dreaming of being one of them. But now, all that knowledge had been turned against them. The same notebooks filled with admiration were now weapons aimed at their downfall. Nizu closed the notebook and murmured that the worst part was that Midoriya knew exactly how they all thought. He had seen firsthand how heroes operated, how society reacted, and he had planned accordingly. Every time they reacted, they were already playing into his hands. Aizawa rubbed his temples, exhaustion clear in his eyes, and asked what they should do. Nizu was silent for a moment before he answered that they needed to stop underestimating him. Outside the Hero Public Safety Commission, HPSC, office, chaos erupted as a group of reanimated soldiers, part machine, part human, marched forward with eerie precision. Their hollow, lifeless eyes glowed dimly as they advanced, their movements unnatural but calculated. Inside the command center, emergency alarms blared as multiple hero agencies received the distress call about unknown hostiles attacking HPSC and engaging heroes on site. Pro-heroes rushed to the scene, led by Best Jeanist and Hawks, who landed swiftly, scanning the battlefield. The reanimated warriors weren't just mindless machines. They adapted, dodging and countering hero attacks with terrifying efficiency. Hawks muttered that these things were not just robots, noting how one of the creatures absorbed an energy blast from a hero and redirected it. Edge Shot appeared beside him, stating that they were reanimated and someone was controlling them. The heroes clashed against the invaders, but the reanimated soldiers fought with a fierce determination. Best Jeanist used his fibers to restrain a few, but the reanimated corpses twisted unnaturally, breaking free. He gritted out that their bodies weren't normal and questioned who sent them. Then, over the large screens outside the HPSC building, a familiar voice echoed, declaring that he did. The digital feed flickered to life, revealing Izuku Midoriya, sitting calmly in a dimly lit room. His glowing green eyes peered through the screen, cold and unfeeling. He addressed the heroes, noting their struggle with his latest creations and indicating that they should thank the Hero Commission for this situation, as they were the reason these soldiers existed in the first place. A hushed silence fell over the battlefield as Midoriya continued, revealing that each of these reanimated warriors was once a soldier of the Commission, disposable pawns sent to do their dirty work, left to die for the so-called greater good. He assured them that he had given them a second chance to take back what was stolen from them. The weight of his words hit hard. The HPSC had a history of covering up missions, disposing of evidence including people, but now, their sins had come back to haunt them. Midoriya stated that this was their reckoning and challenged them to see if the heroes could save the corrupt before the corrupted devoured them. The screen cut out, leaving the heroes with one grim realization: Midoriya wasn't just attacking them, he was exposing them. The battle raged on as the reanimated soldiers moved with relentless precision, their undead bodies resisting conventional attacks. The heroes struggled, some resorted to brute force, others to strategy, but the enemy adapted, learning their moves as the fight progressed. Hawks darted through the battlefield, slicing through the reanimated warriors with razor-sharp feathers, but they kept coming, their bodies twisting unnaturally to evade fatal blows. Best Jeanist restrained several with his fibers, yet they tore through the threads with monstrous strength. Edge Shot slipped through the gaps, aiming for vital points, only to realize these creatures no longer had vital organs. They were dead, yet moving. Mirko growled in frustration, delivering a powerful kick that sent one crashing through a building, questioning how they could defeat something that was already dead. From above, Endeavor unleashed a massive wave of fire, engulfing a horde of reanimated enemies. Their bodies burned, their mechanical components sparking and melting. Some collapsed, their energy fading, but others staggered forward, still fighting despite their charred forms. One hero shouted to keep burning them, but Endeavor clenched his teeth, knowing he couldn't maintain this intensity forever. In the midst of the chaos, one of the reanimated spoke, its voice distorted and layered with static. It questioned why they fought, revealing that they had been used and discarded, now serving Midoriya, who had given them purpose. The heroes froze, realizing the depth of their situation. Nizu, watching the battle unfold from a control room, narrowed his eyes, understanding that Midoriya hadn't just brought them back, he had given them back their consciousness. The realization struck hard. These weren't just puppets, they were former heroes, former enforcers of the HPSC, soldiers who had died in service. Midoriya had turned them against the very system that abandoned them. Endeavor roared, increasing his flames to an intense blue, insisting they had been tricked and that Midoriya was using them. But the reanimated soldiers did not listen, declaring that heroes were liars before lunging at them. With no choice left, the heroes fought with everything they had. The battle became more brutal, limbs were severed, bodies shattered. It took immense effort, precise teamwork, and sheer willpower, but one by one, the reanimated fell. Hawks, breathing heavily, impaled the last one with his feathers, watching as its glowing eyes dimmed and flickered out. The battlefield was littered with debris and the remains of the fallen. The heroes stood victorious, but there was no celebration, only exhaustion and unease. Then, a static-filled message came through on every hero's communicator. Midoriya's voice echoed mockingly, congratulating them on destroying the very people who once fought for their precious justice. He taunted them, asking if their victory tasted sweet or like the blood of the abandoned. Silence enveloped the heroes as Midoriya chuckled, declaring that this was just the beginning. The transmission cut off, leaving the heroes in grim realization. Midoriya had forced them into a battle that wasn't just physical, it was psychological. He was making them question their own ideals and actions. And the worst part? It was working. Tsukachi rushed into the forensics lab, his face grim. The battle had left its scars, not just on the city but on the heroes' morale. If Midoriya could create soldiers like these, the situation was far worse than they had anticipated. He approached the head forensic examiner, Dr. Ishiguro, who had been analyzing the remains of the reanimated soldiers. The lab was filled with dissected bodies, former humans twisted into something else entirely. Some had mechanical enhancements, while others showed signs of genetic modification. The air was thick with the smell of chemicals. Tsukachi's voice was tense as he inquired about the findings. Dr. Ishiguro exhaled, rubbing his temples. He explained that these beings had once been alive but were now reanimated through a mix of quirk-based necromancy and cybernetic augmentation. Some even had combat enhancements, likely from the Dr. Midoriya worked with Garaki. Tsukachi gritted his teeth, realizing the implications. Dr. Ishiguro confirmed that it was worse than they thought. These beings retained memories, knew how to fight, and some even recognized their old allies among the heroes. Whatever Midoriya had done, he had not only brought them back but had given them enough awareness to question their existence. It was a level of reanimation they had never encountered before. Tsukachi clenched his fists, asking if there was a way to stop them permanently. The doctor hesitated, explaining that while destroying the body worked, it was only a partial solution. If Midoriya still had their core data, he could reanimate them again. They needed to find his source, the place where he kept the original blueprints for these soldiers. Tsukachi cursed under his breath, realizing Midoriya was waging a psychological war. He was forcing the heroes to confront those they once knew, compelling them to fight against the very people they had sworn to protect. He was breaking the system from within. Dr. Ishiguro sighed, adding that if Midoriya perfected this process, he could bring back anyone, any hero or villain, even those who had died decades ago. A chill ran down Tsukachi's spine as he understood the urgency of their situation. They needed to act quickly before Midoriya became unstoppable. In the dim glow of his temporary hideout, Midoriya stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at a map of Japan spread out before him. His empire was expanding, his influence growing, but he still needed one final piece to solidify his rule, a force of nature, a monster bred for destruction. He called for Kurogyri, who materialized from the swirling mist, bowing slightly. Midoriya instructed him to take him to Gigantomachia. Kurogyri's eyes flickered with recognition as he acknowledged the request. Midoriya's smirk deepened as he expressed his intent to tame the giant, believing that if his father could command him, so could he. Gigantomachia was built to serve the strongest, and right now, that was Midoriya. Kurogyri hesitated for a moment before nodding and opening a massive portal. Midoriya stepped forward, his coat billowing as he vanished into the dark mist. Deep in the mountains, the air was thick with tension as Midoriya emerged. The mountainous region was eerily silent, save for the deep, rhythmic sound of breathing. A shadow loomed over him, monstrous and colossal. Gigantomachia lay dormant, his hulking frame buried in the rocks, only his head and massive arms visible. A low growl rumbled from the beast's throat as he stirred, sensing an unfamiliar presence. His bloodshot eyes snapped open, and the ground trembled as he slowly sat up. Gigantomachia's voice was deep and rumbling as he questioned the presence before him, sensing something different. Midoriya grinned, stepping forward confidently. He proclaimed that the master Gigantomachia once knew was gone, but he carried his will as his heir and successor. Gigantomachia's massive form loomed closer, sniffing the air, confusion evident in his expression. He demanded proof of Midoriya's worthiness, insisting he would only follow the strongest. Midoriya's smirk remained as he rolled his shoulders, ready for a demonstration. With a flicker of movement, he vanished, appearing above Machia's head and preparing to strike. The battle for Gigantomachia's loyalty began with a monstrous roar. Gigantomachia lunged forward, his colossal hands swinging to crush Midoriya. The sheer force shattered the surrounding rock formations, but Midoriya stood his ground, his eyes gleaming with power as stolen quirks surged through him. He taunted the giant, challenging him to come at him. As Gigantomachia's giant fist descended, Midoriya raised his right hand, activating Impact Recoil, a quirk that redirected force. The punch landed, and the energy rebounded back at Machia, causing him to stumble backward in shock. Midoriya seized the moment, using Warp Step to appear behind Machia. He reached out, activating Pain Touch with a single tap on Machia's spine. The giant roared in agony, staggering as waves of unbearable torment coursed through him. The Pain Touch quirk amplified any sensation tenfold, and for the first time, Gigantomachia felt true suffering. Enraged, Machia fought through the pain and slammed both hands into the ground, causing a massive shockwave that sent Midoriya flying backward. But before he hit the ground, he activated Air Cannon, blasting a shockwave beneath him to regain control. All Might sighed as he rubbed his temples, but before he could speak, Aizawa shoved past him, glaring. Hisashi, usually the mediator, was equally angry, expressing frustration over how the hero system had failed Midoriya. Nemuri scoffed, adding that it wasn't just Midoriya, it was Oboro too. They had never questioned the system that allowed this to happen. All Might felt the weight of their words, realizing the truth in them. He had ignored the signs, believed in the system, and now everything was crumbling. Midoriya was leading a villain empire, exposing the cracks in society, and Oboro had been turned into a weapon. Aizawa's voice was venomous as he confronted All Might, insisting he had no right to lecture them. All Might had no words. He simply stood there as his former colleagues, his friends, drowned their grief in silence. As he sat down with them, he took a deep breath and poured himself a drink, feeling the weight of his failures pressing down on him. He had spent his entire life as the symbol of peace, believing in the system, but now, in the face of everything that had happened, he realized how blind he had been. He felt the weight of regret as he reflected on his past mistakes. He had failed young Midoriya, failed Nana, and because of him, her daughter was no longer alive. The room fell silent. Aizawa, Mike, and Midnight looked at him, their anger momentarily replaced by shock. Aizawa's cautious voice broke the stillness as he asked for clarification. All Might exhaled shakily, revealing the painful truth that Inko Midoriya was Nana Shimura's daughter. Aizawa's eyes widened in disbelief, and Hisashi nearly dropped his drink. Midnight covered her mouth, stunned by the revelation. Aizawa's voice, laced with fury, questioned why All Might had kept this secret from Midoriya. All Might lowered his head in shame, admitting that he had thought keeping it hidden would protect Midoriya from the burdens of the past. Aizawa slammed his glass on the table, expressing frustration over the current situation. Hisashi rubbed his face in exasperation, lamenting that if Midoriya had known the truth, things might have been different. Midnight quietly agreed, and All Might let out a bitter chuckle, acknowledging his cowardice and the consequences they all now faced. As the weight of the revelation settled in, the city outside was still reeling from the chaos Midoriya had unleashed. They all knew that the worst was yet to come. All Might then announced that he had called someone who was much stronger than him. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, demanding to know who it was. All Might took a deep breath, explaining that this person had volunteered to help, fully aware of the danger. Hisashi raised an eyebrow, skeptical about anyone being stronger than All Might. Aizawa sighed, fearing that All Might had indeed called her. All Might nodded, admitting he had no choice. With Mirio's training incomplete, they needed more time, and this hero was ready. Midnight leaned forward, eager to know who it was. Just then, the doors swung open, and a powerful figure stepped in, filling the room with her commanding presence. Standing tall with a confident smirk and long blonde hair flowing behind her was America's #1 hero, Star and Stripe. She greeted All Might, her voice steady and commanding. All Might expressed his relief at her arrival. Aizawa crossed his arms, his expression unreadable, questioning the desperation of their situation. Star and Stripe chuckled, asserting that they needed all the firepower they could get, and she would not allow anyone, even Midoriya, to run wild. Hisashi whistled, impressed by her confidence. Nizu cleared his throat, suggesting that with Star and Stripe's help, they might have a real chance to stop Midoriya before things escalated further. Star and Stripe cracked her knuckles, ready for action, demanding to know where the fight was. She smirked, dismissing any notion that she would be intimidated. Nizu cautioned her, explaining that if she fell, America would abandon Japan completely. Aizawa warned that underestimating Midoriya would be a mistake, as he was not only strong but also cunning, always staying ahead of them. Star and Stripe's confidence momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure, asserting that she had the ability to rewrite the rules of any battle. All Might clenched his fists, warning her that Midoriya was different now. He had stolen All for One, manipulated people, and taken lives. Star and Stripe's eyes narrowed, determined to do what needed to be done, regardless of Midoriya's past as All Might student. Meanwhile, Midoriya stood atop a ruined skyscraper, gazing at the horizon as the wind swept through his dark cloak. He smirked, aware of Star and Stripe's presence and the military support that accompanied her. The broadcast crackled as Star and Stripe's voice responded, firm and unwavering, declaring that Midoriya was outmatched. Midoriya chuckled, challenging her perception of the situation and questioning what would happen if her reality-altering abilities failed her. Star and Stripe, with her jet hovering in the sky and military aircraft flanking her, demanded Midoriya's surrender. He grinned, his emerald eyes glowing with dark energy, expressing his intention to confront her rather than flee. The battlefield was set, and the world watched in suspense as Japan's most dangerous villain prepared to face America's strongest hero. This was no ordinary battle. It was a clash between the Demon King and America's strongest hero. The skies above Japan crackled with raw power as Izuku Midoriya, wielding All for One and countless stolen quirks, faced off against Star and Stripe. Their battle raged across a devastated metropolis, shockwaves leveling buildings with each exchange of blows. Fighter jets circled above, their weapons locked onto Midoriya, poised to strike at their leader's command. Star and Stripe's voice boomed through the air, declaring that Midoriya's reign of terror would end that day. Midoriya, floating in midair, taunted her about the American hero's penchant for speeches, asserting that words meant nothing against absolute power. Without warning, he unleashed a powerful attack, sending dark tendrils laced with spikes surging toward her. Star and Stripe reacted instantly, ready to counter the threat with her own abilities. A massive wall of air materialized between them, Midoriya's tendrils shattering against it like glass. She lunged forward, throwing a punch that carried immense force. Midoriya barely dodged, feeling the shockwave crack the ground beneath them. His smirk widened, impressed yet confident. Impressive. But not enough, he thought, warping behind her in an instant, aiming to pierce her back with a stolen quirk-enhanced strike. New order. The space around me will reject all attacks, she declared, unleashing a repelling force that blasted Midoriya backward, sending him skidding across the sky. He growled, but his grin remained. I see. So that's how you fight, he mused. Star and Stripe narrowed her eyes, recognizing the danger he posed. You're dangerous. More than Shigaraki ever was, she noted, raising her hand again. New order. Midoriya's body will be unable to move. Midoriya froze midair, his body refusing to respond. For the first time in years, he felt helpless. Star and Stripe rocketed toward him, ready to end the fight with one decisive blow. This is over, she declared, but Midoriya laughed, a sound filled with confidence. Is it? He thought, and suddenly, from his shadow, black tendrils exploded outward. Star and Stripe barely had time to react as Midoriya activated a hidden quirk, delayed activation. The moment she touched him, the restriction on his body lifted. Too slow, hero, he remarked, his tendrils wrapping around her arms and legs, immobilizing her completely. New order, she began, but Midoriya's quirk erasure bullet struck her in the neck. Her vision blurred, and her voice faltered. You talk too much, he said, swiftly clamping quirk-restraining cuffs onto her wrists and placing a GG in her mouth, preventing her from uttering another command. The fighter jets above panicked, their pilots scrambling to react. Midoriya raised a hand, unleashing an EMP wave. A surge of black electricity exploded outward, disabling all their weapons and causing the jets to malfunction. Holding Star and Stripe's bound body as she struggled, her eyes burned with defiance. Game over, hero, he thought, turning to the sky. Kurogyri. A swirling black portal opened beside him, and he stepped through, dragging the defeated #1 American hero with him. Just like that, the strongest hero of the United States was gone. Inside the HPSC headquarters, chaos erupted. Phones rang nonstop, screens flashed with urgent messages, and officials scrambled in panic. A stern voice roared over the secure line, demanding the immediate return of Star and Stripe, declaring it an act of war. The HPSC president, sweat dripping down his forehead, gripped the phone tightly, stating they didn't have her. Bullshit, the American official snapped. Our satellites tracked her last location. She was in combat with that villain Midoriya, and now she's vanished. If you don't return her immediately, Japan will face severe consequences. A pressurized silence filled the room. The Prime Minister of Japan had been informed, and the entire government was on edge. If Star and Stripe wasn't recovered soon, Japan could lose its alliance with America. Inside a dark, heavily fortified hideout, Star and Stripe struggled against her restraints. Her muscles tensed as she attempted to break free, but the quirk suppression cuffs nullified her power. Two monstrous gnomes stood guard, their glowing red eyes watching her every move. Behind them, a squad of reanimates, Midoriya's artificial soldiers, ensured she had no chance to escape. She gritted her teeth, sweat dripping down her forehead, frustrated by her situation. Then, footsteps echoed through the dimly lit room. A figure stepped into the light. Izuku Midoriya. His emerald-green eyes, once filled with hope, were now cold and calculating. "Struggling is useless," he said in a calm, detached tone. "Even America's strongest hero can't escape from me." Star and Stripe glared at him, defiance burning in her eyes, insisting that he thought he had won. Midoriya chuckled darkly, tilting his head. America is already panicking. And soon, they'll have no choice but to negotiate. Leaning back in his chair, he locked his cold eyes onto the massive screen before him. The call had connected, and standing on the other side was Cecil Stedman, director of the Global Defense Agency. Cecil's face was tense, glaring at Midoriya with frustration. Behind him, members of the American Hero Association sat in silent anger. "Kid, you've made one hell of a mistake," Cecil growled. "You have exactly one chance to return Star and Stripe. Do it now, and maybe just maybe America won't turn you into dust." Midoriya smirked, tilting his head slightly. "And what if I don't?" Cecil slammed his metallic hand against the desk. "Then you just declared war on the world's most powerful nation." Midoriya chuckled, a dark amusement in his tone. "Oh, Director. Do you think I kidnapped your #1 hero without a plan?" The room fell silent as he leaned forward, his voice calm but filled with menace. "You see, I've been watching you all for years. I know how you operate. America values its reputation more than anything. If the world finds out that their #1 hero, your strongest soldier, was captured so easily, what do you think happens?" Cecil narrowed his eyes, suspecting a bluff. "You're bluffing." Midoriya's smirk widened. "Am I?" Suddenly, multiple news stations worldwide began broadcasting. The video feed displayed Star and Stripe restrained, the once mighty hero now powerless. Gasps filled the conference room behind Cecil. "I don't need to fight a war, Cecil," Midoriya said smoothly. "I just need to humiliate you. And right now, the entire world is watching your hero fall." Cecil's fingers twitched, barely holding back his rage. "What do you want, kid?" Midoriya's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I want you to listen and obey." Cecil clenched his jaw, his cybernetic fingers tapping against the desk in frustration. His one good eye stared at Midoriya, analyzing the situation like a battlefield. "You're asking me to convince Japan to stop hunting you?" he repeated, his voice low. Midoriya's smirk never faded. "No, I'm not asking. I'm demanding. The new HPSC president hasn't signed diplomatic immunity for anyone. I want that changed immediately. Gasps filled the room behind Cecil as American government officials and heroes murmured in disbelief. And in return? Cecil pressed, though he already knew the answer. Midoriya leaned forward, his green eyes gleaming with malice. In return, you get your precious star and stripe back alive. Cecil's hands tightened into fists. And if we refuse? Midoriya let out a mocking chuckle. Then America loses its strongest hero permanently. The room fell into dead silence. Let me be clear, Midoriya continued, his voice sharp. If her allies try anything during this deal, if they so much as breathe the wrong way, America loses its heroes forever. And it won't be because of me. No. It'll be because of All Might and Star herself choosing to fight me. Cecil's teeth clenched as he realized the bitter truth. Midoriya had already won. If they denied his request, they would look like cowards who let their greatest hero be defeated. If they agreed, Japan would be forced to publicly acknowledge him as someone untouchable. It was checkmate. Cecil exhaled sharply, feeling the weight of the situation. The young hero had proven to be a formidable opponent. Midoriya's grin widened, confident and unwavering. Cecil ended the call with Midoriya, sighing heavily as he switched to a secure line. The leaders of the American Hero Association were waiting, their expressions filled with confusion and unease. One of the higher-ups, Director Calloway, adjusted his glasses and asked who the young hero was, expressing disbelief that he managed to take down Star and Stripe. Cecil leaned forward, his mechanical eye glowing dimly. He explained that not only had Midoriya outsmarted her, but he had also taken her alive and was now holding them hostage. The reason behind it was simple. Japan had mistreated him since birth. Murmurs spread across the room as officials sought clarification. Cecil's face darkened as he spoke about Japan's discrimination against the quirkless. He explained that while the United States had programs to enhance those without powers, Japan treated them poorly, as if they did not exist. A heavy silence followed as the reality of the situation sank in. When asked about Midoriya, Cecil's jaw clenched as he revealed that he was born quirkless. Gasps filled the room as the officials processed this information. Cecil continued, detailing how Midoriya had been beaten and bullied, and when he finally received a chance when All Might chose him as his successor, he was betrayed. Labeled a traitor, he was locked up, and his mother faced harassment for having a son deemed a villain. The officials exchanged stunned looks, but Cecil was far from finished. He took a deep breath and dropped the biggest revelation. Midoriya's father was All for One, the man responsible for much of the chaos in Japan. The room fell silent, the weight of the truth pressing down on everyone present. Cecil let the silence linger before speaking again. Midoriya was not just a rogue villain with a grudge, he was changing Japan's entire system rapidly. The officials remained quiet, some shifting uncomfortably. Cecil added that Midoriya believed in the doomsday theory, and he was sure they all knew what that meant. Director Calloway's face paled, and while some younger officials looked confused, the veteran stiffened. General Rockwell clenched his fists, questioning whether Midoriya truly believed the theory was real. Cecil confirmed that Midoriya not only believed it but was preparing for it. Murmurs erupted as one agent interjected, asking for clarification on the doomsday theory. Cecil sighed, rubbing his temples as he explained that the theory stated quirks would evolve uncontrollably, leading to a point of self-destruction. One day, quirks could become so unstable that society itself would collapse due to people being born with uncontrollable powers. The room fell dead silent as realization sank in. Cecil continued, noting that Midoriya was not just trying to survive, he was attempting to reshape the entire system before it was too late. Calloway rubbed his temples, trying to process the implications. Cecil grimly stated that Midoriya was fighting not just for himself but to break the system before it collapsed under its own weight. If Japan continued to hunt him, pushing him further, he would bring everything down with him. Cecil took a deep breath, steeling himself before making a bold declaration. They had no choice but to tell Japan to grant Midoriya diplomatic immunity. A wave of protests erupted from the officials, expressing disbelief and anger at the suggestion. Cecil slammed his fist on the table, silencing the room. He pointed out that despite the chaos, Midoriya was winning. Japan's top heroes were either dead, broken, or too scared to face him. Their villains were following him, and citizens were starting to listen. If they pushed him too far, he would dismantle their entire system before they could react. Turning to General Rockwell, Cecil asked how long it would take for Midoriya to eliminate every major hero in Japan if he wanted to. Rockwell hesitated before estimating it could happen in a week or less. The silence that followed was deafening. Cecil leaned forward, emphasizing that if that happened, chaos would ensue. Power struggles would erupt, and Japan would turn into a war zone, which would have dire consequences for everyone involved. Calloway gritted his teeth, realizing they would be forced to intervene to prevent a global crisis. Cecil continued, outlining their plan. They would tell Japan to stop hunting Midoriya and grant him diplomatic immunity. If they refused, they would cut off all hero aid and let Japan face the consequences alone. General Rockwell sighed, acknowledging the nightmare of the situation. Cecil exhaled, welcoming them to the new world. Leaning back in his chair, he scanned the room with a sharp gaze. He proposed using Midoriya as an example, stating that he was not doing anything wrong. Japan's system was rotten to its core, and Midoriya was forcing change. Calloway narrowed his eyes, questioning whether they should support him. Cecil smirked, explaining that if Japan's hero society collapsed, they would become reliant on outside help. He pointed out that America could be their only reliable ally. General Rockwell grunted, realizing the implications of Cecil's plan. They would allow Midoriya to break down the system, and when Japan was desperate, they would swoop in to save them. It was a win-win situation. They would secure their influence in Japan, weaken potential competition, and let Midoriya prove his point. The world sees the consequences of unchecked corruption. Calloway exhaled slowly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. It was cold, even for Cecil. With a satisfied grin, Cecil leaned back as the room full of American officials absorbed his words. He gestured toward the communication line, indicating it was time for them to engage with Japan. General Rockwell adjusted his tie, expressing concern about the impending chaos. Cecil corrected him, stating that the situation was already a mess, but they were ensuring they would come out on top. A secure line to Japan's Hero Public Safety Commission was opened, and after a few rings, a stern representative appeared on the screen, looking weary. The Japanese official inquired about the purpose of the call, his voice tinged with irritation. Cecil smiled, stating they needed to discuss Midoriya Izuku. A tense silence enveloped the call as the HPSC representative maintained a neutral expression, asking what about him. Cecil's tone was calm yet firm as he conveyed America's decision to grant Midoriya diplomatic immunity, effective immediately. The Japanese official's eyes widened in disbelief, protesting that Midoriya was a terrorist. Cecil countered, labeling him a revolutionary, and pointed out that Japan was losing the battle. He emphasized that the world was watching and that granting immunity would help maintain diplomatic relations. The weight of America's demand hung heavily in the air, leaving Japan with little choice. After a long pause, the HPSC representative begrudgingly agreed to discuss the matter. Cecil grinned, pleased with the progress, but reminded them not to take too long. When the screen went dark, the American officials were left in stunned silence. Cecil stretched, satisfied with how things had unfolded. Hours later, the secure line buzzed again, and the HPSC representative returned, his expression grim. They had discussed the matter, and Japan would grant Midoriya diplomatic immunity but under strict conditions. Cecil leaned forward, intrigued, as the official outlined the terms. Midoriya must cease all violent actions against heroes and the government, avoid attacking civilians, and refrain from interfering in domestic affairs. Breaking any of these conditions would result in the immediate revocation of his immunity. Cecil smirked, knowing Midoriya would not abide by rules set by those who had betrayed him. He pressed the representative on what would happen if Midoriya refused. The HPSC rep tensed, warning that Japan would consider America's involvement an act of war. The room fell silent as Cecil chuckled darkly, pointing out the irony of Japan's position. The Japanese official remained silent, clearly frustrated but unable to counter Cecil's assertions. Finally, Cecil decided they would let Midoriya choose for himself but warned that Japan did not hold the upper hand. The call ended, and Cecil turned to his team, eager to see what Midoriya would think of the offer. He leaned forward, his expression serious as he addressed the live call. He informed them that their hero, Star and Stripe, was under Midoriya's influence in Japan. The so-called heroes had failed to stop him, and now America's top hero was in a precarious situation. The Japanese officials flinched, some gritting their teeth while others whispered in panic. Cecil allowed the weight of his words to settle before continuing. He reminded them that their military squad was airborne, equipped with jets armed with nuclear missiles. If their hero was not returned immediately, America would escalate the situation, and they would not want to witness the full force of the United States unleashed upon them. The room fell into a heavy silence, and the Japanese official's voice trembled as he questioned whether America would truly attack Japan over this. Cecil narrowed his eyes, challenging the official's resolve. He made it clear that Midoriya was transforming their entire system, and America had no interest in protecting a country that allowed corruption and incompetence to thrive. From Cecil's perspective, Midoriya was the only one taking action against their flawed system. The official's face paled as Cecil issued a firm ultimatum. They had 12 hours to return Star and Stripe and sign Midoriya's diplomatic immunity. Otherwise, Japan would face consequences it could not recover from. With that, he ended the call, exhaling sharply as he contemplated whether Japan would exercise any common sense in the matter. In the dimly lit UA war room, Nizu stood. At the center of a long table, his usual playful demeanor absent. The room was filled with top heroes Aizawa, Hawks, Endeavor, Tsukachi, and several members of Japan's government. A holographic map of Japan flickered on the screen, highlighting recent movements of Midoriya's forces. Nizu stated firmly that they had a small window of opportunity. If they waited until Midoriya secured diplomatic immunity, they would lose all leverage. The moment that document was signed, he would be untouchable. They needed to capture him before that happened. Aizawa's eyes were cold as he acknowledged the difficulty of the task. The last time they fought Midoriya, he had easily overpowered the heroes. Even Star and Stripe had been unable to stop him. Hawks crossed his arms, noting that Midoriya was not alone. He commanded reanimates, nomus, and villains. An attack without a strategy would be disastrous. Nizu turned to Tsukachi, asking for the government's stance. Tsukachi sighed, explaining that officially, they still labeled him a villain, but privately, the politicians were anxious. If America yielded to his demands, other nations might follow, and they feared the consequences of Midoriya influencing international policies. Endeavor clenched his fists, emphasizing the urgency of preventing Midoriya from gaining immunity. He was already powerful, and if the world began to protect him, it could lead to war. Nizu nodded gravely, asserting that they must act quickly to locate and apprehend Midoriya before the Americans finalized their decision. The unspoken truth hung heavy in the air. Failure meant Midoriya would become untouchable. Meanwhile, in Japan's government hall, Midoriya walked forward, hands in his pockets, seemingly unbothered by the dozen heroes surrounding him. His diplomatic immunity was on the verge of being finalized, making him untouchable. Before he could step forward to accept it, Aizawa's capture weapon shot out, wrapping tightly around Midoriya's body as multiple heroes lunged in unison. Best Jeanist reinforced the bindings with his fibers. Hawks moved at lightning speed to pin him down, while Endeavor stood nearby, flames roaring in case Midoriya attempted to resist. Midoriya did not resist. He allowed them to take him, his expression blank and his body relaxed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. They transported him to the underground detention facility, where an interrogation room was set up with maximum security. The walls were lined with suppression equipment, and his arms were locked in specialized cuffs that negated quirk activation. He sat at a steel table, facing the cold, hard glare of Japan's strongest heroes. Nizu, Aizawa, Tsukachi, Hawks, and several others surrounded him. Aizawa ordered him to talk, declaring that he had lost and that it was over. Midoriya blinked slowly and instructed them to check the news. A brief silence followed, and then the main monitor in the room flickered to life, displaying breaking news of a mass kidnapping crisis. Images flashed on the screen, showing hostages bound and blindfolded, including Fuyumi Todoroki, Mitsuki Bakugo, and Momo Yaoyorozu's father. Their captors wore masks, but the insignia of Midoriya's league was visible. A heavy silence filled the room as a message appeared. If Izuku Midoriya was not released within 5 hours, none of the hostages would leave alive. Aizawa's hands tightened into fists as Midoriya spoke again, his tone eerily calm, asking what their next move would be. In a fit of rage, Aizawa lunged and struck Midoriya, who barely flinched. Aizawa demanded to know where the hostages were, but Midoriya calmly reminded him that Star and Stripe was still in his custody. He warned Aizawa of the potential consequences if he disappeared, leaving the hero shaken. As 4 hours passed, Tsukachi and his team worked tirelessly, employing every tracking method available, but the hostages remained elusive. Frustration filled the interrogation room as the heroes and officials realized the weight of their failure. Aizawa, fists clenched, acknowledged that they had no choice but to release Midoriya to ensure the safety of the hostages. Midoriya, still seated calmly, observed the internal struggle unfold. His expression remained unreadable, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Finally, Tsukachi exhaled sharply and agreed to release him. Midoriya smirked slightly, then made a demand. They needed to open his cuffs and bring him something to eat, suggesting katsudon. Aizawa's eyes narrowed in anger, but he understood there was no other option. If they wanted the hostages alive, they had to comply with Midoriya's demands. Aizawa stepped forward, grabbed the key, and unlocked the quirk-suppressing cuffs from Midoriya's wrists. Midoriya rolled his shoulders, flexing his hands as if he had all the time in the world, then asked where his katsudon was. For 29 days, the battle had raged between Midoriya's forces and the heroes. The war had devastated cities, destroyed countless battlefields, and pushed both sides to their limits. Despite Midoriya's strategic planning and overwhelming power, the heroes had fought back fiercely. His reanimated soldiers had been defeated, and his commanders had been captured. His army was falling apart. As the heroes stormed his base, victory within reach, they encountered an immovable wall of raw power. Standing at the entrance of Midoriya's final stronghold was Gigantomachia, the colossal beast of destruction and living shield of all for one. His monstrous form cast a shadow over the remaining heroes. With a deep, rumbling voice, he declared that anyone wishing to reach his master must go through him. The ground trembled beneath him as he cracked his knuckles, his eyes burning with loyalty to Midoriya. The heroes stood their ground, fully aware of the challenge ahead. Gigantomachia was a nearly invincible force of destruction. If they could not defeat him, they had no chance of reaching Midoriya before his evolution was complete. Mirko stepped forward first, fists clenched, eager for a rematch. Endeavor ignited his flames, his body roaring with fire, insisting that they had no time to waste. Mirio, charged with 100% one for all, nodded in agreement, emphasizing the urgency of stopping Gigantomachia to prevent Midoriya's evolution from reaching completion. They couldn't afford to fail. Nito Monoma smirked as he copied multiple quirks at once, feeling the rush of power. This was his moment to shine. With a fierce battle cry, the heroes charged toward Gigantomachia, the final confrontation. Before facing Midoriya himself, the clash of titans had begun. The battlefield was a chaotic wasteland of shattered concrete and remnants of a once-determined resistance. The heroes, exhausted, bruised, and desperate, rushed forward in a last-ditch attempt to break through the enemy lines and reach Midoriya's base. Their combined attacks met an insurmountable wall, Gigantomachia. Midoriya had augmented his colossal guardian to levels beyond anyone's reckoning. Once a towering force that even the mightiest heroes could challenge, Gigantomachia now radiated in almost unearthly power. His eyes burned with a malevolent light, and every swing of his massive limbs created shockwaves that sent heroes sprawling. They had to take him down. Endeavor launched an inferno of concentrated flames at the beast, but his fire collided with Gigantomachia's impenetrable, ice-infused hide, a result of Midoriya's sinister blend of stolen quirks. The impact sparked eruptions that scattered debris across the frozen ground. Hawks and Mirko darted in and out, desperately searching for a weak point, but every assault was met with brutal counterattacks. Even Aizawa's tactical brilliance couldn't slow the relentless advance. Each strategic maneuver was effortlessly neutralized as Gigantomachia's new power rendered conventional hero tactics useless. Where were the reinforcements? A voice shouted over the chaos, an urgent cry from one of the field commanders. The answer was a bitter silence. No U.S. forces, no allied international contingents, no one had come. Midoriya's calculated move had isolated the heroes, leaving them to confront a supercharged behemoth alone. The absence of outside help deepened the despair in the hearts of the defenders. Amid the chaos, Tadu's voice cut through, laced with raw anger. They were on their own now and had to push through, regardless of Midoriya's plans. But even his challenge was swallowed by the overwhelming might of the enhanced Gigantomachia. As the fallen heroes and traitorous commanders lay scattered, Gigantomachia bellowed that they must fight him to challenge his master. His words echoed ominously. In that moment, amidst the howling wind and the roaring inferno, a grim understanding settled over the beleaguered heroes. Midoriya had irrevocably turned the tide of battle in his favor. Every cry of defiance and desperate charge was met by an unstoppable force that left them battered. The battlefield was no longer theirs to command, it was Midoriya's domain, and they could only watch in horror as their last hope was slowly extinguished. The battlefield trembled under the weight of destruction. Mirio, bruised and battered, stood over the defeated Gigantomachia, his chest heaving with exhaustion. The giant lay motionless, steam rising from his beaten form. The heroes had finally overcome their greatest obstacle, but it was too late. Inside the facility, alarms blared as massive containment chambers unsealed with a hiss. From the thick fog of vapor and artificial mist, 3 figures stepped forward, reborn, renewed, evolved. Dabi, his flames now an eerie fusion of blue and white, crackled around him with terrifying intensity. His once damaged flesh was completely restored, replaced with resilient, unscarred skin. His hands clenched and unclenched, testing the overwhelming power coursing through his veins. Toga, her presence more unsettling than ever, grinned as she stretched her fingers, blood-like tendrils forming at her fingertips. The evolution had refined her quirk to a monstrous level, allowing her to manipulate blood with the precision of a master combatant. And then there was Midoriya. Stepping forward from the center of the chamber, his presence was suffocating. The air itself seemed to bend around him, his very existence a force beyond mortal comprehension. His emerald eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity, his aura pulsating with sheer, unmatched power. The weight of his evolved form bore down on the facility, sending shockwaves through the walls. Midoriya smirked, feeling everything had gone according to plan. He glanced at Dabi and Toga, both of whom stood beside him, their expressions filled with unshakable confidence. Outside, the heroes were still recovering from their battle, unaware of the nightmare that had just been unleashed. Midoriya cracked his knuckles, his new body vibrating with untapped potential. They were the last ones left. The others had fallen, but that just meant it was time. Behind him, the remnants of the League of Villains gathered, their eyes filled with renewed conviction. Their leader had ascended beyond the limits of any quirk user before him. Midoriya raised his hand, and the ground beneath him trembled in response. He turned his gaze toward the battlefield where the heroes were catching their breath. With a voice filled with ominous amusement, he declared that it was time to show the heroes what happened when they believed they had already won. He clenched his fist, and the world seemed to darken. They would break their dream. With that, the League of Villains surged forward, their new era of destruction beginning. The storm had been unleashed, and no one could stop it. The battlefield was silent for a brief moment, just a moment before the wall exploded. A deafening boom shattered the air as a massive shockwave sent debris flying in all directions. Smoke and dust clouded the area, and from within the destruction, Izuku Midoriya emerged, his presence alone making the entire battlefield tremble. His hand was raised, steam rising from his fingertips after releasing a devastating air cannon. Behind him, the League of Villains stepped forward, their evolved forms radiating an overwhelming sense of power. Dabi, now a perfect blend of fire and ice, let a cold mist escape from one palm while his other hand burned with intense blue flames. His once ruined skin was completely restored, his body now perfectly adapted to handle both extremes. He grinned, flexing his fingers as he conjured flames and ice simultaneously. Toga, her new blood manipulation ability in full effect, stretched her arms as blood tendrils curled around her like living serpents. Her body now generated blood endlessly, ensuring she would never run out of fuel for her quirk. Her golden eyes gleamed with excitement. The rest of the league stood tall, their bodies enhanced beyond their previous limits. Spinner's scales had hardened, granting him near-impenetrable defense. Twice's clones were more durable and lasted longer, making him deadlier than ever. Mr. Compress moved. With inhuman speed, his precision now terrifying. Midoriya took a deep breath, his emerald eyes glowing with ominous energy as he observed the battlefield. The heroes, bloodied, exhausted, and still recovering from their battle with Gigantomachia, stared back, their expressions shifting from determination to horror. Midoriya smirked and commanded them to go. In an instant, the league surged forward, their power shaking the ground beneath them. Dabi unleashed a storm of fire and ice, freezing some heroes in place before incinerating the ground around them. Toga manipulated her blood into deadly spears, sending them flying toward the enemy. Spinner charged with inhuman speed, tearing through hero defenses. And Midoriya? He vanished. Then, like a hurricane, he reappeared in the center of the battlefield, releasing another devastating air cannon that sent multiple pro-heroes flying. As the battlefield descended into chaos, Midoriya walked forward, his gaze locked onto a single opponent, Mirio Togata. The hero known as Lemillion stood tall, his body glowing with One for All's power at full strength. The golden sparks of energy crackled around him, his muscles pulsing with pure strength. His eyes, once filled with boundless optimism, were now filled with unshakable resolve. Midoriya smirked as he stopped a few feet away, feeling the weight of Mirio's strength radiating from his body. He mocked Mirio, noting that he was the one who inherited One for All, and challenged him to live up to the legacy. Mirio did not respond but clenched his fists and got into his stance. Then, in an instant, they moved. Their fists collided with such force that the shockwave shattered the ground beneath them, sending debris flying. Mirio's speed was unmatched, using permeation to phase through Midoriya's counterattacks. He reappeared behind Midoriya, aiming a punch straight at his ribs. But Midoriya was faster. He twisted his body mid-air, dodging the blow, and countered with a powerful air cannon blast from point-blank range. Mirio was sent flying but did not stop. Using One for All's power, he flipped mid-air, adjusted his stance, and blitzed forward again, appearing in front of Midoriya almost instantly. Another punch connected, sending Midoriya skidding backward, his boots tearing through the battlefield. A trickle of blood ran down his lip, but instead of anger, he grinned, acknowledging Mirio's strength. Mirio charged again, his movements unpredictable, phasing through Midoriya's attacks before landing powerful counterstrikes. One for All surged through him, boosting his strength to the absolute limit. But Midoriya was adapting. The next time Mirio phased through an attack, Midoriya extended his hand and unleashed an invisible shockwave, a combination of air cannon and black whip. The sudden force disrupted Mirio's movement, making him reappear too early. And that was all Midoriya needed. A devastating uppercut connected with Mirio's jaw, launching him skyward. Midoriya vanished in an instant, reappearing above him, twisting mid-air before hammering him back to the ground with a powerful kick. The impact created a massive crater as dust and debris exploded outward. Mirio coughed, struggling to get up, but Midoriya stood over him, his glowing green eyes filled with cold amusement. Midoriya acknowledged Mirio's strength but declared he was still not enough. Mirio clenched his fists, his entire body aching, but he refused to give up. He forced himself up, wiping the blood from his mouth and taking a deep breath, letting One for All's power flow through him once more. Then he charged again. As Midoriya raised his fist, preparing to finish Mirio off, he suddenly felt something off. His air cannons didn't activate. His black whip didn't emerge. His super regeneration stopped. His quirks weren't working. Midoriya's sharp mind immediately analyzed the situation. His gaze snapped to the side, standing atop a ruined building were Aizawa and Monoma. Aizawa's erasure was in full effect, his eyes locked onto Midoriya with an unwavering stare. Next to him, Monoma grinned, his own eyes gleaming as he copied and amplified erasure. Behind them, Manuel stood carefully, keeping Monoma's eyes constantly moist with controlled water flow to extend erasure's effect as long as possible. Midoriya's expression darkened as he muttered to himself, noting the situation was not to his taste. Then, Aizawa spoke, declaring it was over. Midoriya tilted his head, flexing his fingers and rolling his shoulders, confidently asserting that he did not need quirks to fight. His smirk widened as he mentioned having mutation quirks as well. Without hesitation, Midoriya vanished. His raw physical speed honed through brutal training and superhuman conditioning was still active. Before anyone could react, he appeared right in front of Aizawa and Monoma. Monoma's smirk disappeared as Midoriya swung his fist, aiming for Aizawa's gut, hoping to knock out the erasure hero and disrupt their setup. But before his attack could connect, a barrier of ice erupted between them. Midoriya's fist slammed into the frozen wall, shattering it instantly, but it bought just enough time for the heroes to react. From the side, Shoto Todoroki appeared, launching a wave of flames at Midoriya, forcing him to leap back. Above, Best Jeanist shot his steel cables toward Midoriya, trying to restrain him. From behind, Dynamite rushed in with an explosive right hook. The heroes were converging all at once. But Midoriya was smiling, ready for the challenge. He cracked his knuckles and declared it was time to make things interesting. Midoriya's smirk widened as he stepped back, eyes gleaming with anticipation, calling for Dabi and Toga to join him. In an instant, Dabi and Toga appeared at his side, their newly evolved powers radiating an overwhelming presence. Dabi grinned, his blue flames flickering against the cold frost on his other hand. He turned to Shoto, his icy half gleaming, yet his flames still burning fiercely. Dabi warned his little brother not to interfere in the boss's fight. Before Shoto could respond, Dabi launched himself at him, a wave of freezing mist surging forward, followed by an eruption of blue fire. Shoto barely had time to react as his own fire clashed against Dabi's flames, while his ice struggled against the eerie frost Dabi wielded. Meanwhile, Toga, filled with excitement, twirled a knife between her fingers as she eyed Dynamite and Best Jeanist. She stabbed into her palm, her blood swirling unnaturally, morphing into sharp crimson tendrils. Before Bakugo could react, Toga's blood lances shot forward like spears. Bakugo roared in annoyance, blasting himself away from the attack, but Best Jeanist was already moving. His steel threads wrapped around Toga's arms, trying to restrain her. Toga giggled, revealing that she had her own threads now. In an instant, her blood tendrils twisted and wrapped around Jeanist's steel, yanking him forward with monstrous force. Bakugo's eyes widened as a sharp tendril nicked his cheek, drawing blood. Toga liked her lips, her smile growing wider, reveling in the chaos of the battle. The battles had begun, and Midoriya stood still, watching with a smirk. This was exactly what he wanted. Toga's laughter echoed as she liked her blade, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She whispered a playful sound, and in an instant, her body shifted, morphing into Bakugo. Her muscles tightened, and her hands crackled with explosive energy she had completely taken on Bakugo's form, quirk included. With a wild grin, she slammed her hands together, creating a massive explosion that launched Bakugo and Best Jeanist backward. Bakugo barely caught himself, his heart racing. He growled in disbelief at the situation. Jeanist coughed, shaking off the shock and noting the danger. If Toga had learned to fully utilize Bakugo's quirk, she was a significant threat. Toga, in Bakugo's form, reveled in the power. She blasted forward, her palm igniting, aiming directly for Bakugo's face. He managed to counter, slamming his own explosion against hers, the shockwave sending both of them skidding backward. Toga giggled, enjoying the chaos. Bakugo's irritation was palpable as he struggled to keep his composure. Meanwhile, Shoto stood beside Endeavor, both facing Dabi no Toya. The battlefield was engulfed in flames, a chaotic inferno of blue and red as their fire clashed. Dabi smirked, his half-burned lips curling into a twisted grin. He taunted them about finally fighting side by side, but his tone was filled with disdain. With a flourish, he raised his hands, blue flames roaring to life, hotter than ever before. He revealed his evolution, showcasing a mix of ice and fire. Shoto's eyes widened in realization. Dabi let out a cold chuckle, boasting about his newfound power. With a single step, he launched forward, unleashing a wave of ice and fire simultaneously. Shoto reacted instantly, countering with his own mix of ice and flames, but Dabi was stronger and faster. Endeavor clenched his fists, pleading for Dabi to stop. Dabi's anger erupted, forcing both of them back with a powerful blast. Shoto rushed in, countering Dabi's attack just in time. He implored Dabi to reconsider, but Dabi scoffed, expressing his disdain for the heroes and his newfound purpose. As the battle escalated, Shoto stood firm, determined not to back down. Behind him, Rei, Natsuo, and Fuyumi stood with unwavering resolve. Dabi hesitated for a moment, torn between his family and his rage. He expressed his reluctance to hurt them, but his flames flickered wildly. Rei stepped forward, reaffirming her love for him, but Dabi's anger flared again. His supernova form ignited fully, a dangerous mix of ice and fire. Natsuo and Fuyumi exchanged determined glances, ready to confront him. They unleashed their ice together, creating a storm that rushed toward Dabi. He roared defiantly, refusing to be consumed as the battle of the Todoroki family intensified. Elsewhere, Uraraka and the others skidded to a stop, witnessing Toga's wicked grin. She called for twice, and suddenly, a wave of his clones burst into existence, their laughter filling the battlefield. Toga pulled out several vials of blood, revealing her preparations. She drank deeply from one, her body shimmering as she transformed into hawks. The twice clones began to morph into exact copies of pro-heroes and students, creating absolute confusion on the battlefield. Uraraka clenched her fists, vowing to stop Toga. Toga taunted her, challenging her to come forward. The fight was only beginning. At Midoriya's side, he stood over the unconscious bodies of Aizawa and Minoma, preparing to take their quirks. Suddenly, a golden glow enveloped the battlefield. Mirio Togata lunged forward, radiating with one for all at full power. His punch connected with Midoriya's face, sending shockwaves through the ground. Midoriya skidded back but remained standing, wiping the corner of his mouth with a smirk. Mirio, pulsing with power, declared he wouldn't let Midoriya win. Midoriya cracked his neck, inviting Mirio to prove himself. Both warriors charged at each other, ready for an epic clash. As they collided, the battlefield shook from the force of their blows. Midoriya unleashed shockwaves, but Mirio phased through them, appearing right in front of him to deliver a powerful punch. Midoriya, unfazed, activated his quirk, bouncing back and countering with an enhanced punch that sent Mirio crashing to the ground. Mirio quickly recovered, his aura surging as the battle raged on. He vanished in a blur of speed, reappearing behind Midoriya and landing a powerful strike to his back. Midoriya coughed but smirked, acknowledging the effort. He combined Black Whip, Air Cannon, and his reflex boost to create a storm of tendrils and compressed air blasts, forcing Mirio on the defensive. Mirio dodged, weaving through the attacks, but Midoriya anticipated his movements, using his danger sense to predict his next step. As Mirio reappeared to strike, Midoriya met him head-on with a devastating enhanced kick that sent him crashing through several buildings. Mirio groaned, slowly standing up, his body bruised but determined. He declared that he wouldn't give up. Midoriya cracked his knuckles, challenging him to keep standing and see how long he could last. Their battle was far from over. As Mirio and Midoriya continued their fierce clash, shaking the ground and leveling buildings with each encounter, Mirio saw an opportunity. He pushed beyond his limits, using 100% of One for All and phasing through Midoriya's attack to land a direct hit to his chest. The impact sent Midoriya flying, but it also caused their minds to collide. Suddenly, they found themselves inside Midoriya's subconscious, a dark void filled with echoes of past voices. The air felt heavy, and an ominous red glow pulsed from the core of the space. Mirio turned and saw the young Izuku Midoriya, the boy who once dreamed of being a hero. The young Midoriya sat curled up in the darkness, eyes hollow and lifeless, chained by dark tendrils of hatred and despair. Standing over him was the current Midoriya, his eyes glowing with malice. He warned Mirio that he shouldn't have come there and that nothing would change. Mirio clenched his fists, insisting that it wasn't for the villain Midoriya to decide. He turned to the young Midoriya, urging him to escape this darkness. The boy didn't react, simply staring at the ground, whispering that it was too late and that he had been abandoned. Behind Mirio, the previous one for all users appeared, their expressions grim. Nana Shimura spoke with sadness, explaining that they had tried to stop him, but his hatred was too strong, and he had cut himself off from One for All's will. Mirio gritted his teeth, determined to break through it together. He stepped forward, trying to reach the young Midoriya, but the villainous Midoriya raised his hand, and dark tendrils shot out, wrapping around Mirio's body and tightening like a vice. He sneered that Mirio was wasting his time, claiming that the world had crushed them and left them with nothing. He had given that weaker version of himself the strength to fight back and wouldn't let anyone take it away. Mirio struggled against the bindings, insisting that the villain Midoriya was wrong. He reminded him that he had real strength, the strength to keep moving forward. The young Midoriya's eyes flickered for a moment, as if something inside him stirred. The villain Midoriya narrowed his eyes, refusing to let Mirio poison him with lies. The darkness around them erupted, sending shockwaves through the void as Midoriya prepared to end Mirio's interference once and for all. The battle for his soul had begun. Mirio fought against the dark tendrils, his body shaking from the force of Midoriya's raw hatred. The villain Midoriya loomed over him, eyes glowing like burning embers, his voice dripping with venom as he questioned whether Mirio truly believed in the words of heroes. He accused them of abandoning him when he needed them most, mocking and bullying him, and when they finally saw what he had become, they called him a monster. The younger Midoriya trembled, his small hands clenching his torn green hoodie. The villain Midoriya expressed his rage, recalling how their mother had believed in the heroes and how they had left her with nothing when the world turned against them. Mirio gritted his teeth, arguing that Midoriya's mother wouldn't want him to pursue this path. The villain Midoriya thundered in anger, and the darkness lashed out, slamming Mirio to the ground. The younger Midoriya gasped, caught between his past and future, his eyes filled with conflict, pain, and doubt. The villain Midoriya knelt beside his younger self, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, insisting that one either dies a hero or lives long enough to become a villain. He claimed to have survived and become stronger, vowing never to be weak again. Mirio, forcing himself to stand, countered that strength wasn't about power but about fighting for what was right, no matter how hard it got. The villain Midoriya scoffed, dismissing the concept of what was right. He had already made his choice and would ensure Mirio regretted opposing him. The subconscious world trembled as the villain Midoriya prepared to crush Mirio completely. But then, a voice whispered that it didn't want to be alone. The villain Midoriya froze, his younger self staring up at him with tears in his eyes. The child missed his mother and the dream he once had, expressing a simple wish to be a hero. For the first time, the villain Midoriya hesitated, the hatred and pain flickering. In that moment, Mirio saw his chance. He reached out, urging Midoriya that he still could be a hero and that there was a way back. The darkness crackled, uncertain, as the battle for Midoriya's soul continued. The younger Midoriya flinched, the villain Midoriya's words cutting deeper than Mirio's could reach. The villain sneered, questioning whether they would ever be accepted, insisting that the moment they let their guard down, they would be chained or worse. Mirio clenched his fists, asserting that there were still people who believed in Midoriya and that they didn't have to keep fighting like this. The villain Midoriya laughed bitterly, claiming that Mirio was naive and blind to the truth. He accused Mirio of talking about saving lives while ignoring the pain of those they had lost. Mirio's heart clenched as he acknowledged his past failures but vowed not to fail Midoriya too. The villain Midoriya shook his head in disgust, insisting that only their mother had cared about them and recalling her last words. The younger Midoriya trembled, tears streaming down his face as he faced the truth of his situation. He felt uncertain, whispering to himself. The villain knelt beside him, his voice soft yet commanding, suggesting that he should let go and allow him to take control. He promised to fulfill his mother's will and ensure they would never be weak again. Mirio stepped forward, reminding him that what his mother truly wanted was for him to be happy, not to destroy himself seeking revenge. The villain Midoriya's expression twisted with rage as he shouted for Mirio to be silent, darkness surging forward and slamming into him, sending Mirio flying back. He accused Mirio of allowing people to suffer for his dream of being a hero. The subconscious realm trembled violently as the battle for Midoriya's soul reached its climax. Mirio was forcefully ejected from Midoriya's consciousness, gasping and stumbling backward in the real world, his head pounding as he tried to regain his footing. He muttered in horror that he had failed. Inside Midoriya's mind, a younger version of himself stood beside his villainous future self. His eyes, once filled with hope and dreams of heroism, were now cold and resolute. He had seen the truth: how Bakugo, his so-called best friend, had tormented him, how his classmates ignored him, and how the pro-heroes turned their backs on him. The very people who were supposed to protect him had chosen power and status over justice. Villain Midoriya smirked, tightening his grip on his younger self, revealing that there was never a place for them in the hero's world. In the new world they would create, they would decide everything. The younger Midoriya, once hesitant, now nodded in agreement, realizing they were never meant to be heroes but to destroy those who had wronged them. Nana Shimura, floating in the crumbling subconscious space, reached out desperately, urging him to remember who he truly was and that he could still turn back. But Midoriya glared at her, his emerald eyes darkened with fury. He accused her and the other users of choosing Mirio over him, of allowing All Might to waste one for all on Bakugo instead of saving him. They were just like the rest of them. With a snap of his fingers, he erased all remnants of One for All from his mind. The spirits of the past users screamed as they were forcibly purged, their souls vanishing into the abyss. Nana was the last to fade, her sorrowful eyes staring at Midoriya until she, too, was gone. In the real world, Mirio clutched his chest, feeling the last remnants of One for All flicker inside him. He realized that Midoriya had completely rejected its will. Midoriya opened his eyes, his transformation complete. He was no longer shackled by his past or the expectations of heroes. He had become something far greater. A smirk spread across his lips as he turned to his allies Dabi, Toga, and the remaining League members. He declared that the time for heroes was over, it was their turn now. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a massive shockwave toward the battlefield, announcing his rebirth as the true ruler of Japan. In the Prime Minister's office, his presence radiated an overwhelming aura of power. The room, once a place of political strategy, now belonged to him. The actual Prime Minister, trembling, was held down by Dabi and Toga, fear evident in his widened eyes. Midoriya approached the desk, his emerald eyes glowing with authority. He sat down in the Prime Minister's chair, leaning back as if he had always belonged there. He proclaimed that Japan now belonged to him, his voice calm yet carrying the weight of a dictator who had already won. The Prime Minister stuttered, trying to reason with him, but Midoriya interrupted, chuckling darkly that the people had their chance and had sided with heroes who abandoned the weak. Now, they would live under the rule of someone who understood power. Dabi grinned, expressing satisfaction at seeing Endeavor and his golden boy lying defeated. Toga giggled, delighted by the sight of the heroes beaten and scattered. Midoriya placed his hands on the desk, tapping rhythmically as he activated the office's emergency broadcast system, hacking into Japan's live media. Every screen across the nation suddenly displayed his face. The citizens of Japan watched in shock as Midoriya Izuku, the former would-be hero, now stood before them as their new ruler. He began, his voice steady and commanding, declaring that their government had fallen and their heroes had failed. From that moment forward, he was their prime minister, their leader, and their savior. The city fell into stunned silence. The number one hero, Mirio, had been defeated. Endeavor, the top pro-hero, was crushed. Class 1A, UA's pride, had been destroyed. There was no one left to stop him. Midoriya smirked as he looked directly into the camera, declaring that Japan was now his, and anyone who opposed him would be erased. The new era had begun. In his newly claimed office, he leaned back in his chair, listening to Cecil's words through the communicator. Their deal was set. The United States and other nations would recognize his leadership over Japan in exchange for assistance in rebuilding the country and strengthening diplomatic ties. He was now the official Prime Minister of Japan. Midoriya smirked, warning Cecil that betraying him would be unwise. Cecil chuckled, assuring him he was a man of his word and that the world was watching. No one could deny what he had done. He had turned the tide of power in Japan. After hanging up, Midoriya stood and gazed out the window, surveying the city below, which was now his. The once great heroes of Japan were either imprisoned, working under him, or erased. Behind him, Dabi, Toga, and the remaining League members stood victorious. Dabi asked what their next move was, to which Midoriya replied that they would not just play politics, they would rewrite the system. They would not merely control Japan but reshape it in their image. Toga expressed excitement at the prospect of new uniforms and perhaps her own police force. Midoriya smiled, assuring her it would be something like that. He turned to address his forces, declaring that they were not just running Japan but setting the stage for the world. The age of heroes was over, the age of control had begun. Outside, the people of Japan watched, listened, and accepted. The new era was now the new world order. As Midoriya stood before his people, the entire nation watching, his voice echoed with conviction. He proclaimed that Japan had been ruled by hypocrites for too long, a system that favored the strong and discarded the weak, and heroes who chose who was worth saving while society turned a blind eye to suffering. That ends today. His gaze swept across the crowd, from civilians to former villains, from those who had been cast aside to those who had suffered under the old system. He declared his intention to rebuild Japan from the ground up. There would be no more discrimination, no more abandoned children, and no more people suffering simply because they were born different. This country would not belong to heroes or villains, it would belong to everyone. Toga's eyes sparkled with excitement as she envisioned a world where people like them were not treated like monsters. Dabi smirked, acknowledging the change with a hint of approval. Spinner clenched his fist, feeling a surge of determination. No longer would they be treated poorly for being different. He was ready to join the cause. Midoriya stepped forward, raising his fist in solidarity. As the final part of Izuku Midoriya's story unfolded, reflections on the journey they had taken together filled the air. From the very beginning, this was not just another hero story, it was something different, something personal. The narrative explored a side of Izuku that was rarely seen, challenging the traditional hero narrative. What happens when the world turns its back on you? What occurs when the very ideals you believed in betray you? Would one still fight for them, or would they carve their own path? This story was not about justifying villainy or proving who was right or wrong. It was about understanding pain, choices, and the consequences of a broken system. It illustrated that sometimes, even the best people can be pushed too far. Izuku's transformation from a hopeful hero to a revolutionary leader was not solely about power. It was about control, survival, and ultimately, change. His rise and fall, his victories and losses, all led to a future where he became more than a symbol, he became a force that reshaped the world. Many stories portray heroes as unwavering, always finding the right answer. However, reality is not that simple. This narrative aimed to show that heroism and villainy are not black and white. Sometimes, the so-called villain is merely someone who refuses to follow a broken system. Izuku was not perfect. He made mistakes and hurt people, but he also built something new, something better in the end. He was not just a villain or a hero, he was both. And that complexity is what makes a truly compelling character. To everyone who followed this journey, gratitude filled the air. Thank you for reading, for discussing, and for feeling every battle, every loss, and every victory. This story was a labor of love, and knowing that others experienced it alongside the writer made it all worthwhile. Writing this story challenged the writer in unexpected ways, prompting deep reflection and emotion. As the story reached its conclusion, A mix of happiness and sadness emerged. Saying goodbye to a narrative that had been part of the writer for so long was difficult. But all stories must end, and there was pride in how this one concluded. Izuku Midoriya's journey was over, he found peace. And now, so did the writer. Thank you for being a part of this. Until the next story. Many must be wondering what happened to Class 1A. After everything fell into place, after Midoriya became the ruler of Japan, those who once stood against him found themselves at his mercy. They had fought, they had resisted, but in the end, they lost. Among those desperately seeking a way out was Yaoyorozu's father. Once a powerful man, he now knelt before Midoriya, pleading for his daughter's life. He promised to send her away, to make her disappear forever, just to ensure she would live. Midoriya looked down at him, silent. There was a time when he might have felt pity, a time when he would have reconsidered. But that time had long passed. He finally spoke, reminding the man that he should have thought about the consequences of betrayal before acting against him. He had raised a hero, and heroes had taken everything from Midoriya. Momo was taken away, her cries fading as she disappeared from sight. Her fate, like those of others, was sealed. For the remaining students of UA, a different fate awaited them. Midoriya had constructed a prison unlike any other one designed for suffering rather than redemption. Locked away, Class 1A and their allies endured years of torment. Their hope was stripped from them, their pride shattered, until one by one, they succumbed to despair. No statues were built for them. No one mourned their deaths. They became forgotten ghosts of a failed era. This was not the story of heroes winning, it was the story of their downfall. In the end, Midoriya was no longer the boy who dreamed of being a hero. He had become the ruler, the executioner, and the architect of a new world. In his world, there was no place for those who once opposed him. The halls of the special prison were silent, save for the occasional echoes of distant cries. The scent of iron and decay lingered in the air, a testament to the years of suffering endured within these walls. Midoriya walked calmly, his emerald eyes devoid of emotion as he navigated the dimly lit corridors. This was where Class 1A met their end, not as heroes, not as symbols of justice, but as prisoners of their own arrogance. As he approached the cells, he saw Katsuki Bakugo, once proud and fierce, now slumped against the cold walls. His hair had grown long and unkempt, his eyes hollow, and his voice reduced to nothing but hoarse whispers. The explosive spirit that once defined him was gone. Midoriya stared at him through the bars, asking if he regretted his choices. Bakugo looked up, his lips trembling, but he remained silent. There was no fight left in him. Further down, Shoto Todoroki sat in his own misery. His once powerful abilities had been suppressed, his body weakened by starvation and prolonged suffering. Midoriya coldly remarked that Shoto had never truly chosen a side, and in the end, he had lost everything. Shoto did not respond, his mismatched eyes filled with regret as he looked away. Once filled with hope and dreams, Achiko Uraraka now lay in chains. Her quirk had been permanently sealed, her strength drained. When she whispered Midoriya's name, he knelt to meet her gaze and told her that she never understood what it meant to truly fight for something. Tears streamed down her face, but Midoriya felt nothing. One by one, he visited the others. Tenya Ida, who once led his friends with Espelin, now unable to lift his head from exhaustion. Momo Yaoyorozu, whose brilliant mind could no longer devise an escape. Denki, Koda, Siro. All of them, broken. Their final punishment was not just the pain they endured, but the realization that they had lost completely. As he stood in the center of the prison, he addressed them one last time. They had once thought themselves heroes, but where were their ideals now? Where was their justice? No one spoke. He reminded them that they had abandoned him, mocked him, and allowed his mother to die. Now they begged for mercy. But mercy was a privilege for those who deserved it, and none of them did. He turned to leave, never looking back, and the doors closed behind him, marking the end of Class 1A. As Midoriya stepped into Bakugo and Uraraka's chamber, a chilling smirk played on his lips. In his gloved hand he spun a sleek, silver revolver, a relic from the pre-Quark era. The sound of the cylinder clicking into place echoed through the dimly lit cell. He proposed a game, a test of fate, and sat across from them, placing the gun on the cold metal table. With 6 chambers and 1 bullet, he explained the rules. Bakugo clenched his fists, anger flickering in his dull, sunken eyes. Midoriya shoved the gun into Bakugo's hands, urging him to go first. Bakugo hesitated, his breath ragged and hands shaking. He pressed the gun against his temple and pulled the trigger in empty chamber. A cold sweat ran down his face. Midoriya smirked and turned to Uraraka, signaling it was her turn. She shook her head violently, tears streaming down her cheeks, pleading with Midoriya not to go through with his plan. Midoriya took her hand and placed the gun in her grip, insisting there would be no begging and that they must play the game. Uraraka sobbed as she raised the revolver to her temple, only to hear the click of an empty chamber. Midoriya hummed, noting that fate seemed to be kind today. He spun the cylinder again and pressed the gun against his own head, hearing another click. Still empty. He shrugged and slammed the gun onto the table, questioning how long her luck would hold out. He stood up, leaving the revolver between them, smirking as he instructed her to keep playing until there was a winner. With that, he exited the room, the sound of their shaky breathing and the spinning cylinder echoing behind him. As Midoriya left the chamber, the heavy door slammed shut, sealing Bakugo and Uraraka inside with the revolver. The dim light flickered above, casting long shadows on the cold walls. Bakugo stared at the gun, his breathing uneven, while Uraraka sobbed, clutching her arms tightly. He muttered to himself about the odds of the game, contemplating the single bullet in the 6-chambered revolver. He raised it to his head, hearing the click of another empty chamber. Uraraka flinched at the sound, and Bakugo slid the gun toward her, growling that it was her turn. She shook her head frantically, but Bakugo insisted she must do it. Tears streamed down her face as she took the gun with trembling hands, pressed it against her head, and heard another click. Still empty. Bakugo let out a bitter laugh, realizing Midoriya wanted them to suffer. Uraraka trembled, questioning whether they would ever be let out. Bakugo remained silent, staring at the revolver. The rules were simple: 1 bullet and eventually, someone would lose. The game was not meant to be won, it was meant to break them. Midoriya observed from the observation room, a satisfied smile on his lips as he wondered how long they would last before one of them pulled the trigger on the real chamber. He turned and walked away, leaving their fate to chance. This was their punishment, not just death, but the agonizing uncertainty of when it would come. The chamber was filled with the scent of sweat and desperation. Once proud students of UA were now reduced to prisoners in Midoriya's twisted game. Bakugo stood over Uraraka, panting heavily, his hands stained. She had tried to kill him. He muttered at her, wiping his brow, while she coughed weakly, expressing her desire to be a hero. Bakugo, breathing raggedly, questioned why she had tried to shoot him. Uraraka, with trembling fingers, reached for the revolver, still determined to play her last move. She lifted the gun, her vision blurry from pain, and pressed it against Bakugo's chest. Before he could react, she pulled the trigger. Bakugo staggered back, shock filling his eyes as he felt pain erupt through his torso. He looked down, realizing what had happened. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Uraraka's smile faded as she collapsed, her head hitting the floor. Bakugo swayed, leaning against the wall, aware that his wound was fatal. He chuckled bitterly, acknowledging her unexpected bravery. His legs gave out, and he slid down against the cold wall, staring at the flickering light above, accepting that this was the end. The revolver lay between them, 2 fallen warriors, 2 lost souls. Their battle was over. Outside the chamber, Midoriya watched through the one-way glass, noting that it had taken them long enough. He turned away, a smirk on his lips, realizing there were no heroes left, only him. Midoriya paced slowly in front of the remaining former heroes of Class 2A, his hands clasped behind his back. He announced that it was time to play a game, a very cruel game. The battered remnants of Class 2A barely had the strength to stand, but the moment those words left his lips, a flicker of fight returned to their broken bodies. Shoto, his face marked but his spirit unyielding, expressed his defiance. He believed they would not simply comply with the twisted game laid before them. Midoriya, with a hint of amusement, assured them they would. The alternative, he warned, would be far worse. He stepped back, revealing an assortment of weapons, knives, guns, and blunt objects, each crafted for a sinister purpose. The rules were clear: they would fight one another. The winners would find a swift end to their suffering, while the losers would long for a chance to fight harder. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Some, like Lita, clenched their fists, caught in uncertainty. Others, like Tokoyami, lowered their gazes, recognizing the bleakness of their situation. Then, the chaos erupted. Koda, exposed and vulnerable, let out a choked cry as a jagged metal pipe was thrust into her side by a desperate Zero. The room descended into turmoil. They were no longer heroes. They had become creatures fighting for survival. Midoriya observed, his expression unreadable. To him, this was not an act of revenge but a form of justice. As for Momo Yaoyorozu, she was spared from the fight. Midoriya seized her arm and propelled her out of the chamber, directly into her father's embrace. He commanded her father to take her away, allowing her to live with the burden of guilt. Her father, trembling, held Momo tightly, as if she were the last remnant of his fractured world. Tears streamed down Momo's face as she watched the chamber doors slam shut behind them. The anguished cries of her classmates echoed in the distance. Midoriya cast one last glance at her, imparting a chilling reminder that she would not escape death but would instead carry the weight of memories. With that, he turned away, leaving Momo to confront the shadows of her past. Hours later, Midoriya re-entered the chamber, his boots splashing softly in the pools of crimson that stained the cold floor. The lifeless forms of his former classmates lay scattered, their faces frozen in expressions of terror, regret, or fleeting relief. In the center, Tokoyami struggled to breathe. His once mighty dark shadow was absent, subdued by exhaustion and despair. Tokoyami's trembling hands reached out as he looked up at Midoriya, his golden eyes filled with fear. He pleaded, his voice hoarse and desperate, expressing his innocence. Midoriya sighed and crouched to meet Tokoyami's gaze. He reminded him that involvement in the chaos had consequences. Tokoyami shook his head in denial, insisting he had not known the outcome. Midoriya placed a steady hand on his shoulder, silencing him with a firm grip. It was too late for excuses. In one swift motion, Midoriya's hand tightened around Tokoyami's throat. A sharp sound echoed through the chamber, marking the end of the struggle. Tokoyami's body went limp, his head tilting at an unnatural angle. Midoriya stood, surveying the aftermath one final time. The loose ends were tied up. The past was behind him. He moved toward the exit, not glancing back. Outside, a new world awaited him, one he would shape. As he stepped away from the scene, the chamber fell silent, save for the soft dripping of blood and the hum of overhead lights. He activated his communicator, summoning Toga and Dabi. They arrived quickly, stepping over the still forms scattered across the room. Toga, with an amused grin, surveyed the chaos and remarked on Midoriya's thoroughness. Dabi, hands in his pockets, inquired about the next steps. Midoriya crossed his arms and instructed them to dispose of the bodies properly, believing even those who had wronged them deserved a respectful farewell. Toga teased him about his compassion, but he remained resolute. Dabi chuckled dryly, acknowledging Midoriya's unexpected care for the fallen. As they prepared to follow his orders, Midoriya took one last look at Bakugo and Ochako, still entwined in their final moments. Once, they had been classmates, sharing laughter and battles. Now, they were merely remnants of a past he had burned away. With that thought, he exited the chamber, leaving behind the last traces of his former life. A new world awaited him. As Midoriya stepped out, wiping his hands clean, he heard a slow, deliberate clap. He turned to find Gun Park, his master and mentor, standing there with his imposing presence. Midoriya smirked, surprised by his arrival. Gun Park chuckled, his keen eyes assessing the young prime minister. He expressed admiration for Midoriya's transformation, noting how he had not only shaken the world but had also rebuilt it from its ruins. Midoriya shrugged, acknowledging the truth of the world's decay. Gun Park stepped closer, contemplating the duality of Midoriya's nature, unsure whether he was a savior or a monster. Midoriya's grin widened, confident in his actions. It didn't seem to matter to him what others thought, as long as he achieved his goals. Gun Park studied him for a moment, then smirked, warning him not to show weakness. He cautioned that softness would attract danger. Midoriya's expression shifted, a fierce determination in his eyes as he welcomed any challenge that might come his way. Gun Park laughed, pleased with the response, and turned to leave, expressing his anticipation for their next encounter to see if Midoriya could prove himself. Midoriya remained, his smirk unwavering, confident in his ability to deliver on his promises.